Oh, 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 fuck, oh, 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 why, why, oh, oh, okay, oh, fuck, oh, 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 oh,
Everything okay over there? What are those sounds, man?
oh,
right? I don't see any of these people opening up to the real people and having an open and honest discussion with them. That's not what's happening. It's manipulative propaganda is what we're seeing. The same old methods, the same old tools. I expect fucking nothing less. Science. How do we prove things to each other? How do we prove objective facts to each other? Right? Never mind invoking fallacies and appealing to authority and all that nonsense. How do we as human beings prove things that are objectively true to each other? Right? We demonstrate them. We demonstrate our claims in the reality with practical demonstration. Right? So anybody who's making any claims to any substance, right, they have to have practical demonstration. If they cannot provide practical demonstrations, they either do not fully understand the substance that they are investigating and reporting on, or they're lying. It's as simple as that, people. There is no long-winded debate and pseudo-intellectuals in shirts and ties with the right mannerisms who don't swear and talk like that with a very browbeaten attitude, yes. Right? That doesn't fucking count either. Practical demonstrations of all your claims, and if you cannot demonstrate them physically, you either don't know enough about it or you're a liar. Eratosthenes managed to measure the Earth's circumference, did he? No, he didn't. Measure the Earth's circumference, the circumference of a sphere. How could he have measured the circumference of a sphere when it's not a fucking sphere? Silly. Right? He discovered that at noon in the Egyptian city, the sun was directly over, for fuck's sake. But, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, when it's like 3 years and beyond and you're still getting this same utter crap, you know, about shadows in the sky and the stars. The question, what shape is the Earth? See that stuff when you look down at your feet? That's what we're trying to measure, right? So you need to measure the stuff. This here, no up there. You don't live up there. I was not aware that I was involved in what the shape of the sky was debate or question, right? It doesn't even come into it. Okay? I hope you understand that. You understand that it is a red herring. It's part of the sophistry that has been imposed upon you, and you are now adopting it, thinking you're a fucking smart-ass, when really you're just a total fucking buffoon. Right? Some deceptive, lying, manipulative cockstain made up lies, and he made his lies sophisticated. Now you coming along thinking you're a fucking, I'm going to have some stature, I'm a fucking uppity, think I'm fucking clever and smart. I'm going to listen to this smart-sounding motherfucker on YouTube, maybe Vsauce or one of these fucking guys, and then I'm going to parrot it and repeat it, thinking I'm a fucking intellectual, and I'm really just a fucking retard. Okay. Stop listening to fucking priestly morons who are poisoning your brain. You are coming here making ridiculous comments, embarrassing yourself, to the point where it's that cringy, I'm actually thinking about biting my fucking knuckles till they bleed. Chimp 610, the reality is that it's a globe. Haven't you seen the pictures from space? I'm going to repeat it again for anybody out there who's struggling with that. The logic and the acceptable scientific measurable proof that you must stand by is that you accept images and video as measurable scientific proof. Okay. Now, if you're willing to stand by that logic and standard of, you know, proving things objectively, you're opening up a can of worms to every other charlatan that's alive to start producing images of Superman, unicorns, Yeti, whatever it might be, fucking Loch Ness Monster. And you people who, you know, push that will have to accept it, that these things are reality, based on whatever image somebody can produce. You don't go to images and video. Science deals with measurement of substance, practicality, practical demonstration. Now, if somebody's offering you an image or a video that contradicts physics, chemistry, biology, the substances, somebody offers you an image that contradicts those, you don't ignore the substances. You throw out the image. It's as simple as that. So that should make it easier for the dipshits out there who think my space pictures is real. Right? They're no fucking real because they depict something that is physically impossible. If you doubt that it's physically impossible, recreate it. Demonstrate the claims practically for yourself. That's what science is.
Man, I was just sitting in my classroom, and my teacher was telling us how the equator works. And she says it's a line that goes straight across the Earth, right? So then I had a question for my teacher, and I said, why are places near the equator hotter? Why are they hotter, Mrs. Teacher? And she answers, on the Earth, the equator receives more sunshine than do the poles. This is due to simple geometry of the Earth's curvature. A given amount of sunshine in a beam falling on the equator, which points directly at the sun, has a much more intense effect than the glancing rays spread over a much larger area of the curving surface near the poles.
Haven't we always talked about they're always going to throw this really stupid stuff at you, this dumbed down stuff? It's so you think it's funny, you don't take anything serious. I tell you this for a reason, guys. It's a psychological thing. It really is psychological warfare. They do the same thing over and over again. Notice it.
And then my teacher has the audacity to show me this little graphic. And she says, the equator is hottest when the sun is hitting it at 90 degrees. Oh, okay. And then she says it's cooler at angles. So anything, so 45-degree angles, 30-degree angles, it's coldest. Let's just throw it in there, 60-degree angles. You're saying angles get cooler, right? Okay. Keep that in your thoughts, folks. So I go to earth.nullschool.net, a visualization of global weather conditions forecast by supercomputers, updated every 3 hours. And they show me this photo. Sea surface temperature on the globe. Now that looks very similar to what my teacher showed me, right? The sun is hitting the equator at 90 degrees. That's why it's hot, right? This all makes sense. Oh wait, no it doesn't, because last time I checked, our Earth had a tilt. Remember, our Earth is tilted 23.4 degrees. Is everyone just forgetting about that? So let's see what they got wrong. They're saying the equator is like this. The sun is hitting the Earth at 90 degrees. That's what they're saying. But wait, we're going to take the tilt into account because we're not idiots. And we're going to make this little diagram. So now the equator is exactly where it should be, at 66.6 degrees. We subtract 23.4 from 90, and then we get 66.6. So I'm looking at this graphic that I had to make myself because people are forgetting that the Earth is tilting for some reason. And I wonder to myself, if my teacher is saying it gets cooler at angles, and I assume you believe that 66.6 is an angle, right? I'm thinking, shouldn't it be 90? Shouldn't our equator be like this, Mrs. Teacher? I mean, according to your logic, our equator is in the wrong place. So why the fuck is it at 66.6 if that's a cooling area Remember you said it gets cooler at angles? I don't know, but you should certainly know. Shouldn't the equator look like this? That's what you're telling all your students. But it doesn't make sense because our Earth is tilting, remember? I mean, you should know that the Earth is tilting 23.4 degrees. I mean, doesn't that make a big difference? It means our sun rays are not hitting the equator at 90 degrees. It means they're hitting it at 66.6 degrees. Why is that happening? Is that little ray of sun just hotter than the other rays of sun? I mean, it seems like it's hotter than the 90-degree sun ray. But according to you, that should be the hottest one. So I'm confused. Help me out. So I'm going to now simulate a 90-degree angle on the equator, even though that this doesn't happen in real life. I'm just going to do it and see what happens. So in this photo, I simulated the angle. The sun is hitting the equator at 90 degrees. But wait, another problem is introduced. Now Antarctica is really fucking warm. Shouldn't Antarctica be melted if it's hitting it at 90 degrees? The equator is fucking impossible on the globe, folks. It doesn't make sense. Look at this image and tell me if it makes sense to you. How does that make sense whatsoever?
Like a video or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is that my teacher, Mrs. Teacher, is really contradicting herself. And I think we should hire a new teacher. Possibly someone who knows that the Earth is tilting.
The old one. This is actually old, like 2017 or 2016.
I mean, shouldn't our equator look like this, Mrs. Teacher?
This is interesting.
Because the red line is 66.6 degrees, and the purple line is when it hits 90 degrees. And you say it hits it at 90 degrees. I mean, that's the only way your model makes sense. So I think, maybe there's something wrong with the whole globe model. Maybe. So I go back to earth.nullschool.net. I click on the flat earth model, and would you look at that? Something that actually makes sense. Right? The sun moves around the equator in a circle, just like we predict it to, just like it measures perfectly.
That's
I mean, look at this photo. Doesn't this explain everything, folks? I mean, it's absolutely absurd if you still believe the equator is possible on a globe. It doesn't make any sense. It contradicts itself 2 or 3 times. And what are you going to say? It's refraction? Look at this photo again and tell me why this little sun ray, the 66.6 degree sun ray, the one with the green question mark, why is that so powerful? Why, Tell me. Can you tell me? Is it refraction? Are you going to start looking up on Wikipedia why that is?
Are enough people in here you have to pause the button and have conversation?
Isn't your teacher
I'll pause it. This is almost over. It's going to be over in a couple seconds.
Like this.
Okay, like that.
But then your teacher's forgetting that the Earth is fucking tilting. Did that just slip your mind, everybody? And then why is the blue question mark sun ray not at...
Yeah, that's an old video, and I saved it. I'm glad I saved it because they nuked that channel. That channel got nuked a long time ago. And they also nuked, like, if you look in the live stream voice text, the AE map from Null School supercomputer, they got it. They nuked it so that you can't show it in a AE map anymore. I don't even know if the website exists, but couldn't show it. Because it shows like wind and weather and everything, and it's like a perfect ring. So it's like they stopped letting you show that. Nuked it. Anyhow.
Yeah, there's a version of that that David Weiss put on his app actually.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's not as good, and his app's not the best, but yeah, it's on there. It's pretty cool. So I'll take a screenshot of the different settings you can change to.
I mean, to be fair, Earth.nullschool.net was a simulation, but it was like a simulation. It still exists. Hold on. It still exists. Yeah, man, it's still around. Jackson, can they let you do? Oh, they do let you do it. Kind of. No.
They let you do it again, or they don't?
No, they don't.
Oh, okay.
They let you do a whole bunch of other ones, though. They don't let you do an AE one. They let you do. So this is a cylindrical projection, Mercator projection. What the hell that is? UTM. What the hell do they call this? It's just like the hell is his name? Lorentz something or other projection. Some corny one. Yeah, but what? Anything but the AE one. Can't have that.
Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, like I said, I sent a screenshot to you with must be an old version of it or something that's on David's app with all the different things you can choose. It's very similar.
Yeah, you can show this one, but not Flat Earth, right? Because Flat Earth is ridiculous.
Hey, to be fair, we don't claim a model, so hey, like.
Yeah, I mean, but come on, man.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just laughing at it.
What is that, like the origami Earth?
Yeah, exactly. You can get butterfly Earth, but you can't get what the fuck is this one? You can get shit that you've never even seen before. I just found it. Where is it?
You know, that was kind of weird. Dude came in and asked me to shut the shit off to talk, and then once I shut it off, he left. Like, did he just not want it going out there? Like, did he not want anybody to hear it? Like, that's just weird, man.
It is.
I swear, man, like, I'm not even, like, really a conspiracy guy. Like, I don't, like, default to, like, it's everything. Listen, first of all, most things are a conspiracy because they involve more than one person. Most people don't run around on it. Yeah, most people don't run around on a solo adventure. Right? So... So it's either solo or it's a conspiracy. It's either one of those two, right? So it has to be. But when these guys, they do this stuff, like, just this weird stuff that, like, cock blocking stuff.
Yeah, it's weird.
Run interference, man, all the time.
And he already had a Globe Skeptic role as well. So
yeah. Yeah, I noticed that.
Maybe he convinced someone that he was on the fence and he's just a bullshit artist.
I mean, it's not really that hard. I mean, there's some mods in Golden State, like, they're not very strict in, like, how they give it out. Like, they try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm more skeptical.
Yeah.
Randos.
Something, I don't know if anyone personally knows Sonny, but he's been hot micing for ages, and a while ago, must have been an hour ago, there's some weird noises coming through his mic where it looked like he hurt himself or something. He was just saying ow all the time, and then it went away.
I mean, I know he had surgery or something, but it should be healed by now. He had like had a gallbladder removed.
Oh, that's terrible.
Maybe he popped a stitch or something.
Yeah,
I mean, but it was a little while ago. I think it was a couple weeks ago. He's going through some stuff, but I don't know. I muted him because, like, his mic is just keyed open.
Yeah, and it's good that you did. I'm glad you did, actually, because, yeah, like I said, he was making some, maybe in his sleep or something, some weird noises.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm afraid of, like, it's going to happen one day. Like, someone's going to have their mic open and we're going to hear them having sex or something.
That's what I thought was happening at first. And then I had to, like, put my volume up and listen to the live stream, and it's like, what?
He was having sex. He was just the only person there.
We came close to that about 2 weeks ago, actually. Timbo left his mic on, but we could hear him snoring, so obviously his wife rejected him and just went to sleep.
Poor guy, man. That sucked. Maybe just that quick. He did the one pump dump and passed right out.
Hey, as long as you enjoy yourself.
Right, man. Hey, I've been a 1 minute hero. I'll do it again.
See, Timbo's in the chat. Yep, done the deed and then snort.
You know, I know that this is how I know God has a sense of humor. A female orgasm is not required for reproduction. I'm just saying.
She shouldn't have bit that apple, man.
Yeah.
They've been paying for it ever since. It's a sort of a running joke. I say that to my wife all the time. It's like,
Oh, you actually tell your wife that? Wow.
She'll have a period or whatever, and I'll be like, "Well, shouldn't have bit that apple."
Oh God.
Or she'll be like, "This damn government taxes are so high." I said, "Well, you guys wanted to vote."
Yeah.
She gets
They didn't know what they were getting themselves into with that.
Neither did they with the apple.
Yeah, true enough, man.
Yeah, she gets the joke. She takes it. She takes it pretty well.
I mean, I love that. I love the symbolism of Adam and Eve and the tree of knowledge of good and evil and biting the apple. Like that entire symbolism, I think, is so unique. Because there's a lot of like recycling, like flood stories and like things like that. Like that, the story isn't really unique. You know, a guy being betrayed by a woman, like Samson. Like there's all sorts of stories like that in different cultures and religions. But biting the tree of knowledge, biting the apple or whatever fruit of the tree of knowledge, and then being in paradise, and then once you have the knowledge of good and evil, you're no longer in paradise. That's some deep ass shit, man.
And you realize you're naked.
Yeah, man.
That's like the whole thing. Such a short story, but it's just so much to pick not pick apart. So much to learn from it. Yeah. And when I say apple, that's because what most people reference it as. I know it.
Yeah.
Technicality.
Yeah. People used to actually argue about that when I was growing up. Like theologians. It's not an apple, it's a this. It's not like really? That's what you're doing? You're gonna argue about what kind of fruit it is?
Yeah.
Like if you don't get the fruit right, you're going to hell. Like
yeah, it's so true.
So petty, man. I mean, I can understand why people like flooded religion back in like the 70s and 80s because the churches were so petty. Like, we got real problems, and you're doing this petty nonsense. But obviously, there was probably some stuff behind that. Like, we'll keep these guys running around doing, with our pettiness while we're, like, diddling the kids.
Maybe. I've always grown up in a Catholic church, and we barely talk about the Bible. So, I don't know.
Yeah. Catholic Church is super ritualistic.
Oh, very, very. Yeah. More statues of saints and Mary than there are of Jesus, which I don't agree with anyway. It shouldn't be statues of him anyway. But yeah. It's how it is.
I almost wonder who is the actual deity in the Catholic religion? Is it Mary or is it Jesus? Like, who's in charge here?
Yeah, I would say if you were to be an observer outside in, and you knew nothing about Christianity, and you went to it, you would think that we were worshipping Mary, for sure. Most of the songs that they sing, feature her and stuff like that more than. But that's it's interesting.
I mean, I can understand it, right? Because Jesus is the incarnation of God, but Mary is actually human, and she had to put up a bunch of shit and had to sacrifice. I can understand it, but there's nothing in the Bible that venerates her to that degree, right? That she is has this deity of status. So that's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't get it either. And all the words written in red have nothing to do with her.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah,
that's just how it is. It's weird.
I mean, I can understand why she would be venerated, but if it was in the Bible, but because of what she did, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah. I don't want to get too much into it. I don't want to offend people, but I think the Catholic Church is the Church of Paul rather than the Church of Jesus. But anyway.
I think the Catholic Church is just like the extended Roman Empire.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
It just never died. Like the Roman Empire, they're like, shit, this government thing isn't working. Let's put on these religious cloaks, see how long we can make it last. Like, holy
100%.
shit, we've done this for another 2,000 years. These people are stupid as shit. They still haven't figured it out.
But you know what? They do perpetuate Christianity in a certain sense. Like, and there's a lot of things, even though, like, for example, my in-laws are Maronite Catholic, which is Lebanese Catholic. And yeah, they're really strict on their religion because they were attacked so much during civil wars and things like that. So they've perpetuated the Christianity religion and held it together for quite a long time in that sort of sense. So there's some good stuff that's come out of it, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, I think at the lower levels, right, the lower levels of the Catholic Church, it's a giant hierarchy, basically. And, like, I think at the lower levels, it has more merit than, papal bulls and all that nonsense. I actually think that the top of the church is like disconnected from the bottom. I don't think like it represents the believers, and it doesn't even represent its own. Yeah, it doesn't even represent its freaking own traditions to some extent. The only thing they do the same, like we're going to keep the rituals and change all the rules. Like it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't know, it's played a big part in the whole deception as well of the globe. So, I haven't really delved too deep into that. Actually, if you've got any material, I'd love to watch it.
With what? I missed that.
In regards to the Catholic Church in particular, perpetuating and the globe.
Copernicus.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it, to be honest.
Just like look up the revolution of the heavenly bodies that Copernicus wrote, and like the beginning has an introduction, a couple introductions. One's by a cardinal, one's by this guy Osiander, who was like someone in the church, a deacon, or he had some status within the church. And then it starts where, to His Holiness the Pope. And if you go look at an actual like copy of this, it has the seal of the papal censor on it, right? Because you couldn't get anything published back then without like it's called an imprimatur, right? So you needed permission to publish books. The person just can like, I'm publishing a book, and no, that was like a death penalty offense. You had to get permission to publish the book from what they called the papal censor, and they would give you a document or whatever, and bring it to the printer. Give them the document, says yes, I can. You can print this, and then they would print the book for you. So yeah, Copernicus. Well, this is the funny part about Galileo. Everybody thinks that Galileo was tried for saying the Earth was not the center of the universe. That is not what his trial was about. His trial was because he committed fraud. So he went to the papal censor and said, I'm publishing book A. They gave him the document to give to the printer to have it published. He went to a different town and had a different book, the book that got him in trouble, right, about heliocentrism, and then he fraudulently got that book printed.
Oh, interesting.
Now, yeah, so the idea that he was tried for heresy against the church, that was not the actual charges. Now, the guy that prosecuted him, because like it's within the church, right? So it's an ecclesiastical court. It's not a because the church was the government basically. So it's an ecclesiastical court, and he was tried before that. The guy that prosecuted it didn't like Copernicus, and back then they didn't have the rules of evidence that we have now. So instead of just saying, yes, he did this, yes, he did that, right, giving like the so-called facts of the case, he tried to just like poison the well. Oh, Copernicus is a heathen. He doesn't believe the Earth is the center of the universe, right? So he tried to slander his character to try to get a conviction.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't what the actual charges of the trial was. The thing is, you could bring in other evidence, like a murder trial, and like, oh, so-and-so killed so-and-so. And by the way, he likes, to kick puppies, and like he doesn't have sex with his wife 3 days a week, and like they could bring in all sorts of other stuff that had nothing to do with the facts of the case, right? It was different rules back then, so that's basically what he tried to do, was like poison the well, like say a bunch of bad shit about Copernicus that people, because he was being judged by other religious figures, because it was a church, right? So they had like, I think it's like a panel. I don't even think it's like the jury is like a panel of like 5 cardinals or something, and they hear the evidence, but you're allowed to basically slander the person,
Interesting. Do you know what he was faking? What the fake publishing thing was about, or
I don't know. It might have been like a book about like it wasn't about I don't think it had anything to do with cosmology.
Oh, okay.
I think it was like it might have been like a scientific book, but Copernicus wrote a bunch of stuff, right? He was kind of like a quote on with their version of a scientist.
Mm.
It could have been like what do they call it? Something on a naturalist. So it could have been a book about some sort of naturalist thing, which is what we would call like biology or ecology or study of plants and animals. It wasn't like diversified as it is now. Now we're like, this guy studies spiders, and this guy studies mammals, and this guy studies fish, and this guy, like, they weren't broken up like that. It was more, when you were a naturalist, you studied, like, so Charles Darwin was a naturalist. He studied everything. He didn't like particularly focus on any particular species of animal.
Mm.
They were still trying to catalog everything.
I wonder if his trial bring light to his book even more so, because it was kind of you know what I mean? Like I wonder if that the whole situation caused it to be more popular in a sense and brought more light to it.
Well, I mean, you also have the dynamic of the Protestants, right? So the Protestants came along because of, like, the indulgences and all that, inward political stuff, paying for indulgences. You could basically sin if you had enough money. And yeah, so like part of the Protestant Reformation, like it's not like separated and divorced from each other. So like there was a little manipulation going on, and then like the way the so-called university system worked was completely different than the way like it works in like current day. You're basically like put up by somebody. And even after Copernicus came up, in Kepler even, they taught the heliocentric, they were more grounded in logic and philosophy than we are now. So they didn't really have a problem, even though the model, right, has Earth not at the center of the universe. As long as the math worked, that was really the important part. but there was a lot of like, there's a lot of these things are overlapping, right? So a lot of it is like, some of it's astrology, some of it's religious, some of it's like so-called science, some of it's curiosity. You know what I mean? A lot of these like motivations overlap within the people themselves.
Mm.
So it's hard to make like a generalized statement about like what happened, where it was taught, like, because I know that even into Newton's time, that the heliocentric model was taught with epicycles at the same time. Like, if you went to like to learn, they probably teach like astrology or astronomy, right? Because people, okay, when you were educated back then, you were educated in everything, right? It wasn't like, oh, you're going to get a degree in astronomy. It wasn't like that, right? They're going to teach you medicine. They're going to teach you mathematics. They're going to teach you the liberal arts. They're going to teach you literature. You're probably going to learn a language or two, right? You're going to have to learn Latin to read all the books. And, like, you're going to have a well-rounded education on everything that, like, they would consider truth at the time, right? Plus, you know, it's all of this is going to be under a, you know, the umbrella of religious teaching, right? So, you know, it's like people like oversimplify like what the dynamic was. So I'll give you an example. So Kepler's father was like a mathematician and a medical doctor, and like, because you got to think, a lot of people couldn't read and write,
yeah,
comparatively to now. So like, people would do like multiple things. Like, you'd be like a tax collector and a doctor because you were the only person that could do what a frickin' number was, right? You're the only person that can add in the entire town. So you're the only educated person in town. So you're like doing everything.
Yeah.
Right. And even, I don't know if the clergy could have these dual roles, but like, they had to be able to read and write. So like that was a class almost within itself. And even to get educated, you would need a benefactor that would pay for you to go to school. There was no like scholarship. Your scholarship was like, you know, find some rich person, some rich lord that's going to finance your education. And of course, you know, he's going to want a pound of flesh. But a lot of times they did that stuff, like some lord would finance some person, but they wanted something in the end, right? They wanted Yeah, a lot of times they believe in astrology, and they would take someone and they would send them to, you know, university so that they could learn how to do mathematics from astronomy so that they could predict their horoscope better.
Yeah.
Like, it's a crazy dynamic, man. Because there was an incident, I think it might have been in the Middle East somewhere. I can't remember the name, but this 100% happened. I just can't remember the name. There was some ruler that went to an astrologer, and the astrologer said, yes, attack on this day, and he did, and like, you know, defeated all his enemies or whatever. So like that gave like this huge credence to astrology, right? So like, you know, people, they try to, you know, improve their position in the, like, you know, in the hierarchy of mankind, and like they turn to astrology. But to do astrology, you have to be able to accurately predict where, you know, the celestial bodies are going to be. That's what astronomy is, measuring of, you know, the sky. Astronomy is the measurement part, right? But you're just measuring and making predictions on where it's going to be at some time in the future. That's the only motivation they had for any of this. I shouldn't say the only motivation, but the primary motivation.
I mean, it makes sense. It leads me to think there was a conversation we were having about maybe about 24 hours ago about how the media and everything's so prevalent now, and the controlling factors and whatnot. And I think comparing it to the times you're talking about, it seems like they had an even greater control. because there wasn't as easy a flow of information as well. If everyone wasn't educated enough to read, then they only have one source of.
There was a point in time where you weren't allowed to read the Bible.
Yeah.
That's
Really?
why yeah, man, you weren't like the Bible was read to you. Right? They would get up in mass and read the Bible to you, read passages. It didn't come till later, till Gutenberg came along, right, and started printing Bibles, till Bibles became like ubiquitous and people got motivated to learn how to read.
Yeah, that's why I think even people give our time and they think there's this control that, but I think there's also way more opportunity to free yourself than there ever was before, in my opinion. I haven't lived in both times, so I can't really say that for a fact, but it just seems like there's so much freedom of information now that we're quite fortunate.
Yeah, it was the biggest mistake they ever made. It really was, as far as the powers that be go, because from the time of that media, so let's start at what's the first like forms of media. Yeah, there was like papyrus and all that stuff, but after, according to mainstream history, if you believe any of that, once they were able to print books, they started restricting. Well, I mean, even in England, it was punishable by death to print without permission. And
really?
like if you and they had these things called handbills where people would like, I'm sure you heard the phrase like getting on your soapbox, right? And people would and people like, they'd go through Times Square and pass out these handbills. I mean, Thomas Paine, in America, was killed for passing out, common sense. So Thomas Paine was one of the people that started the American Revolution, and he wrote something called Common Sense, and got everybody up in arms. But he got executed for passing that out. Like, you weren't allowed to couldn't say what you wanted to say. Kind of like now, like they've always been trying to shut down free information, right? Just people saying what they want to say. You can say whatever you want within bounds, but like once you start stepping outside, then you're not allowed to do that. But in England, it was punishable by death to print a book without permission.
That's crazy, eh? Just to think. The only information you can get has been authorized by whatever big organization that you have zero control over. That's crazy.
Yeah, they made a very big differentiation that I think has been lost, even though it still exists, between doing something in private and doing something in public. Like, you could do whatever you wanted in private, but once you went into the public, it was like, now there's got to be rules. Now we need order, and like, who decides what good order is, right? The people with the biggest guns.
Yeah, the funny thing is I like the idea of that, but it just depends who's in power.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the trick, right?
Yeah.
We're always gambling, all right? We're like, oh, God, I hope the next guy's okay.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. We're always hoping for the next guy. Maybe the next guy will be okay.
Yeah. I know the famous saying that everyone says, "Oh, it's just the best of a bad bunch, or the lesser evil." It's like, that's a bad attitude, I think.
I mean,
in Australia, you have to vote, otherwise you get a fine. You get a fine if you don't vote.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Yeah, fine.
This is how dumb it is, right? When you turn 18, you have to register. Well, you don't have to register, but you get these notifications saying you should register, and your parents usually take you to register. So you get registered. Once you're registered, you have to vote. And if you don't vote, you get a fine, and it's not that much. It's like $200 or something like that. And if you don't vote, you'll get a thing in the mail saying you didn't vote. What's your excuse? And if you don't have a valid excuse, they'll give you a fine.
Instead of valid excuses, how about you guys suck? Why don't you put up a real candidate?
One of my friends' valid excuse, he just says for religious reasons, and so he's actually Jewish, but he doesn't say he is on the thing. He just says for religious reasons, and he's gotten away with it. But
everybody should be doing that, because this is Australia's a little weird. It's a common law country, but like because of its history and like as a prison colony, I'm not sure how.
Allegedly,
yeah, or whatever, yeah. So like the implementation of the common law, like what is the foundation of the government's authority?
Well,
right.
That's very much in question as well, like, because our constitution's basically bullshit. It's got nothing to do with freedom of speech or anything like that. It's just a, and we're basically this is alleged as well, but it is true. Every government body has a registered business number. And allegedly, the Australian government is listed on some American stock exchange. I can't remember exactly which one it is.
I'm sure they are, because
we're basically owned by you guys or something like that. I don't know how it fucking works, but
well, the United States is owned by the United Kingdom, so I don't know how we're owned by you guys, or you're owned by us.
The actual UK or the what's that city?
Queen.
The city of London.
City of London, yeah, more like the city of London, yeah, probably that.
Yeah. So I think the whole deception, just the more you get into it, the crazier it is. But I have heard a lot of people get away with things in a court by not even telling them their name. Just simple things like that.
Oh.
So I don't know what standing we do. They do make you swear on the Bible.
Well, this is the thing, right? So I explain this. I don't want to explain it, and I've explained this to lots of people at the time, but I want to explain it like more economically. So the authority of the government, or any government, comes from consent of the governed at some level. When you vote for a public official to be the head of the government or any other thing, right, to represent you, that's what you're doing. You're saying, oh, in my stead, okay, I can't manage my own affairs, or I don't have time to, or whatever reason, so I'm going to go vote, and I'm going to pick this guy to represent me, right, and manage my political affairs. That's what you're doing. You're choosing someone to do something you should be doing yourself, right, which is fine, right, because whatever, you're consenting to it. It's called free election. That's a legal term. It's like you're making a free election. You're electing this person to do whatever, but you're also agreeing to abide by all the rules of that particular government, because the thing is, Australia, no country is the territory. That is the biggest. That is one of the huge lies that, like, deceptions. Let's call it deception. I wouldn't call it a lie, because very few people know this. Is that Australia is not the continent of, like, the Commonwealth of Australia. It's not the physical continent of Australia.
Correct.
The Commonwealth of Australia is the body politic organization, right? Like,
correct.
You could start a corporation, right? And just like, okay, we're all gonna. You could start a private social club. public social club. You can start like 4-H, boys club, whatever. And like, it's an organization. And in that organization, you can have your own rules. You can pass bylaws, statutes, rules, whatever. And if you're a member, I'm using this as an analogy. So if you're a member of, say, a club, right, they have their rules, the rules can be, I can punish you guys for not following these rules of the club, right? And if you voluntarily are in the club or do some act to voluntarily be in the club, then, you can't get the benefits of the club. And then once it comes time to pay the piper because you broke the rules, say, well, I'm not in your club no more, right? It doesn't work that way. It's not fair, right? You can't like, oh yeah, I want to be part of like a club where I get to go like party on the beach every weekend, but you're not allowed to drink, Absolut vodka. And then one time when we go, I drink Absolut vodka, and then the penalty is 50 lashes. But now I don't want to be in the club no more because, well, I went to the beach every other day. I didn't have no problem. Like I enjoyed the benefit, but now when it's time to bear the burden, I don't want to do that. Like the law doesn't allow people to do that. So that's just an analogy for the government of, say, Australia, right? People want all the benefits of the state, right, of the body politic of Australia. Oh, they want to get social benefits. They want to get health care. They want to get licenses. They want to they want to use all the benefits of the legal system.
Yep.
But then when it comes time to pay the piper because they broke one of the other rules that they have, they're like, oh, fuck, I'm not part of Australia. And people do it in the United States too, right? That's just like sovereign citizen thing where like, oh yeah, I want to collect my Social Security, but like, I also want to be able to deal drugs and then tell the government you're not the boss of me when I'm dealing drugs. While at the other side, I'm like living off the government, right?
And use the roads, and when I shit, the stuff just disappears. Like all these things that are amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't have it both ways, and like that's the problem. What people do, they try to have it both ways. Well, like they don't understand that like doing. There's specific actions that people take, right, that indicate that you're consenting to be part of the body politic of Australia, United States of America. So when you say, yes, I'm a resident, yes, I'm a citizen, when you go vote, right? So if you vote, right, let me ask you this. Can non-residents vote? Non-residents of Australia, can they vote?
Could you be more specific about non-residents, like people who
you don't live there? You don't live in Australia.
I think if you are a citizen of Australia but you don't live, you can still vote. Yeah, I think.
Okay, so citizens of Australia can vote in Australian elections. Same with the United States. Citizens of the United States can vote in the United States elections. Right.
If you're a citizen, even if you're not actually technically a citizen, but you've been here.
What makes you a citizen, though? So we get to the point. What makes you a citizen?
It's normally either of two things. You have been here, or three things. I think if you've been here a long time, like my father, for example, he came here, but he's not technically a citizen. He's been here a very long time. The second one would be you actually become a citizen. You go through that process. Or the third one would be you were born here, I think. I'm just, don't quote me on this, but I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
Okay. So at least one of those you volunteer for, right? If I want to be a citizen, if I'm like wasn't born in Australia and I want to be a citizen of Australia and they allow me, I have to fill out an application and ask them to let me in their club.
Correct.
So I'm voluntarily trying to get into the club called Commonwealth of Australia. Now the crux of the matter comes when people are born there. Are you automatically born a citizen against your will?
Yeah, if they register you, so like as a
who registers you?
Your parents register you.
Exactly. So when you're a minor, right? When you're a minor, so when you're this hurts people's feelings. I don't know about in this chat, but in the world, parents own their children.
Correct.
Yes, own their children. And when
technically in Australia, they kind of sign that away when they register it, though.
Exactly. That's right. Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. So when you sign the birth registration, you were taking your ownership and you were putting it into the hands of the government. You're creating what's called a guardian-ward relationship. You were making the government the guardian of your child.
Comment?
At least from a strawman point of view, and then they can.
Yeah, it's not even a strawman point of view. It's just a legal. It's the way it is legally.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing, right?
Yeah. Correct.
And you're basically at that point you become the babysitter. If you don't raise your kid the way the government wants you to raise your kid, then they can take your kid away from you, right?
Correct.
So you say, I'm not responsible, or here I'm transferring my child's safety into you, right? Because what does the court say when they decide? How do they decide where a child goes? They go, we're doing it in the best interests of the child. Well, how the hell do they know what's in the best interests of a child? And what gives them authority to determine what's in the best interests of the child? And why isn't it the parents to have that authority? Because the parents transferred that authority away at some point voluntarily. So there's another the point I'm trying to make is all these are voluntary acts that people make, right, to put themselves under the thumb of the government.
100%.
They're not. Yeah, it's not. None of this shit is being forced on anybody. It's their ignorance, right, or some benefit. But they are intimidated. I'll say with the birth certificate thing, they are intimidated into doing it. They will intimidate you in the hospital if you're like, I'm not filling out no birth registration. I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah,
even though you don't have to do it. But in the United States, they'll threaten you. They straight up will.
Yeah, I've never heard of someone trying not to. I do know 2 people who have babies completely unknown to the government at the moment. So yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, it is. Well, in my parents' case and in my case with my children, I just thought I was doing the right thing. Like there was no other option. You didn't even consider another option.
Yeah, well, it's a legal document, and I don't think you got legal advice.
No, definitely not.
I mean, that's the thing, dude. Like, and the thing is that birth certificate has no biologically identifying information on it, so it's actually not even applicable to any particular human being.
That's the interesting part. Like when you hear people go to court and they say, "Are you so and so?" and then they'll say something like, "Oh, that's hearsay." Or that's a name that might have been given to me by my parents, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's actually true. You can't testify to your own birth.
Yeah.
Because you have to, like, you're a witness, but you're not competent, right? So you couldn't read a calendar.
Yeah, they'll call you Mr. Indio, and you're like, no, Mr. Indio is my father.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I've heard all these funny things. I don't know if they actually work or not, but...
So that's why.
India?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You said something a few minutes ago that I had to comment on, and that's about Social Security and how people will go ahead and decide they don't want all the benefits, but then sponge off the government for Social Security. Now, I'm going to be 65 years old in 2 months. I've been paying Social Security for my whole life, and right now, if I want to continue working while I collect security, I would forfeit my benefits for the fact of the matter that for every $2 that I make, they will take $1 out of my Social Security. And at this point in time, if I were to quit working altogether, then I would be making less money on Social Security than I would if I was working. And if I decided to keep on working and start collecting Social Security now, I wouldn't get any of that money anyway, and I'd be subject to that amount, for the whole time. So, the whole thing about deciding to become a national rather than a citizen and still expecting to get your Social Security, that's like putting money in the bank.
Social Security isn't. Yeah, well, Social Security isn't. I wouldn't call it a great example because Social Security is a very odd government program compared to other ones. It's very different. Like, Okay, so so check this out. A lot of people don't know this, is that the Supreme Court has held that Social Security is a gratuity. Yeah, so your Social Security payment, Social Security, you don't have a right to any of that.
So they don't regard it. They don't regard it as
not required for the. It's not required for them to pay you. Congress at any time can say, "We're all done. Doesn't matter. All the money you paid in, fuck you." At any time they can do that. Because and like because there was a couple cases where like the court said that they tried to play games, budgetary games, where they would segregate Social Security out from the general budget. And they were like, no, the court said no, Social Security is part of the general budget. And then people have tried to sue to get their Social Security, saying they had a right to it. And the courts held that it's a gratuity. Now, a gratuity is like a tip, right? Basically like, yeah, nice job being a slave. Here's your tip. It's literally, that's what it is. It's like, I'm not even like exaggerating. It's like, nice job being a slave. Here's your tip.
Yeah. Oh, dude, no. The reason why I'm asking is because I'm actually on SSI due to my disability and stuff. So
well, once you have it, you can keep it for. They can't take it away. But like initially getting it, they never have to ever give it to you.
They don't. And there's a difference between SSI and SSA as well.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, Social Security is a bad example because that's like that's not a public government benefit. That is a private government benefit. It's a little bit different because there's private and public laws, and they're like the way they're different. This is more like administrative, voluntary, which is a different type of. You got to think of that's like a commercial contract almost. Social Security. When you fill out an application for a Social Security card. You also have to remember when you're filling this out, you're making certain declarations on the document, like I'm a citizen, my father's a citizen, right? And these have like legal impediments, let's put them that way. And, so there's like a complexity here. But when when people try to say, I'm not subject to the laws of, Massachusetts, right? I don't have to freaking get a driver's license, and I don't have to you can't tell me not to frickin' buy, a kilo of cocaine. I have a right to do that. Yeah, you do have a right to do that, but when you decided that you were going to let the government be your daddy and make all your decisions for you, you forfeit that right. Like you can't enjoy the benefits of the so-called government, right? I can't enjoy the benefits of the state of Massachusetts. Then tell the court once I get arrested for something, oh, the laws of the state of Massachusetts don't apply to me. Well, what do you but you're leeching off of them. Like, what are you talking about? You're calling the cops, you're paying your taxes, you're doing all these acts which indicate you're a member of this body politic, but then when it comes time to pay the piper, you're like, oh no, I'm out. No, dude, you can't do that.
It's like they want to dip their toe in both worlds. They have a foot on each side of the.
Yeah, whatever benefits them. Yeah, whatever personally benefits them is the way they want to go. But when it comes to the law, it doesn't play that shit, dude.
Yeah, once you are on SSA or SSI, there's certain limiters that happen to you where you literally can't go past it or they'll F you up.
Can't have $2,000 or more in a bank account. Yep. Or I'm aware of all that. My brother used to take care of people that were handicapped that were in a home. He worked there, and they worked at a job doing recycling cans or something, just basically counting the cans and putting them in bags because they were handicapped, right? They weren't fully able. But they were getting Social Security, and they would make this money, and they're handicapped, so it's not like they go out and party and shit. They don't spend their money on anything. They go to their job. They're literally I hate to say this, mentally handicapped, right? So they're not worldly people. They're not smoking cigarettes, drinking beer, driving cars, right? They're handicapped. So their money would accumulate all the time, and my brother would have to take these people and bring them on trips to spend their money so that they wouldn't lose their Social Security. So my brother got to go to Disney World and frickin', casinos and like all sorts of places to spend their money. He didn't spend it on himself. He had to bring them because they need a chaperone, right? So he would have to go with them.
It was like use it or lose it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. But yeah, I got to split for a second. I'll be right back. I gotta go run. I gotta run to the store.
I think it just all leads to the how huge deceptions can be, and it shows you that the globe deception's not that far fetched. To say that it is literally a conspiracy.
Well, for me on my own personal journey, finding out about FE and a lot of the realities that are being hidden from us, it's really been an eye-opener as far as the government, how things are run, how we are controlled, and it's having me take a second look at what I want to do for the remainder of my life, however long or short that may be. But FE, for those that don't know, that's Flat Earth, has really opened my eyes up to all of these things.
Would you say...
By the way, good morning, everybody.
Would you say your life's better because of it?
Well, I'll say that rather than walking down the railroad tracks and not paying attention to the light and the horn coming at me, is it better to know that you got a train coming at you? I would think so. But they say ignorance is bliss, and so I was pretty happy for a long time. Am I happy now? I'm more concerned. I'm trying to make better choices and trying to determine where I want to place myself as a pawn on this chessboard. So when the kings and the queens come rolling through, I don't get trampled to death. So, am I glad that I know what I know? Am I eager to learn more that I don't know? Yes. Am I happy with what I found out? No.
No. Good way of putting it. I've never met someone a flat earther that hasn't at least attempted to improve their life since finding out the truth.
Well, I'm human. Yeah, I've got plenty of flaws. No need for me to go ahead and mention them all out here on the Discord channel, but I'm trying to work on those. I'm trying to look at other people that, even if they're a stranger, to look at them as they're related to me, because we're all related in this world. I believe that there is a creator. Do I know what that creator's name is, or why he created us? No, I don't. Sometimes I go through inner turmoil thinking about, well, okay, so if we're on a created environment, if we were created and we're living here, and all of these trials and tribulations that we have to go through, is this just part of making us a better spiritual being? Or is this more like we are in a prison planet, and for all of our history, we've been dominated by another force, and they just give us different things to try to go ahead and hold on to for false beliefs, whether it be, USA, we're the greatest, blah, 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 while the rest of the world thinks USA, go away. So, and I wonder about, is this like a controlled release of information about Flat Earth? Because I find it really, really hard to think that anybody that could hold this deception for this long could let so many clues out so fast. And then is it supposed to be, well, we can always, look at the Bible. The Bible's going to be our salvation. But could this just be something, to those who win the wars, they write the books. So whoever's been in charge, the organization, the evil, Satan, whatever you want to believe, it's like I'm hearing heavy traffic right now, trying to pay the concentration to what I'm saying right here. But anyway, it makes me wonder what all to believe, because some of the main things that I learned as a kid, if these aren't true, what else isn't true? And there's just so much out there. I'm recently started checking into becoming a national instead of a citizen. I've got a friend that's going through the process right now, and he's kind of like my mentor, guiding me in. I want to make sure stuff works for him first. But, I've heard that there's government hit lists, and they've got people in different categories to people that are out of control that need to be dealt with, people that can be reprogrammed and fall into line, and those people that are just already in line and you don't have to worry about it. I've heard stories about mass areas where there's multi-body coffins all stacked up at FEMA camps, and I right now it's like one of the things that I heard about FE was now that we know that we're created, the Creator has to love us. But what if we're just stuff grown in a petri dish for far advanced civilizations? What if, and I don't know, if I'm getting too far off track, but what if there are lizard people and we're just their pets? We're here for their entertainment and their slavery and, to make their world more convenient. Am I happier?
You're a little bit past Sunday already.
Yeah. So anyway, but so am I happy now that I know? I'm on the fence. So I'm not on the fence as far as if we're on a globe. I've already done some of my experiments and checked it out. Nice. And I'm not on the fence as far as that. Am I on the fence as far as what my purpose is here? And what's going to happen after this meat suit rots away? That's only a belief that I can hope in. So, am I happier now? Not really. Am I trying to be a better person? Yeah.
At the moment, sometimes that's the minimum I think you should do, is just try to be a better person.
Well, one of the things that I'm working on, if I do something that hurts somebody else, before, I wouldn't intentionally hurt somebody, but if it's for example, I'm married, been married for a long time, I love my wife, but if there's a really hot woman walking by and she walks right in front of me, I don't go out of my way to stare at her, but if I glance at her, my wife gets really upset. It's like, how could you look at somebody else? It's like, hey, she walked in front of me. I didn't go out looking to, find somebody. And so that would be an argument. It's like, what did I do wrong? But now I try to look at it as, well, you know what? She's got some insecurities. We're married. She doesn't want me to look at another woman with desire. And whether I look at her with desire or just, like admiration, I'm a car guy. I like nice cars. And if I saw a really nice car driving down the street and it's in front of me and I see it, I'm going to look at it and appreciate it and say, wow, it's a beautiful car. But that's not going to make me try to take that car away from that person, jump in it and drive it away. So, now when, if I see, like a beautiful woman, I try to make sure to look the other way and have her notice that I'm looking the other way, just so I don't get that resentful feeling. Like to have her have that bad feeling. She's somebody I care about and I don't want to hurt her. So even if I don't try to hurt her on purpose, I'm trying to be more aware of things that might possibly hurt her and might be misconstrued. I've been using the term straw man with her a lot. And what she'll do is, she'll go ahead and say something that I think or that I said, and I have to bring it to her attention. Hey, don't straw man me. That is not what I was thinking. I didn't tell you that's what I was thinking. So, learning the word straw man, what it means and how to use it, something that I've learned pretty much here on the Discord. But I try to do things. I've always tried to do things to please her, but I'm purposely trying to look out for things that may not please her. So rather than getting into a debate later as to whether I did something wrong or not, I just try to totally go a different, branch of the road, so she doesn't even have the opportunity to think I did that. So
does she understand what straw man means?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Does she understand what you mean by straw man?
I explained it to her. Yes.
Okay.
So, that's still something. Like I said, I'm going to be 65 in June, and I'd never heard of that term, straw man. The only thing I knew was from The Wizard of Oz. So I'm still not quite sure where that term came from, but I'm finding it very applicable nowadays.
Yeah, I think people used to say, "Don't put words in my mouth" before, like as if you're, similar sort of thing.
So, by the way, I recognized Indio's voice. Who am I speaking to now?
Systems.
Systems. I was talking to you the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking the other day.
Yeah, and Aethergrass, Arthur Grease. That's a fun name to try to pronounce. Anyway, I heard you out there too. Good morning. I hope you're feeling better, brother. If Aethergrass is still there.
I'm not sure if he's still here.
So this whole thing about laws, maritime law, and everything, I've been looking at it, and there's so many things. Like when you're born, you come out of a birth canal, and that's a shipping term, a canal. When you go and you're in the court, and you're out in the visitor area, once you go past that little wall through that door, that's called the floodgates. And at that time, you're now in international waters and subject to maritime law. And just the whole way that works, I'm finding it kind of fascinating. If indeed I can become a national citizen, or not a citizen, become a national instead of a citizen, and if indeed there is supposed to be $1 million or something there that everybody gets when they're born, that they're entitled to, if I could do something like that, hell yeah, I'm all in for it. Is that going to be money that I'm sponging off the government? Well, no, I think that's, money that I've been paying into the government. We've been taxed, double taxed, triple taxed. If you go out and you buy a new car, well, first of all, you go to work. And when you're at work, they tax you before you even get your paycheck. So for me, they take out, 25, 30%, whatever they take out. And then when I go to buy something, they tax me. They tax me a little over 10% on sales tax. So I go out and I buy something brand new. I pay the tax on it. So they've already taken taxes out of my income. They've taken taxes out for sales tax. And now let's say that what I've got is kind of worn and I want to sell it and buy a new one. So if I sell it, then I got to pay taxes again. It's like, hey, that's income tax. You made money off of this. Well, no, I didn't. I lost money. I paid $40,000 for a car. I sold it for $10,000. Well, yeah, but you just made $10,000. So the whole system, the way it is, it's crazy. And I'm almost at work here, and I'm going to get going. But one last comment that I want to make is about all of the facial recognition cameras everywhere. And then all of the people that decided they didn't want to cover their face during a certain time. And I wonder if this could have been and we're on speculation Sunday again, so I'm a couple days late. Sorry about that. But, could that have been something just to get information to see who doesn't want to go with the program and who's going to resist? So you've got a record of their face. And, that's something I think about. But as for right now, I just made it to work. I'm going to pull into the driveway. So I'm going to shut this rig down, and when I get back to my desk, I'll be listening in. Thanks for letting me have a couple minutes to give another rendition of a Grant rant. So Grant rant, as in my actual first name is Grant, and sometimes I start talking and keep going for a while like a rant. So that's my Grant rant this morning.
Well, I hope you enjoy your day.
And while I've got the chance to say this live, good morning to everybody. Flat Earth, Ball Earth, Inside Out Earth, whatever you are. You know, we're all living here. We're all in the same reality, whatever it is. But take care, guys.
See ya.
Ooh, exciting times. I've been summoned to voice check in Crabapple. We're back in a minute. Could be exciting. Well, it sounds dead in here. Been up to voice check-in, spoke to Crabapple. Don't expect too much. Probably the best way I can put that.
Are they coming in here?
Yeah, maybe at some point in the future. He said 7 minutes, which was oddly specific. But yeah, next 10, 15 minutes or so, he might pop in. Not too sure. Seems like he wants to say he's a flat earther. He said he's not feeling very well at the moment as well, so he's under a lot of medication. You can figure that one out when you speak to him. He's sounding more drunk than anything else, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But good morning to everybody. Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you're from. But yeah, Crabapple's the name. Person, not Robinson or anything.
So what's new with you, Chris?
What's new with me? Several jobs, good jobs coming up my backside at the moment. Nothing's new, mate, to be honest with you. Same old stuff, same advancement forward. Yeah, I'm still going forward, mate. I think that's positive enough to say. Always going forward, my friend. What about yourself? You doing well?
Yeah, doing well. Just chugging along, dreaming about leaving Sydney. Other than that, all good.
To be honest with you, mate, I can join you on that thought. I'm definitely dreaming of leaving where I am at the moment. So if you're dreaming of leaving Sydney, I'm dreaming of leaving England. That's for sure.
The whole of England.
We've got somebody. Yeah, fuck it. I don't like it. It's too miserable here. But we do have somebody else in the server that hasn't got any roles whatsoever. So that's Try Hard Supreme trademark. So hiya, Try Hard Supreme trademark. I'm going to unmute your mic so you got control of your mic so you can use your mic and speak. It's interesting, right? So welcome to the server, Try Hard Supreme. What brings you to us today?
I just did a lot of research on Telegram when it came to the videos and the pictures on the there's like a certain Telegram group, and I just find the entirety of the flat earth topic very interesting, and the fact that there's a lot of questions that can't be answered when we have rebuttals to the whole heliocentric model. So it's I, as somebody who just kind of wants to know the truth on everything, I have to keep every avenue open when it comes to where we get our truth, so I don't really conform to the heliocentric model any longer, but I don't conform to the flat earth one, though I am leaning more towards in the flat earth direction for sure. I think it's very interesting, and it certainly is something that I would like to keep brushing up on, and myself as a Christian as well, I just feel it's it's written biblically, therefore, everything in modern society is trying to take us away from things that are more biblical and the more biblical standpoint on society in the world. So I would see why they would like to put a heliocentric model in front of us, because of the fact that it would also help. It's like another step of taking us away from the Bible and as a whole. You understand what you get what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, buddy. Yeah, I've said this quite often, quite recently, and for a while. The heliocentric model is most definitely a way to hide God or point us away in any direction away from God. So yeah, welcome to the server, my friend. It's good to have you here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the voice verified role so you can leave the server and rejoin whenever you want to, and then you got control of your mic. So yeah, you can speak and join whenever you want to, mate. Just give me a couple of seconds, I'll give you that role.
Take your time. Thank you very much. I'm going to mute and listen to you guys now.
Oh, buddy, I was kind of hoping you'd have some questions. We ain't going to be talking too much. If you had a question, I guarantee we'd probably talk for about, 10, 15 minutes. I might even forget the fact that you're here.
You know what? Once the coffee hits me a little harder and I stop stuttering so much, I probably will have a ton of questions to ask. So thank you very much, man.
Yeah, you're not a problem at all, my friend. Look forward to speaking to you soon, yeah?
Thank you.
I can only manage your energy once the coffee kicks in. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, definitely being a man today, so I can't necessarily do two things at once. So being as a bit of silence, Try Hard Supreme, you've now got that voice verified role. I got my brain in gear and pressed some buttons, so you're good to go whenever you want to join the conversation again, mate.
Thank you.
No worries, my friend. No worries at all. Right, let's see. We've got in the server. I heard Wav Mixer. I think he said he was off to work, so I know you're listening. So good morning to you, Wav Mixer. It's good to see you, Angel. I know you were listening as well. Always good to see you. Myself, there's no point talking to myself. Is it Effie? Have you changed your name again, Crit? If that is Crit, good to see you again, buddy. Drace, you've just jumped in. Good to see you, buddy. Effie, Batman, hope you're doing well. Flying, you're unmuted. Good to see you. Indio, you said you had to run down the shop. I hope you come back. Good to see you as well. Morvis, Sasha Systems, Tryhard, we just bumped into. What week did your van die? I love that name. I think it's brilliant. And Evagress, hope you're keeping strong, buddy. So we've got a full panel at the moment. Lots of people in the server. If anybody's watching on YouTube and they want to get involved in a conversation, there's lots of people here willing to have that conversation regarding the shape of the Earth, what it is, what it does, and what it isn't, and what it doesn't. So yeah, hit the link provided by Nightbot. Go and join voice check-in number 1. I'll give you a quick interview. You can get some roles and we can have a conversation about what you think the Earth is and why you think it's so. So all of those people watching on YouTube, glad that you are watching on YouTube then. All of those people watching on YouTube, nice to see you. If you want to get involved in the conversation, hit the link like I said. Well, good morning to you, everybody. Hope everybody's well.
Good morning. Hey.
Thank fuck somebody replied. Hey Drace, how you doing? You good?
I'm doing okay, I guess. Karma just went to work and I gotta go clean the car and stuff. Just checking in, seeing what's happening.
Not too much, buddy, to be honest with you. We've just had a gentleman jump in. I've already forgotten his name, Tryhard. He seems really interested in Flat Earth. But he's away at the moment. We're back in a bit for a conversation after you've had some coffee. I checked in somebody called Crabapple. Be honest with you, man, sounded drunk, so don't think too much is going to happen there. Systems is alive, I think. We spoke to him. Injo went to the shop. Wav Mixers at work. Yeah, that's pretty much all that's been going on for the last 10 minutes, man. My battery's about to die. Usual shit.
The use.
Yeah, the usual, mate. The usual. I don't know if I don't know if anything interesting has happened over the last 24 hours. I jumped in a little bit last night. There's a bit of conversation, but nothing too exciting. Is anything else interesting, or anything at all interesting happened last 24 hours or so, Joyce?
The new film Witsit is in Level With Me is out, and I was watching his stream from yesterday just before I came on here. It was really interesting. I highly recommend it.
You got a link to that, or is it on his YouTube channel? I can find it myself.
I got a link. I don't know.
Okay.
Is that the third installment in that series? The third one?
Yeah, the movie. Yeah, I'm getting that as well. It's here, Level With Me, the film. It costs $5 to get the film, but I highly recommend supporting him. He will make it free in like 30 days. So if you don't want to support the filmmaker and so he can make more of these type of movies, then I suggest you just wait 30 days.
Have you watched the second one, Drace?
Yeah, I watched all the level films so far.
Would you rate them all? Like I've only watched the first one, to be honest. So, do I need to watch the second one to enjoy the third, or not really? They stand on their own.
Yeah, I think they all stand on their own. They all have bits and pieces of unique material that's only in them. Like, for instance, this one, latest one, is going to be really interesting because they actually talked to astronauts and went to NASA and had Witsit there. It's going to be really interesting. I'm going to be watching it later with Karma.
Oh wow. Okay. I need to watch it.
And that's kind of what we need. We need more good content creation, and we need to support the creators that we like. Oh, I dropped it in the wrong place. Oh.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, my friend. How's that coffee going?
Good. I put it down pretty fast and had a nice glass of water, so we're getting the gears spinning. I was thinking when I was pouring it of a question in where you guys. Now I got to think of how to formulate the question more or less. I'm sure everybody knows about the Anunnaki theory, correct?
Yeah.
Where would you say that the Anunnaki theory fits in with the flat Earth theory? And when people speak of like aliens, because it's becoming very prevalent in modern society with the aliens and such. Where do you think everything falls in? I personally think that UFOs are like CIA and more or less government organization crafts.
Yeah, two different things. So you've gone from Anunnaki to UFOs. Let's stay with the Anunnaki for a bit, right? So, from a biblical perspective, those are angels. Those are the fallen angels with their set narrative about what they want the world to be because they're now the gods of this world. We have the same kind of story with the Egyptian gods or the Greek gods or any mythological gods. Same with the Anunnaki. Right, now they say that they come from another planet. All right, that's fine. All of the gods came from the sky anyway. So we can interpret these things with global eyes or flat earth eyes. These gods still came from the sky. So that's what the Anunnaki and all of the other things are. UFOs, possibly a reason why ancient gods, I'm going to be talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Mahabharata, however that's pronounced, to talk about Vamira, which are craft that gods used to fly across the sky with. So potentially angels have technology or wisdom that would help them transport across the earth. Now that's not to take away the CIA or NASA or any other covert or any covert type of technology being propagated and used. We understand military technology, that's always more advanced than anything that we're told. So it's probably a combination of both. Probably more than not something to deceive us anyway, because remember we're told that we're on a spinning ball and these UFOs, they're aliens. Well, we're not on a spinning ball, so they must be something else. And whatever we see is fucking deception. They're lying to us about it. Does that make any sense to you, my friend?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, if you look in the Vedas, you'll see mentions of this. They talk about all sorts of flying ships and flying even cities.
Weird. I kind of put it like this sometimes. Aliens, that's the secret that NASA wanted you to think that they were keeping from us, right? That's pretty much the narrative when we look at NASA and anything to do with space. They're keeping a secret, right? Aliens exist. They've been here before. They've signed contracts with them. They know they exist. They've got bits of their bodies and bits of their ships. Roswell and all of that type of crap. They're kind of really loud spoken about secret. It's a secret, quote unquote, because they want us to follow a narrative about whatever these things are, because there are obviously other things, right? We can talk about the stories from history, the Anunnaki, yeah, that's fine. We can talk about all of these other gods, but like I said earlier, from a strict biblical standpoint, these are fallen angels. That's what they are, that's who they are, and then their offspring, that would be the Rephaim, and then anybody who follows them, that would be men worshipping them as gods. So that's basically the narrative that we've always been told, and it's probably carrying on to this bloody day. But we're being deceived about it. We are now being told that these are aliens from other planets. And it's fine, because when they get here, well, apart from destroying us with laser beams and shit, they're probably going to be benevolent and save us from a situation that we're in, right? That's what we get told. So, yay, here come the aliens. They're going to be our saviors. So the angels that are demons have turned around and decided to become our saviors. It's interesting what happens when you follow the narrative. You learn to run the other way.
Yeah, that is interesting when you put it that way.
One of the questions we get asked in the server on a daily basis is, why would they lie? Oh, I'm sorry, the answer isn't, as comfortable as you might like it to be. Yeah, they could lie for multiple reasons. We can say power, we can say control. They might even be hiding extra land and resources. And there's obviously industries that they can make money out of and blah, 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 blah. But ultimately, the reason why they turned the Earth into a spinning ball is to make us face the other way from the obvious truth of the situation. This is a created environment, and we are not the gods of this world. Scary. It's not a comfortable truth.
I have a question in regards to, let's see. So if you look at the flat Earth model and you look at the speaking of firmware.
Whoa. Sorry. What flat Earth model have you got? We don't have one.
Do you believe in the way I like to think about it is, so I've seen enough videos that convince me that the ice wall exists. And with that being said, do you think that there's more pieces of land once you go past the ice wall as well?
What do you mean by pieces of land? So I understand what you mean by ice wall or a beach or a shore above the waterline. That's all you need to keep the waters in. But yeah, we can say ice wall. That seems to be what Antarctica is, above the waterline. That's fine. What do you mean by other lands? So it would be a guess or a speculation for me or anybody else to turn around and go, maybe. And what we see is kind of all we can go on. It seems to get cold and white in Antarctica. Would there be more cold and whiteness? Yeah, more than likely. How far does that cold and whiteness go on? No idea. Does it turn into something else? Like tropical rainforests or shit? No idea. We do get some stories that, hey, because of thermal vents and underground heating, that there seems to be areas that are devoid of ice and snow and rivers and so on. There's travelling water, for example. We get told these stories, but we get told the stories. No idea. Probably the best answer. Logically speaking, though, eventually, if you did keep going, let's say south, right, away from north and as far out as we could go, would we eventually reach the limitation of our system? Yeah, probably. Could we get there? No idea. What's beyond Antarctica? Have no idea. It's just a guess, right?
Yeah, that is. It all it really is a guess. Is there a place that I could post an image of the model that I'm speaking of by any chance?
I tell you what, you can DM it to me and I'll post it for you. In the meantime, I'll get you the link embedded, Rob.
Excellent.
No worries, man.
All right, I threw it in your inbox.
Thank you, buddy.
So if we look at the I like the firmament from a more religious standpoint, do you think that there is a different culture that perhaps, parrots the more fake narrative in the heliocentric model?
Can you ask that question again? Didn't quite follow.
So a lot of the, I don't know, maybe I'm in the wrong Telegram channels, but when you look at certain groups of people when it comes to the media and, the news, the things they're putting in children's TV shows, the things they put in TV shows generally, you'll notice that a lot of things are owned by... And in no way, shape, or form am I trying to come across insulting, but I've noticed that a lot of things are owned by more or less the Jewish media. Do you think that there's a group of Jewish people that more or less try to parrot this and try to basically put holes in a more Christian standpoint of the world?
This is... I'm going to say this with a caveat because we are live streaming on YouTube as it is. We get told that we can't talk about these types of things or pointing fingers at certain groups of people, for instance. But yeah, I would say yes. I think if you were to follow a strictly biblical narrative, I would suggest that maybe the chosen ones think they're a little bit more chosen than they should be. Right, they're a little bit above their station. So the rest of us, it would seem that we are influenced by certain groups that are primarily seem to be controlled by these groups of people. Yeah, I'll go that part.
There's a caveat though, because there's groups of evil people within all groups, and so we cannot paint the whole group with a broad brush.
I agree completely and wholeheartedly. Yes, that was a great way to put it.
I'll tell you what I will do, just for 2 seconds, and I do have the ability. Just bear with me a moment. Welcome back to us regularly scheduled program. Do apologise for the technical difficulties. Did you have any other questions, Brian?
Not right now. I'm probably gonna. I'm glad I found the server. I've been a part of the server for, I'd say, since let's see when my profile was created, May 26, 2020. So I've been in the server now for 2 years. But I just always kind of just observed until I did enough research to actually want to come on and ask questions and have more concrete points of understanding when it comes to this entire topic. So I got a little brunch. We had a funeral yesterday, so I got to go to the brunch today, and I'll probably be back on around, I'd say, maybe 2:30 Eastern Standard Time in the States.
No worries, buddy. Well, I hope you enjoy your afternoon. I'm over in the UK, so you're about 5-6 hours in front of me, or behind me. Sorry.
I reckon so. I think it's I think that's exactly what it is. But I'll be on for and listening for another 10 minutes before I hop in the shower and get out of here.
Yeah, no worries, man. Interesting questions. Do you have? Sure. Hello, CB. How are you?
Rumpus in the clips today. My bad.
You're all right, man. You're good. You're good. I noticed you execute Order 66 one. I like that one, mate. I enjoyed that.
Well, I got some good news. I did get access to Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience's soundboard. So I've basically just started writing down what I want to add to theirs. So it gives us another 50 slots to have fun with.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah,
not that anyone really cares besides me, but so it's just helpful. Shout out to Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience. I think Nathan's live now.
That is the only other server that I'm on, apart from Red Pill.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, and the as I look through them, the what's it called? Golden Globies. I'm on that server as well.
Nice. Guess I'm bad at leaving servers. I've got too many to count here, but this is the one I hang out in the most for sure.
Yeah, I'm like that as well. I have way too many servers. I have never cleaned that stuff out.
Yeah. A lot of Flat Earth ones. There's been a lot of servers that have been deleted over the years. I'm sure some have been removed from my list here, but a lot of Flat Earth stuff. Everyone's got their own little corner, you know?
When I came back to Discord, I jumped into Gem Panda server, I'm not joking, for less than 5 minutes. And then I removed myself. I left that server completely. I was on Geo's server for a bit, and was it Earth Awakenings, I think it's called. I was on that for a bit. I kind of left that, got bored. And then there was another one as well, but I can't remember what it was, that live stream. I left that one because I got bored.
Well, glad you like this place, because we like you here. You give us good content, so
I like being here, man. It's fun.
Stuck with us.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You're all right.
I saw you in the check-in. Was the guy we were just speaking to who you checked in?
No, so Tryhard was somebody that I just unmuted in the server because they didn't have any roles. The guy that I was speaking to, I think his name was Crabapple. Yeah, I think, I mean, my impression was he was drunk, man. Seriously. But when I questioned him about it, he said, no, I'm not drunk. I'm not very well. I'm on medication. So I didn't want to push any further. So if that's the rope you want to hang yourself with, man, that's all good for me.
Yeah.
We have Derek.
It's like 6 o'clock. Hilly already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
We have Derek in here who his About Me says he's a retired police officer. He doesn't have a VC verified, but I gave him control of his mic if he wants to open it up and ask us a question.
What's up, Derek? Good to see you, buddy. You've control of your mic. Thank you, Joyce, for that. Where are you speaking to him, Joyce? In the lobby or somewhere else?
No, he just popped in here, and I figured we might see if he wants to speak, and maybe he doesn't, but whatever.
Oh, okay.
This dude's got a meme for a name.
What, Derek? Okay, I get it now.
There you go. Now you got it.
Yeah, I get it now.
I'm like a freaking detective, man. I'll go research their profiles and shit, and I'm like, I recognize this meme. That dude's his name is not Derek at all.
What if it's just a coincidence?
And you can play as Derek if you want to. He can play Derek if he wants to. I mean, it's a bad character to play, but okay.
Oh no, my neck's already I've got a neck pain already.
Oh God!
You catch my drift.
I know, right?
Anyway, does he still have the ability, or did he left? He left.
Bye, Derek.
Probably.
How hard this is.
Bye.
And they quit. It makes me sick.
You can sniff out a troll like a bloodhound when I'm actually paying attention.
Well, that's what sets us apart. This is why you guys, I feel like flat earthers would make good investigators. I mock
Dude, yeah.
Globy opponents. They would make terrible investigators. Horrible.
Oh yeah, the Globies would be absolutely horrible at being detectives.
Trash.
They'd see like actual evidence, like, yeah, no, that could be from it. That's not blood. That's juice. That's probably Kool-Aid. I'm out.
Yeah, just imagine imagine Pagas as a detective, and then like the criminal's just like, oh, well, I slipped and fell.
Right. Well, dude, sometimes they don't even get to the evidence. They're so busy worried about motive that they can't figure out. So they just sit there and deny. There's
That's true.
This is such a good man. I can't understand.
They'll just think they'll be speculating, right? They won't even visit it. They don't even go to the crime scene. They just sit there speculating instead. But no, it's got to be.
This can't have happened.
Yeah, just if you listen to Pagas, he thought he could rule out that the sex robot was not a sex robot because his neighbor wasn't home. Like their logic is so out of sync with reality. Like
what?
He's like I see butterflies, therefore you couldn't have murdered him.
The neighbor wasn't home because he's at your house, bro.
Yeah.
This sex robot isn't a sex robot because you're not home. I don't get it.
Well, they'd come up to a crime scene and be like, "This must be like a YouTube set, or this must be like a set. There must be acting here."
Yeah, somebody's getting punked.
Man, they got really good fake dead bodies. That's one thing I love.
Or better yet,
go ahead, AG.
I was just gonna say, or worse, they'd see an actual, authentic, real body and then claim that it's just part of the show and that they're trying to be authentic and realistic.
Yeah, Pagas would be like, those
Dude,
are
open your eyes.
Those are ultra-realistic sex robots. Somebody must have not liked the service.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I find funny is that these guys are supposed to be the normies that are representing mainstream view. And then when you present them with evidence, they go full conspirator. No, that's got to be a fake dead body, or that can't, sex robot. Bro, we're supposed to be conspiracy theorists.
Then it takes a flat earth squad. Then they try to infer like how it could be a sex robot, and all their thoughts are about like that inference. While it takes a flat earther to tell, like a crypto, to tell them, why don't you go up to it and check if there's and the battery's there? Oh, oops, no, it's a human.
Fucking hell.
These people, man, I know. They're sophist surfers. And they're not even surfing, it's more like boogie boarding.
The more I live, the more experience I have as my years go on. I look at the world and I get it less and less. We're living in a world of sex robots, guys. That's how far we've come. That's what's happening to our world, right? You can have relationships with ChatGTP or variations of, right? You can have girlfriends in your mobile phone, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening? I mean, it's all well and good sitting around and talking about these things and then talking about something else and then talking about something else. But if you actually fucking hell, we live in a world where there's sex robots.
Well, this is a Globy's daydream.
That's weird.
Weird.
They're just one step away from the. They're one step away from the VR, and then they can have their outer space right in front of their eyes.
Weird in the sense of having the power to control destiny. Weird. It's mind control weird.
It's crazy how everything's synthetic or faked in some way or hijacked or it's crazy. You look at the world and everything's a reproduction of something else.
Yeah. These people, they're idol worshippers. They always have been since long, long ago. Now they've made the idols able to move around and do things. It's still an idol, but it can move.
And in a weird way, they will worship themselves. Because with that kind of... Mankind have achieved this, even though you haven't been in the workshop or the laboratory, right? Mankind have achieved this, we've achieved this, so I can fuck my sex robot. Because I'm fucking all-knowing and all-powerful. I can create just
like we went to the moon, as though everybody in the world has stepped a foot upon the moon.
Yeah, that one. You know exactly what I'm saying.
Well, by that proxy, they also threw the ring into Mordor.
Yep. Well,
that would make a great meme, actually. And make a meme and just have a bunch of people from Lord of the Rings. It's like, we threw the ring into, and it's got like Sam and Frodo. They're like, what the hell?
No, the thing is,
by that.
Yeah, sorry.
Go on,
they watch it on TV and then they're like, we did that. But it's the same thing as like they watch Sam and Frodo do all that stuff with the ring and then they're like, we did that?
Or like
I don't even know the
teams. Yeah, we won.
Yeah, you didn't kick a ball.
Yeah.
You didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can go with everywhere with this one. But if we take that into balance, the whole of mankind, we can achieve such beauty. And down the dark end, we are responsible for the bad shit that goes on in the world, right? By that proxy. I think this is kind of the underlying tone. We live in the world of sex robots. We've done this to ourselves. Even if we've been apathetic to it, we've let it happen. We just stood there in amazement and read the newspaper, or these days looked on the internet for our daily news, and sex robots, or this degeneration or that degeneration. And we've just sat here and, I don't know, let it happen. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's part of it is people have been vying for power and finances for so long, and most of us, most of the public, have not been in playing the same game. We've just been living our lives, you know, and then we get the all this truth, and we're like, oh shit, we need to do something because everything's going to shit. But we don't have the levers. We don't have access to the levers.
No. And as you rightly pointed out, right, we were brainwashed. We were just living our lives. The word that came into my head was, we were heavily distracted. Yeah, absolutely. Then the truth came along. And look at the world we live in. Just makes me marvel how easily people have been deceived, right?
What do you mean? Like, clearly the government it loves us. They protected us the last couple years. We're exploring, outer space. That's amazing. Come on. What more do you expect from a society? We're spending, we're taking a lot of money and going to space. What more can you ask for?
Just that. We're taking a lot of money and going to space. I mean, you're not going to space, but you're taking a lot of money, and there's people suffering in the world.
I mean, Flatman can. He would say that the money is probably better spent, like you said, for the people on Earth. But I mean, what do they need it for? Well, clearly, we need to spend it and explore our realms of space and test science. Okay, science is It's crucial for society. And if we believe in flat Earth, I'm just kidding, dude. This is the kind of spiel that they always put on, dude. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
They don't even get to any evidence. They just talk like that. Oh well, you can't believe in it. It's just you're not allowed.
Yeah, they just try to appeal to people's emotions and use fallacious rhetoric.
Think of the children.
I don't know. It's too bad people can't enjoy space for what it really is. A really cool, in my opinion, it's a cool theme. It's a good fiction theme for movies and books and whatnot. Anime, if you're into that. So just let it be that. Let it be fiction. But
maybe that's partially why it works, because it's just such a cool story.
Yeah, that's a cool
we
story.
got people heavily invested right now. I mean, they can shoot a launch on a screen and people are gonna like clap, like on a screen. It's like it's a. Imagine being in a movie theater watching Interstellar, and you're like clapping, like yeah, like dude, it's a movie, dude. What are you doing, dude? This is crazy. So just people can't see it yet.
It's even worse than that, because like last rocket launch, for instance, they're like, the rocket's going up, and it explodes, and they're like, oh yeah, success.
Yeah, they literally wrote that in the articles. Yeah, it's a successful failure. That's stupid, dude. Crazy. Kind of love it because they can just do anything at this point. They can do anything. Just shoot up a rocket, explode it. We still win. They still believe us. I mean, dude, they said they crashed. There was a mystery rocket that crashed into the moon. No one knew whose it was. That blew over. No one had a problem with that. They can say whatever the hell they want at this point. Yeah, let me hold on. Let me back that up. Hold on.
Wait, what? I'm listening. You should know me by now. Somebody says something really weird. Just, what? It's a random rocket that just landed on the moon or crashed into the moon. What the fuck?
Multiple screenshots of this.
It reminds me of the story that happened maybe 5 years ago where North Korea, there was, I don't know, some article somewhere, North Korea had landed on the dark side of the sun or landed on the sun.
Yeah, landed on the sun. Yeah, I remember that one.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god. They landed on the sun. That's great.
That's alright. They did it at night time, so it was fine.
Yeah, that's how you know North Korea is the best at science, because they just went to the backside of the sun and landed on the night side.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, Jedi. Did you check the chat there? So, this is a screenshot there. I don't know if you know the Spider-Man meme where there's like 3 of them pointing at each other, but it's like China, rocket sent to crash into moon isn't ours. And no one knows, no one is sure where it came from. Rocket booster about to hit the moon. Experts say China is probably lying about rocket crashing into the moon, so they're all blaming each other. No one knows whose it is. Mystery deepens as China denies owning space junk set to crash into moon. And so here's a follow-up. They're like, oh, even the top one says, when a rogue rocket hits the moon, NASA will hunt for the crater grave. So here it follows up, double crater seen on the moon after mystery rocket impact. So they can just say whatever the hell they want.
And they're just pointing at a crater. Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
This one.
Where's the rocket? Where's the rocket? Where's any debris? What?
Don't need to see the rocket. I need to see that
This is
shit.
stupid. Out of control, SpaceX rocket on collision course with moon. Unknown space object. Yeah, it's just
Unknown SpaceX rocket. What? SpaceX rocket.
there's that. So, dude, that's why the zany space news that Crit gets into is really funny, because I think if you present it back to a globe earther, they're gonna find they'll probably think you're lying or you made it up until
Yeah.
you pull out the receipts and you're like, well, here, mainstream news, dude. I have another one that says there was like glass marbles on the moon or something.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Remember-
Yeah. No, I'm just
remember-
saying.
I remember watching something years ago where they were talking about, how likely it was that an asteroid was going to hit the Earth. And they were all kind of in agreement, yeah, not very likely. And this every week, every other day we get told, oh, watch out for this asteroid. Oh, it's really fucking close. This one's not so close now, but in a couple of years' time, oh, it's going to come back and be even closer. And, well, this one could potentially hit us. It's always some kind of threat from something that's happening in the fucking sky.
And you're not lying. It is every week.
Yeah, it is. Some story, some bollocks that if you were to, I don't know, put it all together, you would start throwing some of it out. Yeah, I don't believe this. This is crap. All right, I can believe that. Right? It's just like any other type of news. You can take it as you want. But space and the ball and these things could possibly happen. Right? Because we're on a ball in space and this is the moon that they say what it is. So it's all feasible that it could possibly happen. So we just make stories up about it. You can choose whichever one you want to believe in.
That's when the space junk helmets come in. Because
didn't some astronaut on a spacewalk lose a glove? I mean, I would have thought that would be quite light threatening. I read that maybe over the last 3-4 years because it was in their server. Yeah, some astronaut on a spacewalk lost his glove. Brilliant. Fine. No problem. Sorry, CV, go on.
No, that's okay. I'm gonna post something in the bot real quick. But that's just where the space junk helmets come in. Who put that pearl there? Like you said, every week they're trying to convince you something's gonna come crashing down. I've got so many screenshots. I don't even need to stink up the panel or the chat here with all of them. But yeah, you're literally not lying that they do that every week. Oh, there's a 1 in 600 chance this one might hit. It's stupid. So yeah, if they can convince you that something's going to come crashing down, and they convince people the last couple years to cover their face, I wouldn't be surprised if they can convince people to cover their head from some space junk. Watch out, folks. And then that's another way to set your sheep apart. You separate your wheat from your tare, right? You're able to identify who's the believing in me still and who doesn't. And so people ask, like, why does it matter if I believe in the globe or whatever? Well, dude, if you could be convinced to cover your mouth and your head with a space junk helmet, like the flat earthers will be the ones that don't fall for that. You will never, as a flat earther, ever put on a space junk helmet to protect yourself from falling space debris if you know that gas pressure requires a container / outer space doesn't exist. So that's why it matters. But here, let me play a small clip here. It's a commercial I stumbled across just to kind of tie in my point.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
So it's already in the programming, y'all. They're already telling people, watch out. You might get some space junk. So just wait. If they're already telling you every week something's going to come crashing, all they have to do is the one big one. All right, everybody, get those helmets on. You don't want to. Yeah, you get the idea. So just be glad that you know that you'll never fall for that ever. If you're a flat earther, at least understand some of the things that. At least the gas pressure argument. You don't have to understand the flat earth, but if you know outer space isn't real, that's a good start. Although, for me, that was the last thing to go.
I guess. I mean, maybe I'm not following you correctly, maybe I'm just following the voices in my head. But when we talk about, gas pressure without a container, and gas stories about what space is, and obviously not great big rocks then that we call asteroids and meteorites. But does that mean that there's not things up in the sky? Now,
well, I'll be honest. I've never seen a rock fall from the sky, but maybe.
No, I've never seen a rock fall from the sky. But we have seen things go across the sky, and you can argue the toss that maybe something has at least been in the atmosphere and hit the fucking floor that appears to have come from the sky. The only reason why I bring it up is, right, from a biblical standpoint, if we talk about prophecy, there is eventually going to be a great big rock that comes from the sky. That apparently is going to happen. Second point is, because, hey, look, if we try and think about what the sky is, there's a lot of suggestion that maybe the sky, the bit that we're not breathing, is water. Maybe it turns into some kind of ice, and eventually that ice turns into a liquid, for example. And up there where the sun, moon, and stars are, that's a fluid, that's a liquid. All right, that's my suggestion. We can take it from the Bible, and they say the water's above. All right, not a problem. We're going to take it from a biblical standpoint, though. We can kind of maybe get to the understanding that there could be debris in the sky. If this place was flooded, for example, if there was a cataclysm, if there was explosions, for example, maybe things have gone far enough into the sky that have broken this ice barrier into the water and kind of just are stuck in the water. We see them, okay, because they say that they see things, right? Rocks and stuff that sometimes come down. So maybe they do see them. Maybe people do see them because it's not always authorities that say that they're tracking these things. You can have amateur people saying that they're tracking these things. Right? So maybe these things in the sky do exist, just not in the way that we're told, because of something that happened a long time ago, because the sky's not what we said, it's water. And it might be debris in the sky that occasionally falls down and hits the earth. It's just a thought, right?
For sure. Yeah, no,
you don't need to buy it, mate. You don't need to say, well done, Jedi, that's 100% right. It's just a thought, mate. Do you know what I mean?
No, I was actually just going to give. I was going to give a little clap back. It's all good. I was going to, that was a good, fair point. That was a fair point. But I was going to say, kind of maybe lost my train of thought. My target audience with the Space Junk helmet definitely isn't people who would be someone that understands the things that you just said. They don't. Yeah. They're not even close to that. So yeah, my target audience is for those that probably fell for the last couple of years, and then potentially would fall for a narrative like that, like space or an asteroid hitting the Earth. But I definitely agree with where you're coming from. That someone that understands these things. You probably wouldn't look stupid walking around with a helmet on, though. Anyway, so about that. But I get where you're going.
Kind of remembering the Truman Show movie where the light fitting falls out of the sky. Do you remember that scene?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, yeah, that's a fair point actually. From that movie, that's actually a good example.
I did wonder as well. But the gentleman asked earlier about the Anunnaki and UFOs and these types of things, because maybe not all of the things that we see move across the sky are rocks, for example. Maybe the things that we see that occasionally move across the sky with streaks behind them are not dead, they're alive, possibly. Being as we've been lied to about what the shape of the Earth is, and definitely about what the sky is, we think they're rocks and giant balls of gas. We're told that asteroids fly around and we have to have insurance to cover our cars just in case they land on the floor and shit. But obviously that there are things that we can't identify. And there are stories, and like I said, if we were to take the biblical narrative, but not just the biblical narrative, because gods have always come from the sky, right? If they haven't come up from underground, they definitely come from the sky. So I do wonder sometimes whether that narrative is to blur out the truth that maybe some of these things that move across the sky are alive and not dead. flat rocks.
Yeah, man. The other day, I think I popped in the VC and asked, like, what do you guys think shooting stars are? And I had just seen one not too long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, you remember? Yeah. So, and we were like, no one really put their 10 toes down. I'm like, this is what it is. Obviously, this is a flat Earth server. Probably would expect that, but people were pretty hesitant about doing that anyway. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, but I agree that those things are very. It is curious that they do happen, and even Whitsitt has brought up the point that they seem to go across the sky, not up or anything from the horizon. So that's also very interesting. If you're a globe Earth minded person and you're thinking we're in outer space or whatever, why is it that we don't see any type of movement coming up from the horizon? It's always some type of across or down, maybe down from up above. So that's an interesting observation. I never really thought about that until Whitsitt pointed it out. But it does make sense. If we're on a globe, they should be coming from all directions. Wouldn't they? I mean, I have had a glober try to explain it, like, oh, well, gravity, pulls it.
Well,
I don't even know how that makes sense, but whatever.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I think I had to draw it up for somebody a long time ago. I don't think I could recall the drawing, but that is a fair point. Something I never really thought of, even when I was a globe earther. Everything's just already a lock. When you're a globe earth person, it's a lock. There's no chinks in the armor. It takes someone like a Jedi, or I see Crypto's in the panel, Drace, to come along and start chipping away and creating chips in the armor. Well, actually, really, it isn't any armor to begin with. It's like a paper gown. I don't know if I've always likened the globe earth claims to be like a piece of toilet paper or something, a paper sword. If you get it wet, it's over. There's no armor there anyway, but just to continue analogy, it does take someone like us to come along and I guess mist the toilet paper and let it just begin dissolving away. So, I mean, like I said, when I was a globe earth believer, everything was a lock. I didn't really think about, oh, well, yeah, I guess things should be happening maybe a little differently. Or, I never even thought that my house moved or whatever until now I realized that, I guess all along I believed that they were moving, but I never considered it. So there's a lot of things you learn on this side of the fence. You learn that it's not a lock. But don't put all your money on the globe earth, folks. I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't put your money on that if I were you.
Talking about things that you hadn't thought about until somebody brought it up, and then you just gone, oh yeah. When we look at the moon and the craters and so on, so we all look at the moon, we all point at the craters. It never really occurred to me until somebody said it a couple of years ago that being as we see the craters from this point of view, that means that the Earth would have been in the way when the craters were formed, because this is the direction that the craters would have been formed from. Then here's where the rocks came from. Not on the other side of the moon, right? This is what we get told. There's not very many craters on the other side of the moon, where you'd expect to see them, apparently, right? If that moon is orbiting the Earth and stopping asteroids from hitting us, being some kind of cosmic vacuum cleaner. So it's interesting when you look at the placement of where the craters are, because that means that they would have come from here then. Never really thought about that until somebody pointed it out. But yeah, being as we look up and we see craters, the direction of the craters would have been, well, me.
Yeah, and then the globe earth explanation is absolutely out of pocket. What they say with the magic speed thing, it's incredible that you can say that. But it's what you're saying is kind of what they were getting at. He tried to explain it like, oh, well, you see, even though it would seem that way, due to a magic speed, it's like, that's, dude, come on, man. What the hell? Who believes that? But actually, I was just saying earlier that 24/7 Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience server kind of gave me the keys to put in some sound clips to their soundboard so that we can use them here. Because I have Nitro right now. One of the clips I gotta add, of course, is the Magic Science or the Magic Speed from Neil deGrasse. I'm gonna try to add a lot of flat Earth focused ones to theirs. But he says that clearly. Let me just pull that up. I'm sure y'all have heard it before, but for anyone that hasn't, our boy Neil deGrasse, freaking Globe Earth Society over here.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Okay. No, he's not talking about drugs. He's talking about, somebody asked, kind of what Jedi was getting at. It seems that the craters, the way that they're impacted, it's not like they're coming from all these different directions. If anyone plays golf and you hit 100 golf balls, the way that the golf ball hits the fairway or the green, it's going to impact different ways. It's not going to leave a perfect circular impact every time. You're going to get them coming in at different angles. That's not what appears to have happened on the moon. If what they're saying is true about the rocks and whatever. So their explanation for that is that the golf ball just came in at a magic speed, and due to that, you get your circular, non-divoted type of impact. So
there is a magic speed.
Maybe he was talking about drugs all along.
I think that magic speed is going to be played quite a few times, man. Yeah. It's going to be relevant to a few things as well.
I've had Nathan give me a couple shout outs for playing it before. So I'm sure they'll appreciate that one over there. That's crazy. And I'm just glad that we don't have to say stupid stuff like that to make our worldview make sense for other people. We don't never have to make stuff up. Well, you see the Earth moves at a magic speed, and that's crazy. Who they're supposed to be the normies, the scientific ones. What the hell are they doing? We're supposed to be saying stuff like that, aren't we? Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to do now is just show them that we actually have the normal, sane position. It's them who have the crazy ideas. Freaking magic speeds. You would think a flat earther made that up. Or something, you know.
I wonder what that magic speed is.
I know.
66,600 and more sixes in it that I can remember.
Oh, well, I was going to say check the chat.
You did give him a slight shout out earlier, CB, but I'll do it again, being as Crypto has joined us. Good afternoon, Crypto, my friend. I hope you keep him well. Obviously, feel free to ignore me completely. That's absolutely.
I expect to hear some turn signals, but yeah, what's up, Crypto?
Even if you don't give us a shout, it's nice to know you're about, buddy. Maybe we'll catch up. I need to sound more enthusiastic, I really do. Starting to put myself to sleep. Couldn't be more bored. But yes, come on, anybody watching on YouTube, if you want to get involved in a conversation pertaining to the shape of the Earth, what it is, what it does, what it isn't, and what it doesn't, then hit the link provided by Nightbot. Maybe some of you have finished watching Nathan Oakley by now. It's 3:30. So yeah, if anybody's bored, wants something to do, hasn't joined the server before, hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and server again. Come and join the server, go to voice checker number 1, and I'll probably check you in, give you some roles so you can join in the conversation. We can chat about what the Earth is. So everybody watching on YouTube, there's a fair few of you. If you want to join, Like I said, hit that link. Trying to wake myself up, mate. Might have to make some coffee.
Well, if you want to be real awake, you need real coffee. Chug
Some of that magic speed.
Yeah, you need that magic speed. That's what you need. Yeah.
To be fair, if I had
What time is it
anything
there?
like that. Oh, what time is it? It's 31 minutes past the hour of 3.
Oh, okay. You say you don't do anything like that?
Yeah, so when we're talking about the substances that we were talking about earlier, I used to, if I did that now, my heart would go bang, 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 bang. Definitely not something that I could physically do anymore.
I've actually never tried that, but
Oh, it's been a long and varied life, mate.
not knocking. So, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe these astronauts need their, chugga. They need to be extra. As Don Pettit called it, what did he call it? He called it. Damn it! Let me pull it up. He called it something weird. Let me just get the vid for y'all. Bear with me here.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus, working from home. Let's start off with the second most important activity that most human beings do after they get up in the morning.
What's the first, Don?
Get yourself a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee. When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that
Pleasantries.
are an ingrained part of our human culture. How do we make our proper cup of coffee?
You start off with the toilet and you go through a plumbing mess, into a distillation outfit, into a bunch of filters, into the galley, and then to a proper cup of coffee.
What can you do to transcend from drinking your coffee through a straw from a bag into something that's more fitting for a proper cup of coffee? Here we have Earth Cup, first version of a space cup. We do on orbit. The first thing when you get up is exactly the first thing people do here on Earth. The second thing we want to do on orbit is to make a cup of coffee. So we float around the corner to where the galley is, and you can hear all the machinery, the pumps are pumping, and it's going chugga, chugga, chug and whirring, and you can hear gurgles and things, and you make yourself your proper cup of coffee for getting started on that day. Now, the NASA engineers called this system a regenerative life support system. And I like to call it the coffee machine, because this ensemble of equipment has the uncanny ability to turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee. So,
Still pissed.
with that, let me sign off from my kitchen. I need to get back to teleworking on the lunar lander, and maybe we'll have a coffee machine available on our lunar base. So long.
Habitability design.
Yo, that is not the first time he said chugga chugga chug. That's like it's like his freaking catchphrase now. He said that on multiple occasions.
Yeah. It did make me smile when he said that. The fuck?
Oh, a few pleasantries. You gotta. Oh my god, dude. Who calls it that? Actually, the video. Go ahead.
All I was going to say is who separates that word so much that it sounds like pleasant trees? Who does that?
Hey. Well, actually, in the video, whoever, let me drop the link. Whoever put the video together, when he said pleasantries, they put like a line on there, a line of what we were just talking about. Let me drop the link. What are you talking about, Donnie P? There's the link. You can find it if you look up proper cup of coffee.
Okay.
That's weird. Are embeds not working for you guys? That's weird.
No idea. Right, guys, I'm going to bounce. I'm going to go and get some food, and I'll probably catch up with you at some point later on today. Have a good one. Take care, CD. See you later.
in a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are all the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math. Okay, Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict
4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curie point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion, and it is a religion. It's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. in perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is in fact approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you can never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake. stake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro, who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space, heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified. They had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us and Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist. Over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing, you get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that your gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth.
Do you like
That's
tennis?
The next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you.
Let me see ya.
Not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go.
Wow.
Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless it was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, because it's used as a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there. And it will always work. So where north is, because it doesn't change for all recorded history. Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is. So it is, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. It has the same cycle. The cycle over top is the clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe earth knows none of the answers. right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunked the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Flyman's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamma. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched and tried to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone is about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ What's it gets a cash at, what's it protonmail.com, PayPal. If you want to support the tour, I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
What's up, guys? Big Root, you got server muted because you were hot micing, man. Check out the voice text. old dude will unmute you if you just respond for him. Hey, man.
Hey, dude, did I just hot mic my whole conversation with my missus?
Just a little bit, and then one of the bros here helped you out, went ahead and muted you for you.
Fuck's sake, I don't know why this keeps happening. When I join, my mic's on, but it never used to be like that.
I set mine to push to talk and have a hotkey on my keyboard that I hit now. That way it prevents it from happening entirely.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to change my settings, because it's probably annoying for you guys when you're listening to something. How are you though, buddy, man? How's everything?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain. Been working on a lot of random things.
Yeah, you back in full motion? Back in
Kinda.
Yeah, good.
Well, I made some realizations about certain things and made certain changes and working to change other stuff.
Oh yeah, spiritual, mental, health?
Everything.
Awesome. Had like one of those breakthrough moments, yeah?
Got places to be, and I'm not guaranteed tomorrow.
Yeah. No, that's good, man. So you got some plans then, yeah?
Old plans that I'm reactivating that I put on pause because depression from being in pain. I wouldn't be depressed if I wasn't in chronic pain. I'd be just fine. But the depression comes from the pain. It's not something that I can take meds for to get rid of the depression or anything. It wouldn't be there if I wasn't hurting.
Yeah, I could only imagine, man.
You just push through that kind of crap. You can't let it stop you.
That's it, man. What's that Rocky quote? It's not how hard you can hit, but it's how hard you can take a hit and keep going.
Yeah. Continuing to move forward is part of the meaning of life. I mean, you quit. If you sit down and stop moving, you get really good at sitting, and that ends up just leading you closer to death. You die sooner.
Yeah, man. I always say a health scare is what makes us wake up, usually.
Oh, that's the messed up part. This is probably like the 6th or 7th time this has happened to me because there's that many stones. So I advise that everybody make sure you know what you're drinking and what you're consuming. Like, know that what you're doing is not going to cause long-term effects to your body because you will have to deal with it later.
Dude, you should get an alkaline water filter. They're really good.
I've gotten to the point where I don't like drinking any water that comes from the tap at all. Like, we make tea from it sometimes. I don't even want to drink that. I have to make it using pure water. Boiling something isn't going to get the stuff out of it. If anything, it'll just make it more condensed.
Well, boiling does sort of clean the water, but yeah, it's not going to get rid of things like some of the chemicals. But like, there are
minerals.
Yeah, but there are water filters out there. One I've got is from a company called Nikken, a Japanese company. It's like 200 quid, I think it cost me, 220 quid. But yeah, it takes out like 60% of the chlorine. You know, like, and When you taste the water, man, it's pure, it's clean. You can tell.
Definitely need to invest in something like that and have it installed in the bus. Another thing, though, is this. Our bodies need magnesium in order to process calcium. So if you have low magnesium, the calcium will build up in your body and it can collect in your kidneys.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yep.
That I can say is medical advice, but only because my doctor literally told me that it was medical advice he gave me. So now I'm telling you an anecdotal, kind of secondhand thing, but
Mark,
of what he says.
I'm a sailboat racer, right?
Oh, geez.
I like watching sailboats, and I like
What's this?
also riding motorcycles.
That's wonderful. I like skiing, jogging in the rain, and a cool breeze. Dislikes, fake smiles, bad breath, and pretender clown numpty dipshit, especially those who don't know what a scientific model is.
I want to pause it, but I don't because it's Quantum Eraser and he's funny as hell.
I'm going to watch the America's Cup. I'm going to go watch the motorcycle race.
The motorcycle race? Is there only one?
I'm going to go watch things. And then I'm going to take what they're doing and I'm going to model it.
I think someone sent us a hint.
Motorcycle or my big fat slow sailboat.
That's not a scientific model, Jim Jones.
Hey, I'm cool with getting on topic. It's not Sunday.
University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that explanation of a phenomena, i.e. model, theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. What you're attempting to identify as a model and what an actual scientific model is are wormhole warp galaxies apart. I mean, it's not that you're even wrong. This is the belly-laughing dumpster fire category error as claiming beluga whales are catalytic converters. You're exposed, belly-laughingly so.
Because what I do is I find out I couldn't see the guy's gauges on the motorcycle. I looked at the results that he had. I looked at his positioning coming out of the corner.
You did that all by yourself? I'd have to say, sir, your story here, while entertaining on a second-grade doofus level, is getting somewhat bizarre.
How he managed to hold that angular momentum to keep himself firmly in the saddle, not be thrown off. And then I modeled that.
Oh, Jesus wept. All you did was mimic what you saw him do, crayon muncher. Not anywhere close to a scientific model.
You want to hear some of the things that we can observe?
To be honest, I really don't. But I have an audience that looks forward to hearing comments from soon-to-be or just-released mental asylum patients. So for them, what you got now?
We can observe sunsets.
Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. The sun doesn't actually set, either on your ball-tard or a flat earth. Setting is merely a figure of speech. Also, observations are just looking at something. Any moron with eyesight can accomplish the daring feat. It's a whole other ballgame to validate the cause.
We can observe the sun not changing angular size in the sky throughout the day.
So, angular size means apparent size. Apparent in this context means not actual. According to your fairy tale narrative, the sun's position is also apparent. So your Hemlock Sprite query actually is, why does the not actual size of the sun not decrease its not actual size as it moves from its not actual position? Priceless. By the way, Chris Van Maitre showed that it did change its not actual size during the day with a solar filter about 5 years ago.
We can observe a horizon.
Yes, we surely can. We see it at least 10 miles away from a 1-foot observer height, which pummels your ball-tard into the incoherent oblivion. Thanks for bringing it up.
Fatality. All three of those are impossible on a flat Earth.
Yes, and dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils.
My question again goes, all of these things, whether it's motorcycle riding, looking at a bird in the atmosphere.
What is up with these baltards and birds?
We can make a model and explain how it works.
You can explain how a bird in the atmosphere works? Is this another natural experiment birds humping proofsies?
Because a model has explanatory and predictive powers.
A scientific model can predict after its prediction, i.e. scientific hypothesis, has been validated by experiment. However, your little vroom vroom motorbike model can't. Next block of instruction, how to spot a sail on a sailboat.
That's why we are so obsessed with a model.
You're so obsessed with a model because you're a moron. Number one, I've clearly established that you don't know what an actual scientific model is. Number two, the equivocation fallacy models you've conjured in that pea-sized piece of horse manure you got between your ears haven't even reached wiki reification fallacy status, which is scary by itself. From your alma mater wiki. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. Number three, when you finally breach reification fallacy status, as a good majority of your baltard spinning space monkey brethren already have, you're going to realize, with assistance from your fleet of slobber nurses, you actually don't even have that. All you have is diarrhea of the parroted fairy tale narrative mouse syndrome.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! Reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models.
Get lost, dummy!
So when a flat earther tells me they don't have a model, that's basically them saying, I don't know, and I can't even guess. It's admitting you lost before you even showed up to the table.
Retard! Hold on,
Where's the
Kimo,
flat Earth?
where's their model? Have you seen it?
That model, they don't have one yet, no.
Let's see
Sure,
it. Oh, they
check
don't
out
have
Google Earth.
What the f***? Your baltard spinning monkey ball model is Google Earth?
Say it ain't so.
That little charade was renounced publicly, quite vigorously, over 3 years ago by the lowerarchy of your crayon-munching clan. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
Do you think elevation is the same thing as curvature, sir? Because that's just dumb.
Look here, you big dummy.
Elevation isn't curvature. Elevation is elevation. However, the hallmark characteristic of curvature is changing elevation, as in elevation drop. In this specific case, 8 inches per mile squared vertical drop off a tangent from your feet in every direction. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I've shot lasers off the moon. I actually shot it off the moon, and I know that because the first time we attempted the experiment, we missed the retroreflectors and got no signal.
Oh, brother, another bouncing biscuit. This delusion wasn't and never will be a scientific experiment. Interestingly, on May 9th, 1962, MIT bounced a ruby laser off the moon. Where were the retroreflectors then, you retro
dummy?
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah?
You've just been erased.
Well, yeah, Big Root. That's risky stuff to talk about. It's like walking on eggshells everywhere, man.
I thought it was an innocent comment, but say no more. Fair play. YouTube sucks, man. You guys should move to Rumble.
The technocratic censorship is everywhere. It's cross-platform.
Is this streamed anywhere else, but apart from YouTube?
People might be mirroring it and re-uploading it based off of Helio's stream, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. I bet Rumble's a good place for this stream in general.
I think it's on Twitch or something like that too. Periscope. Oh, I don't even know if Periscope's still around, but I think it's on Twitter. I think Helio streams it on Twitter as well.
Twitter, yeah. They allow free speech again now, apparently.
I think a lot of other members do peruse onto other platforms like Faceback and all of that. Backface. I like that. Did you hear that? That was from a comedy movie with Will Ferrell. I don't know. Was it Old School? I think it might have been Old School.
I can't remember. I have heard it before. Sonny, was it you who was talking to that girl yesterday who apparently worked for a foreign satellite maker?
No, I don't think it was me.
No, I can't remember. It was definitely one of the admins. I was just wondering if she came back because she was very confident. Until somebody slowed her right down.
Are you an Aussie?
Who, me?
In Australia? Are you in Australia or British?
I'm British.
British. Okay. Sorry about that.
Don't worry, mate. It's all good.
It's all good. Listen, when the Aussies were waking up, or when the Aussies started coming on, it was like 4 in the afternoon the next day. It was 2 o'clock in the morning for me. That's when I signed off. I was like, I fell out. And I had a really restless night's sleep too. I get terrible leg cramps. Especially after I've been riding a lot, and I've ridden over 100 miles this last week. So I probably overstressed my legs a little bit more than I should have.
Do you smoke cannabis?
Yeah, I do. And actually, speaking of it, I do. I'm about to roll up my first one as my kind of ceremony in the morning. But I made some. I took some a pan, and I just put some coconut oil, about 1/4 inch high, maybe a little more, and I popped some corn. Now, what I did is I put about a really fine ground, about enough for about 3 joints or 4 joints. So it might have been 1 gram, 2 grams, maybe. So it might have been a couple grams. I put in this popcorn. It's pretty strong. I'm sitting here munching on it this morning too. But I think it literally helped me fall asleep to relax enough for at least a little while. And next time I'll learn how to do it better, because I use a little brown sugar, and I salt, brown sugar, cinnamon in with it, and it's delicious. But I need to make the syrup with the brown sugar and butter. Oh yeah, I put butter in afterwards. But
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I love cooking with weed.
I'm gonna get some more. Actually, I'm gonna do another batch because it's so quick. Whereas when I make a concentrate, I have to slow cook the coconut oil, like, and you gotta be careful not to burn it. But if you're careful on the stovetop, I did it quite expertly, and coconut oil is perfect medium to cook it in. So it's very quick to cook it enough to just get to that point where it activates. It activates with THC by heat. So it doesn't matter how you get the heat to it. If you cook it or if you smoke it, you're still releasing it by heating it. Pretty cool stuff.
Cannabinoids.
Yeah, it's actually very technical when you start cooking it. Like, I have a friend who cooked a lot of that concentrate, and if you do it right, 1 teaspoon, and it's like pretty much all day, fully medicated for a good 4 to 6 hours, maybe.
Yeah, my mate makes the oil, the black oil that you can make out of it.
Yeah.
Because my mom had bladder some for that, but he made too much, so I kept some for myself. I was thinking, what should I do with this thing, man? Like, I don't know how to use it. So I just started putting it actually on the Rizla with my normal spliff, and oh my god, I couldn't believe it.
Wow. So
super potent.
What does he make that? How does he make that? Just keeps cooking it down and down and down and down?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know how he makes it, but yeah, he cooks it down, and then it goes into, like, it just looks like black tar, basically. It's very sticky, but it's just pure and concentrated. So it helped with my mum's. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but it definitely helped my mum get over, you know what.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it too long, but it is very interesting, and there's actually a lot of things coming out of the research, especially places like Amsterdam, and who wide open with the research and so forth with the medical, the strains and all of that stuff, So, it does.
Yeah.
It's a pretty amazing thing. Very versatile, and I'll just put it that way. As far as you would say, health positive type of botanical. Let's just call it that.
Yeah, it's only the smoking bit that's not good for you,
It's true. But I've noticed if I minimize and try to supplement to try to get off the smoking thing, I have vaporizers all around me, and
Yeah, I find I get through too much with a vaporizer.
well, I'm not sure I like the Delta 8. I'm trying it, but it's a little bit different. But speaking of, you remember, excuse me, remember when they had the Volcano vape, the desktop vape, tabletop ones? Oops. Remember when
Yeah, the big ones.
Yeah, they put a balloon on and you do it like that. But I have a small handheld one, and I replaced the battery. This thing's about 8 years old now, and I pulled the battery out and looked online and found the battery with the same number, and bought it, and it made this vaporizer that vaporizes flour. So it's like a mini.
Oh, super hot. Mini volcano.
It's adjustable temp, so I can go to like to 400 degrees or 420 at 425, I think it goes up to, but like
420
is really good. But what I was getting to is the spectrum of the temperatures and what it releases as far as cannabinoids and flavonoids and all those kind of things. That's pretty that there's backing for those things, like that's been studied. Now they know. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, everybody knows. Nobody wants to admit it in the professional fields.
Yes, especially there. Some people in some fields are trying to say that it causes you to vomit. They call it cannabis-induced hyperemesis. Like what?
Yeah.
Listen, after I have my operation, and like I said, I will stop. But after I have my operation, I'm only 9 days out from my operation right now, and I've already ridden 100 miles on my bike. So I'm feeling pretty good. But I was deathly ill, and they told my son the same thing, and he had to have his gallbladder out too. But they tried to say that, because you smoke pot, that's why you're upset to your stomach. No, I have this huge gallbladder stone that I never knew about, and no one ever checked really, and no one ever found it before.
Yeah.
I yield.
Oh, the medical industry's got a lot of. They'll make a bunch of false claims about what's going on with the patient. It gets weird.
I don't like to stick to those.
Huh.
Any Glovers in here? Anybody new? How about Big Root? I've seen you here for a while. You're a valued VC verified. What about your Earth roll? Are you there, Big Root?
Yeah, dude, I was just talking to you before with Ether.
That's you. I'm sorry. I get mixed up with the names, bro.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Cool. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I get mixed up with the name, like if I'm not looking on the mobile, especially. But the mobile's working out pretty well. Seems to be easier. I can move around. I don't have to stay by a keyboard or something. That's what I get tired of. So
Yeah, I think most of the time I've conversated in here, you've not been here, or when you're here, it's really busy normally.
yeah,
You sound really clear now, though, Sonny. I can actually hear what you're saying.
I'm in here.
So that's good.
So everybody in the U.S. that's here in the daytime, that's when I'm around up until late at night. Like last night, stayed up late on the Discord, and it was pretty good. Then I guess my phone just shut off, which was timely. So, yeah, it's been pretty good the last few days. I hope we get somebody that has a little bit of meat on the bones left, because you're not a Glover, right? You definitely don't sound like a Glover. I could tell pretty quick. But if you tell me,
No, I'm a flat earther.
yeah, pretty much. I figured.
Yeah. I think so. I've been a flat earther for years. I used to come in here a couple of years ago, and I think I used to. I'm a bit of a contrarian when I want to be, and I think I was debating with a flat earther to the point where they took my role flat earth off me. But I'm definitely a flat earther.
Yeah, I believe it, man. Listen, I can kind of tell by someone's voice, actually. It's funny.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But your voice changes in some ways. I think I think no matter how frantic our lives are or whatever's going on, it still settles us down, this knowledge. Like my feet are still on the floor. Like, okay, above the floor, things can be crazy, but my feet are still solid on the floor. So with that knowledge, I have learned to move through life more confident, actually. I mean, I have lacked
It gives you a
confidence in
peace.
myself many times over, you know, and sometimes sporadically at nothing specific could be pinpointed as to the cause of why I feel erratic or whatever is going on. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm not sure where I was going with that exactly. It'll come back around, but
The piece of flat earth. Yeah.
but yeah, so to like end tie up the loose ends. But I know no matter what is happening above the ground, like in my head or what's happening physically around my body, space around my body, whatever, I feel more confident about where I stand. And that's a big deal, because where you stand is like your foundation for your body, you know, just like a foundation of a house or something like that. You can imagine buildings have to have foundation. Well, we have to have foundation too. We have a solid one, not one that's moving and spinning through a vacuum of the violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You know, it can't happen. People want to say, oh, like, get back to flat earth. I mean, like, so the scale, like, we can't imagine the scale. So what's this thing about them telling us that we're too small? That kind of goes along with us being insignificant, right? Also, doesn't it seem to go in line with each other? Small and insignificant. Shut up, little boy. You're annoying. Stop asking all those questions. I mean, right?
What I don't get is they always say we're too small to be able to observe curvature, but their actual model says that there has to be curvature every 8 inches per square mile squared. So it's just a complete joke when they say that.
Yeah, we're too small, but so why did they give us that size that anybody could go see at the beach 5 miles away? 10 miles, 5 to 10 miles, 16 feet up 5 miles. Vertical drop from your eye level. So no, you wouldn't see it over the ball. You wouldn't see the shoreline. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I just spent a couple days at the beach again, and I can see at least 3 miles. Now, 3 miles is 6 feet of drop. I'm seeing little bitty waves breaking out on the point on the rocks. You know, just surge. that's causing a swirl of white water on the surface. And you can see it. Where there's supposed to be at least 6 feet of vertical drop, you're seeing like surge of white water, not even a full wave. You see what I'm saying? Like if you're around water a lot, I am. You start noticing little things like that. And you start to try to measure them up. That's what I did. That's what happened to me. I tried to measure up what they're saying, how much that is supposed to drop, like let's say where I live here in San Diego, across the harbor all the way down to Mexico. So I can see the harbor, it's behind a breakwater, so it's calm water, right? This is from the city.
Yep.
So
just one of those.
Yeah.
Just one of those observations, is worth a conversation. Never mind the hundreds and thousands of observations that flat earthers come up with every day. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
To the point where I'm disappointed in the Globers. I'm disappointed in the family members that are Globers. I'm disappointed in them all, man.
I know. Me too. To the one that I still talk to. Let's see, what's the date? Oh, good. I have an important birthday tomorrow for my son. Yeah. Next time I'll get a good recipe for kettle corn and make it like that.
Ask Morvis, he probably has a good recipe. Doesn't he make a lot of popcorn stuff? Okay.
the earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were only created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it, but the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with the disruption. With all my flat earth homies on the Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it, but the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget, just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be whipping, you people really need to get on my level.
lest we forget. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck, a.k.a. no marble science, fresh off his thesis defense of...
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
March 2021.
Can I ask Jeremy a question?
No.
What kind of science is astronomy, Jeremy? Don't tell me to fuck off. Just answer the question. What kind of science is astronomy?
Pseudoscience.
Correct.
No, it's called observational science.
Observational science? Isn't that painfully redundant? Since the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, leading to a logical fallacy, fallacy of composition, also known as faulty induction. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. With observational science, observation is part of the whole, but not the whole of science, i.e., the scientific method. You still have hypothesis construction and the actualization thereof. Experiment. Let's have a little look-see here. Observational science. There's only one source I can find. That's troubling. It's from yourdictionary.com. Okay? It says the definition of observational science is a field of science where controlled observations cannot be done in order to study causes and effects. Scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. It gives examples of observational science: astronomy, sociology, economics, and epidemiology. Beneath the huge advertisement, it also has paleontology and geology. Let's take a look at the first part of this definition. Observational science is a field of science where controlled observations... What do they mean by that? Controlled observations, like you got blinders on, or you got electrodes on your eyelids, and you plug it in and they open up your eyelids and they're controlled, and then you pull the plug and they turn them off? What the hell is that? Who knows? Controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects. Well, that's not natural science. Hypotheses and experiments are purely cause and effect relationship moieties. So it's pseudoscience. If these guys go masquerading around as science, then they're pseudosciences by definition. The second part of this definition: scientific studies are simply done through the observation of nature taking its course and recording the findings over time. What? And they put astronomy with sociology and economics, social sciences, nature taking its course in sociology. Could you show me that? How about nature taking its course in economics? My word, son.
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. It's like epidemiology, sociology, economics, things like that are called observational sciences.
Yep, that's right. You forgot to scroll down underneath your dictionary source and catch a hold of paleontology and geology train wrecks in your observational science dumpster fire.
Do you know what that means, Jeremy?
It means it's pseudoscience because you're not going to follow the scientific method.
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
It means.
Yeah, laugh it up there, funny boy.
It means it's a field of science where controlled observations can't be done in order to study causes and effects.
Yeah, exactly. The prosecution rests. The scientific method's sole purpose is to elucidate cause and effect relationships. You just admitted that these clowns can't do cause and effect. Ergo pseudoscience, by definition. Thanks. It's also fallacious, as we identified.
That's what observational science is.
Yeah, pseudoscience. We already established that. Also, Professor Blueballs, does your dictionary, Observational Sciences, only conduct observational studies? The answer is yes. From Hinkelmann, Klaus, Kepthorne, Design and Analysis of Experiments, Volume 1, Introduction to Experimental Design. Observational studies are not experiments.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
By definition, observational studies lack the manipulation required for Baconian experiments.
Fatality.
In addition, observational studies, for example in biological or social systems, often involve variables that are difficult to quantify or control. Moreover, there are 3 types of observational studies: case control, cross-sectional, and cohort studies. Let me ask you a question. Can you give me the case control, cross-sectional, or cohort study in astronomy? It'd be easier building a perpetual motion machine of the second kind out of taxation without representation.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. There is no such thing as the scientific method, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
You serious?
Jeez, hillbilly. You lost your photosynthetic redneck mind? That's rhetorical. We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's, title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From ChemLibreText, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From Nature.com, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. If you would have said there is no such thing as the Declaration of Independence, it'd have been more coherent.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
It's creating low
And
pressure.
that's how, listen to me, that's how it overcomes gravity.
Jesus.
It doesn't overcome gravity.
So let me get this straight. That's how it overcomes gravity. It doesn't overcome gravity? Do you reminisce with strangers? You got horseshit for brains, son. Clown.
Let's agree on a height, because I think that's a fair point to proceed forward from. You've obviously got a point of ejection to 10 feet, and maybe it was a little flippant. My apologies.
Well, I don't mind
maybe
that.
you could suggest
It doesn't really
the height.
matter.
So it doesn't really matter. You're saying that height doesn't really matter, hillbilly blue balls, the redneck retard.
Well, it does matter, doesn't it? Because the distance to the horizon is what?
No,
it does matter. Why? Why doesn't it matter?
Don't attack me. I'm just.
Don't attack you. He's merely asking you why height doesn't matter. You friggin' snowflake bozo redneck retard.
No,
making,
why doesn't it
making
matter?
a point? If you
Your point was that it doesn't matter. My point is that it does.
Listen, if you want to target height,
Why does it matter?
if you want an observer height or a gun barrel height of 30 feet, you could probably target stuff out to about 6 miles, something like that.
Sir, why doesn't the observer height matter when targeting?
It doesn't matter because they use radar, which is like
no interruption, Tears.
50 or 60 feet up. You know what I mean?
Tears,
And it's
we
a
got
parabola
Adam
flying over
and
the
Blue
horizon.
having a combo here. Adam and Blue, please.
You could see a target on the horizon at about 6 or 7 miles from 30 feet, from a 30-foot observer height or gun barrel height, laser
Sir,
height.
why does not the observer height not matter when you're painting a target, when you're observing it across a geometric board of radius?
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Oh, really? So you didn't say it didn't matter? Do you even know your own name? Or where you're at? You double-speaking Muppets. You just said it didn't matter about 20 seconds ago. Let's have a listen.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter.
You said clearly it doesn't really matter.
Did I?
You did, sir. That's why I felt the need to address it so we could proceed.
I don't believe I said that.
So you don't believe you said that? Really? Well, let's have another listen.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
It
doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, it does matter, the observer height.
Of course it matters.
Wow. It's well past time for you to head back to the Blue Tick Coonhound Kennel, or your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised!
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
You said you're doing an experiment. I just want to know what experiment it is. Would you have more detail?
You don't know that I'm doing Cavendish.
What? Cavendish never performed a scientific experiment, Professor Hillbelly. He didn't have a viable dependent variable. Ergo, no hypothesis. Therefore, no experiment. Check the original paper. You'll find nada. Zippo. Number 2. Why are you performing a non-experiment from a 106-year-out-date pseudoscience, Hillbelly? From Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics, via Phys Libre text. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. So, it's well past time to get up to date with a new hotness, Einstein's general theory of relativity from 1915, and start performing bendy space-time experiments.
And what's your hypothesis?
Attracts mass.
Sorry? What's your hypothesis?
Mass attracts other mass.
So, your hypothesis is, given mass, then mass will attract other mass, right? That's not a scientific hypothesis, Professor Blueballs. That's a circular banjo-do-si-do begging the question fallacy train wreck. You'd fail 5th grade general science and the 60-level basic reasoning course. By the way, what's mass?
Mass is simply the resistance to acceleration. Do you know that?
No. That's inertia. But we'll roll with it anyway. So let's take the definition you provided and substitute the definition for the word, mass. You said mass is the resistance to acceleration. So your hypothesis actually is, Given the resistance to acceleration will attract the resistance to acceleration.
Gas molecules are moving in all different directions, but they're also moving in one singular mass in one direction.
So gas molecules are moving in all different directions and at the same time moving in one singular resistance to acceleration direction?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. And Newton's second law of motion is just the one everybody's heard a million times. Force is equal to mass times acceleration. Do you have any problem with that?
Yeah.
Look at you, big dummy.
Mainly, it, along with all of Newton's so-called laws, along with the universal law of gravitation, were replaced by Einstein 106 years ago. Then wholesale debunked by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted and fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false,
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Fatality. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. A mole is simply a quantity. And as I say, it could be a quantity of anything. We could have a mole of brines if we had enough space to put that many brines.
Wrong. From Royal Society of Chemistry, mole contains exactly 6.0221407 times 10 to the 23rd elementary entities. Unless Brian is an elementary entity, you just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
You dumbass.
Yes, in atmosphere, depending on the ratio of surface area to mass, or to weight, if you want to think of it that way.
Wrong. You're going to have to pick one, Professor. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. Why aren't you mindlessly parroting the correct horseshit from your pseudoscientist, Professor Hillbelly?
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And the force you're speaking about is gravity, is it not?
Yes.
Why is it then that Albert Einstein, over 100 years ago, stopped calling gravity a force, and he called it an effect due to the curvature of space-time by matter.
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It is the curvature of space-time. But Einstein did nothing more than add to Newton's theories.
You serious?
Yeah, because he's Dunning batshit Kruger. Number one, Newton never even proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, if Einstein added to Newton's theories, he would have subtracted special relativity. Why? Well, the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. From Britannica.com. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Because every molecule of gas is being subjected to an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second toward the Earth.
Yeah. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse-hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy. If what you just said was true, it would never rain. You dumbass cracker. And how's it feel to be in direct contradiction with Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, and parts of Dalton's law? And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody lifeless pulp.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Do we measure the rate that things fall? Is that how we determine the gravitational constant?
No, that's not how the gravitational constant was arrived at. That's not how you can derive or measure the gravitational constant. You can't derive it in the first place. It had to be measured. Still has to be measured. How
is it measured, though?
It's a product of our inconvenient set of units that we choose to use. If we'd picked something other than meters and kilograms and so forth, could have come up with a completely different constant. But it's a constant of proportionality. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did.
Wrong. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Professor Blue Balls here is either a stone-cold liar or clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child of a fork-tongued, double-speaking, numpty dipshit spinning space monkey.
Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant.
What in the flying is going on here? You just said...
How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant.
Say hello to my little friend.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth. He was looking to determine what the mass, the weight of the Earth is.
Remember this, ass clown. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M or M or M. How about this one, dumbass? Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. And finally, now let's not forget what this window licker said.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth.
Fatality.
From Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Title of the paper: Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS and AS. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's obvious that this slack-jawed meatball has never even looked at the original paper.
Ay, caramba!
Yet,
you knew
if,
that the butane was denser, was a more dense gas than the air that was already inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian, and I forgot what I was going to say at this point. Yeah, the butane is heavier. No question about that. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because of relative density. No, well, it's heavier because it's more dense. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because it's more dense. Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it. Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Prepare yourself.
It has nothing to do with the Earth rotating under the football. The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this ass clown retard of the ages is clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger insane. From Vanderbilt.edu, Angular momentum is the measure of the momentum of an object around an axis. From Phys Libre text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. What's its? Well, the rotating object. Angular momentum deals with angular velocity. That is, it speaks to radians or revolutions per unit time around a given axis. There's two types of angular momentum, spin and orbital. Then two more subtypes, point and extended objects. Point objects is just how it sounds, an object accelerating around a point, like a ball attached to a string that you start spinning above your head. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals R, radians. That's the distance from the rotation point in your hand to the center of the ball, times P, linear momentum. And extended objects is the whole object rotating about its own axis, like a spinning orb. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals rotational inertia times omega, which is angular velocity. That is radians per unit time. Professor Blue Balls is essentially saying that balls, balloons, helicopters, drones, and airplanes rotate after leaving the surface of the Earth.
You dumbass.
Look, Ma, the balloon's rotating about its center axis. Or, look, Ma, the hovering helicopter is orbiting the Earth. You dumbass cracker. Listening to this retard photosynthetic redneck is tantamount to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Moreover, check this out. This booger eater's argument is that there's only one reference frame on the Earth.
It is one non-inertial reference frame. That's where Coriolis takes place, not two reference frames.
But then he says this.
The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
If there's only one reference frame on the Earth, booger eater, then why in a flying Fukuyama would the object need to conserve any momentum whatsoever upon leaving the surface? It hasn't entered another reference frame. According to your dumbass, there's only one.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take a closer look at this again. From Phys Libre text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. The law of conservation of angular momentum would never need to be described without an inertial reference frame, because there'd never be a case where external torques would even exist. The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is a direct consequence of Newton's third law. From Boston University, Department of Physics. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases they do, but if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, while we're spinning around would be a good example, then Newton's laws are not valid.
Now I've done it. I've cut the dickens out of my finger. Well,
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Oh, yeah.
So that then begs the question, Professor Blue Balls, how can we even describe the conservation of angular momentum without an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
You, sir, are what we call in the industry a dizzy dumb f***. Psst. You will never, ever recover. Spinning space monkeys. Spinning space monkeys.
You know who this is? No. Bye-bye, lard ass.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, Captain Dane?
Come in here, everybody's got their mic off. I haven't been over here for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't seen you in a bit. I don't think we've ever actually talked, but
Let me see here. I'm having problems. Okay, this is 24/7. Yeah. Well, the Earth is still flat, so what else are we going to talk about?
why everybody else just can't seem to get it yet?
Yeah, they're going to come around eventually.
Well, I think right now they're hung up on, they're like, you flat earthers, you don't have a model. And I keep telling them, like, you're standing on it. Like,
I mean, I've seen plenty of models, right? You've seen the one flat one with the ice ring. It's got a dome, and you see the sun and the moon going around inside there. That's like a model of what we think it might look like, more or less. Why don't they consider that a model?
Well, because nobody can seem to, go out and prove it.
Oh, well.
Like even, myself included, like, I definitely used to think that as well, was definitely heard the ice ring. And I mean, how would we know? We can't even pass the 60th parallel. And, those of us that do, we get back at least the stories of how you can't.
Yeah, they're trying not to let you really get up there and take pictures and, investigate for some reason. I mean, you do see plenty of pictures of the ice wall.
Yeah, and there's been lately lots and stuff popping up here and there too. Like, oh my gosh, look, the pyramids again, which I definitely kind of knew as a Globie myself, the stories that came out of Antarctica, especially with the Nazis and, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what's going on up here.
Exactly. Me neither.
Very mysterious place. Why the Nazis are all interested in it, it's got to be something weird.
It is definitely interesting. I mean, especially when you these enticing testimonies of, like, say, Admiral Byrd, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's more land, and
I know he just went on that show, and the host didn't even act like he heard what he just said.
Well, even the way he says it too, he's like on the other side of Middle America,
Yeah, it's confusing.
It's like, what? Say that again.
Well, I finally figured out what he's saying is, like, when they set up a base camp, they're on the, they got up the wall and they're on the shelf, and the base camp's called Little America, and that's what he was saying, not Middle America, Little America.
Right.
So,
but then I think he had written some books as well. I haven't actually read them, but I've heard some stories from those stories that they're even more wild, and kind of possibly where this whole quote unquote theory of more puddles, if you will,
more land
generated from more land, right?
Right,
but
that's kind
the
of
speculation
what he was saying.
How much more land?
He's going like, there's this. Excuse me. The interviewer says, "Are there any, more, places for young explorers to still go out and explore?" He goes, "Well, actually, yes." He says that he's seen like an area the size of like North America or something that was just like forests and stuff, wasn't even all frozen over. He says full of minerals. He says nobody's seen it, And the host just kind of just glazes over and goes to the next question. Didn't even like say, what? What are you talking about? More land.
Yeah.
It almost seems like he probably shouldn't have said that.
I just don't know. Because if you look at the timeline too, he then dies shortly after. NASA's then started shortly after, and then suddenly they're going to the moon.
It's all very sketchy.
The propaganda was full force, And again, I wasn't there, so these are again just kind of the stories. But
I kind of tend to like trust a little bit more like somebody like an Admiral Byrd from way back then when people had integrity, and he's he's a military guy. Maybe he would be paid to lie, but most like military guys pretty much
highly decorated. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like when they're telling you something, they're people of integrity, and they'll just, they tend to tell the truth about shit. So our tax money, it shouldn't be any big secret what the hell he's up to. It's, it's our government. Like, we should be able to hear all about it. Did you say you're a Glober?
Oh no, not at all.
Oh,
When I was a Globie is when I was saying.
Okay.
Because most of us were, right? That's another
of
thing
course.
too that I think a lot of Globies today don't understand is like, dude, do you realize we didn't just wake up like this?
You know, I remember when I was a little kid having a little bit of trouble when they were trying to tell me we live on that ball and then
Yeah.
the people on the bottom of it are upside down and all this. I'm like, that doesn't really ring true to me. I mean,
I felt the same way with dinosaurs and
exactly. Same with dinosaurs.
Y2K. Even as a kid, I was 9 years old with Y2K, and I remember generally what was on TV. There was kind of this hysteria about it, and just thinking like, "Well, that just sounds dumb. Who would set that up? Why would IBM back in the day be like, you know what? We know the year 2000 is coming up, so."
We'll just worry about that when it gets here. About 1999, we'll start trying to figure this out. That was kind of a wacky thing. That was a giant dud, Y2K.
Yeah.
It was so funny. It's just like everybody's, all the fear build up, and then, New Year's Eve comes, the ball comes down, and everybody's just partying, and there's no reports of anything freaky happening. It's like, okay.
Well, I wonder if it was kind of like the first simulations, if you will, right, on society. Because, you have your major traumas, the
just
emergency
messing with your mind.
towers, right, 2020, messing with society. You got Operation Northwoods. You got all these different things where the government is constantly testing its people, right? And that's not even just the United States,
Right, worldwide.
So it makes me wonder, was that just like one of these sort of worldwide, if you will, because Y2K was like, okay, this is our first like simulation. What is everybody going to do? Is half the population going to just keep on partying? Who are,
I don't know, they're
people
trying
that
to
are
say
bunkering in?
They're just trying to say like every computer chip will not function or something.
Right.
But just because the calendar goes another day, why would the chips do anything different? I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, we've been bombarded by so many bullshit operations. We barely know what's real anymore. Even the, seasoned truthers, I look at something like a Ukraine war. I don't know. It just seems fake to me somehow. I hardly ever hear any reports of what's happening and are we winning the stupid war and what are they spending all our money on? The $160 billion. I mean, absurd.
Yeah. No, I mean, it is sad, but at the same time, to me, the bigger war is this NASA space agency and this SpaceX and this RASA and this ESA and how much money they're taking from their tax farms, if you will. I mean,
they must be using it for they got to be using it for black ops, like building underground cities or some shit. Something they can't put on the books because they're not spending on going to space
or the CGI because it doesn't get any better.
I heard that NASA had like the world's largest art department.
I hadn't heard that one
in their main. They have like a studio where you can make films and the whole thing. So, that's where they're producing.
Oh, right. Like even larger than Hollywood, actually. Yeah, I do know.
It's like Hollywood's level and and above. I mean, 'cause when you're getting $65 million a day, there's nothing you can't end up buying.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna have the best of everything.
I don't even know if the Federal Reserve prints that much a day. How much does the Federal Reserve print?
Well,
that's a good question.
It's just the amount they get per year broken up. If you divide it by 365, it comes out to like 65 million a day. Right. Their budget is in the billions. Can you imagine that? Billions and billions of dollars. And what do you get? Like crappy CGI pictures of little lights in the sky. Oh, this is a nebula. This is an asteroid, CG-47. Oh, it's 800 billion light years away. This is garbage, useless, nothing, fake bullshit. This is what we get for our money.
Well, the craziest part to me that I've been realizing more and more lately is that even if they stopped, right, and they came out with flat Earth, and everybody realized that there was flat Earth, like we used all this money. Yeah, it would be. We
Imagine
used this
they come on
to
TV,
help
listen,
everybody.
we got something to tell you.
But the human construct would bring it back full circle again, right? Like, maybe there'd be harmony and peace for an amount of time, right?
Harmony and peace.
But they would be like, okay, now there's portals from other flat Earths, right? They'd
shut
bring
up
this
with all
outer
the,
space and
yeah. Don't like confess to all these lies. But here's the new lie. No, stop it.
I think they would. I think it was a good point I think it was brought up yesterday. It's coming a little bit out of the, the speculation vault from this past Sunday, but we didn't have any Globers, so.
Yeah, I mean, there's no end to what they will pull. I mean, they've seen they can get away with any damn thing.
Right.
Doing a 9/11 on us, totally, shady as fuck, totally an inside job. Nothing makes sense. Their story completely is stupid. And when you start looking into it, you can't not run into a zillion problems with their story and everything. I mean, I've looked into it quite a bit.
Same.
So once I saw they got away with that, I'm like, holy cow, there is nothing they won't do to us now.
That's really how I felt when, I realized flat Earth too. Like, man, if they're lying about where you are, that's nothing compared to everything else, Yeah,
you can't even tell us about where we actually live. You got to make up a bunch of fantasy about that too.
What's going on, Crabapple? Joining in. Seems new to the server. Maybe came today.
Crabapple? That's the guy's name?
Might be looking to discuss, the Earth.
Well, of course, so he came to the right place.
Absolutely.
I like that name, Crabapple.
All good, Crabapple. Sweet.
Let's see here. Crabapple, are you there? Can you hear us?
I think he said he can't talk right now.
Oh.
Maybe he or she will join us later.
All right.
That's quite all right. Our Earth is not going anywhere, literally and metaphorically.
That's right. Oh, yeah. And then the other thing I never bought is, the ground underneath you, it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. But you just can't tell. I'm like, oh, crap, man. It's spinning. I know when I'm on something that's moving.
Right.
You're like, just ignore your own brain and your own common sense and your own senses and just believe us. Believe authority and just deny what your actual eyes and ears and heart is saying to you about what reality is.
Exactly.
That's the departure you make way back in kindergarten.
Well, that's why gravity is so funny to me, because even as a kid, I was like, shouldn't my feet be more like magnets sticking to the ground? And I'm constantly like getting off, getting back on, getting off, getting back on, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And even those thoughts as a kid, like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Or the bale of water, like, no, isn't the water on the outside of the barrel? Okay, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it stayed
water,
in there.
Ocean sticking on the outside of a ball that's spinning fast as fuck. Yeah, that just doesn't seem like that would work too good. Our gut just tells us right away, like, I mean, here's the movements they put us through with this model. Okay, you're on the Earth, and it spins on its own axis 1,000 miles an hour. So you got that movement going. Now the whole ball is going around the sun at like 66,000 miles an hour. And then the sun is shooting through the, infinite vacuum of outer space. Sun's shooting around through like 666,000 miles an hour, and this, and the Earth is keeping up with it, and all the planets are keeping up with it, and the moon is keeping up with it. All that movement, and you think you could get space flight done? You think you could? Those absurd speeds, like a bullet's like 1,000 miles an hour, but no, you're going 66,000 miles an hour. And you think you could launch a rocket and go fly somewhere while all that's going on? To me, it's just absurd.
Well, the numbers alone, why so many sixes? Why all the years, too? Like, gravity discovered 1666. Really?
Oh, you're kidding me. They're just letting you know what's up.
Exactly.
It's part of their religion to sort of reveal themselves a little bit so that they can't say that we told, because they want to be able to say, we warned them with our, magic
with
numbers.
Our symbols. Yeah.
Their symbols. They, should have caught on and figured it out. I'm sorry they're dumb.
It's not our fault they're ignorant.
Yeah. We told them 666 all over the place.
That's what definitely gets me about law and banking. I know that's not really subjects we could really get into, but, I think they're all sort of related.
Mm-hmm.
And how they control us here is the written word. If you put an S in front of words, it becomes swords, and that's exactly what they are.
Yeah, it's like Saul set up long before we got born, right? And as soon as you get born, all of a sudden this weirdness called maritime admiralty law comes into play.
The law of the water.
Yes.
The law of the land.
So in their twisted, mind, they're like, okay, well, a person comes out of their mother's water and they come down the birth canal. So you know what that is? That's a maritime admiralty product that has come into the world, In other words, that's a tax cow they're going to, own. And you're not going to realize they own you and how they do it, you see. But they immediately create, as soon as your mom goes to the dock and she delivers, she's sitting in her
She's sitting
berth
in that ward, right?
And the dock comes and there's like a certification of manifest.
Correct.
When the baby manifests, and then the doctor writes down, okay, how much this thing weigh? It's how much does he? How long is he? This and that. Eye color, da 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 da, and the mother, where the mother signs, it says informant. She's informing the government. I just, manifested a new product here,
mm-hmm.
and then they
human
create.
Yeah.
They create through the birth certificate. They create a straw man you with all capital letters. It's a corporation that is now, you don't understand that's not you really. It's, you're a human of flesh and blood. You have a name that's got a capital and then small letters. But anytime you see all capitals, that's a corporation.
It's your straw man.
It's a corpse. It's dead.
Exactly. Breathe entropy.
And people don't realize any of this. They don't see what would matter anyway. It's a brilliant, evil genius plan, the way they set all this weird stuff up so not one in a million people could figure it out,
Yeah.
Even
when you look into it, to my understanding, it wasn't something that it was even common practice until sort of the 1930s. That, essentially our government got involved with the citizens as human resource. Now, from what I've heard, it had something to do with sort of the Great Depression.
Mm-hmm.
They sort of made this happen. That way everybody would be willing and not even focused on something like that. But again, I wasn't there.
Yeah, what I've heard was that, they got their central bank into the country, through, this is British, money people, that we fought in the
World War
Revolutionary
I,
War.
They were trying to get rid of the czars. I mean, there was like so much
the
going on.
Revolutionary War, right? Supposedly America kicked Britain's ass. They were the baddest army, baddest navy in the whole world, and these farmers and Americans kicked their ass. But they came back and decided to take us over a different way, and they came in with these like people like Andrew Jackson and Thomas Jefferson, warned strongly against ever having a central bank, come in and print our money for us and all this, because they knew that was like the Rothschild dynasties and all that stuff. But finally, they, under Woodrow Wilson, they managed to get Wilson to agree to have them come in and set up, their Federal Reserve banking system. And so when America wants to go to war, they go to the Federal Reserve and say, listen, we need, $10 billion to start a war over here. And so after World War I, World War I, when we went to, we were broke, tapped out from this crap, right? We owed them, $1 zillion already. So then we go to fight World War II, and we go, hey, listen, we need to borrow more, trillions to go fight this World War II. And they go, well, wait a second, you guys are, you already owe us a ton of money already. What do you got for collateral? And they figured out, okay, the American people
of this nation.
The workforce, the energy in each one of these little batteries is going to be, the labor of the American people. That's what's going to be the collateral to back up these fiat dollars. So you wonder, well, how are they ever going to? What's that mean for the American people? How does that work? Well, the IRS is the enforcement arm of this Federal Reserve Bank, which is foreign-owned thing that is not connected to our government. It's not subject to scrutiny from our government.
It's about as private as Federal Express.
And apparently, they assign every birth certificate as it's a number on the New York Stock Exchange, and if you took your Social Security card and took this red number on it and went to some kind of stock market guy, have him look up your stock, look up that number, and then your stock is worth something like $6 million or something. And it's really weird. I mean, it's I've even seen videos years ago where they're telling you how to get hold of some of that money, use it to pay your bills and stuff. You ever seen videos like that?
Yeah.
I haven't seen one for a long time, but
it's been a while for sure. But I mean, it definitely brings me to the point of kind of back to flat Earth too. Because, we're talking about the Earth structure here and, the society that's on it, I think. And, then we got the UN, from the central bank, we got the central quasi pseudo government, right? That even has the symbol of the supposed azimuth projection globe Earth, which we all know is, of course, the flat Earth, right? And it's 33 sections.
They got a flat Earth logo, man.
With a victory symbol, mind you, the two reefs going on the side is victory. So, and that's been in front of our face for a long time.
I mean, back in the 70s, I remember people had bumper stickers that said, get us out of the UN. They thought, the UN, that seems like a global, Mark of the Beast type thing. Let's just be Americans. We're cool. We don't need to be run by some overlords,
Because I've asked some people this too, don't you find that any bit strange? And they're like, nah, I've never thought anything of it. And they're just showing the whole world. It's
Well, they establish it under the guise of, oh, yes, we're just benevolent. We're going to create this to bring in world peace and, fix all the problems in the world, and we'll all come together and, but, of course, these things always have an ulterior motive behind them,
Yeah.
And you can't figure it out till it's all too late, and then they're, putting masks on you and telling you to shut your business down and stay in your house for 2 weeks.
Well, to me, that was all just fear. Because, I mean, that is something that you would do for your child if you saw that there was fear, and let's face it was just a lot of people listening to the next guy above them. So I don't really blame the people so much. But, after the coercion, after, some of the things that were playing out, I don't think a single flat earther kind of fell for it, right? Because we have these critical thinking skills where we say, prove it, right? Essentially, like, don't get me wrong, we're going to protect our child, but then we're going to go, okay, and peek around the corner and be like, well, is there a monster out here? Kind of thing.
Yeah, of course, like when it first happens, we should be able to trust, the scientific world, the World Health Organization or the CDC, and if they say, oh my gosh, there's this outbreak and we need to do this and that, your first reaction is, okay, we'll do it we say, because we trust that you're trying to,
Yeah, I don't know. I've toyed with this because to me, it's two different behaviors of an emergent system. Since we're this human collective and we do have a construct of good and evil, if you will, to me, government should be ran more like an emergent system of a bottom-up behavior, right? So maybe it derives its smarts, if you will, from bottom authority, right? It's the people. It's as if we should have systems, if you will, where we can relay that information to each other very quickly and it spreads and it goes up rather than sort of one person at the top giving orders and it trickles down, right? That would be a top-down authority emergent system.
It's a whole pyramid,
And both are found in nature. We have ants, there's, like the myth of the ant queen, right, if you will, where the ant queen is, for the longest time until the 50s, we actually thought, scientifically, if you will, the scientific community thought that the ant queen was giving orders to the drones, and the drones were carrying out orders, and all the ants were basically following orders from the top. They really thought this,
right.
But it wasn't until the early 50s and into the 60s that they were starting to realize that they were actually using something else, AMP waves, right? They were actually signaling to each other relatively simple frequencies, right? When they would find food, they would symbol out more frequencies, and that would, of course, alert others in the general direction and alert others in a radius. Pretty soon you have all these ants over a piece of food, right? Which I think humans do as well, right? Which is why I think we're in this problem of the globe, right? You had this top-down person sort of say, hey, it's a globe. And they go, hey, it's a globe. Hey, it's a globe. And pretty soon we got this telephone game of everybody going, yeah, you haven't heard? It's a globe. And they make it look like this bottom-up behavior because they've explained all of our senses away, right? You have nothing to sort of combat anything that the top-down information tells you. Whereas if it was bottom-up behavior and we were really taught that and sort of utilize it even effectively, even with our phones, because I think we do have good technology. We're just not using it productively, I would say. Unless like here, having the general conversation and waking people up. But anyway, not to go into a tangent. Just trying to keep it flat earth.
Yeah, what's your name, bro?
Flat Lloyd Wright.
Flat Lloyd Wright, okay. Nice meeting you. I'm Captain Dan. Yeah, you seem to know about a lot of stuff, yeah.
I teach architecture in my spare time.
Is that right?
And practice.
Does Frank Lloyd Wright, does he have any buildings in Venice, California that you know of?
Ooh.
I think he does.
I'd have to go to the internet for that one. but he does have a lot of things everywhere. I'm not like a huge fan of Frank Lloyd Wright. I mean, he does have, good architecture and things like that, but I was more just into the name.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like, the most famous architect that comes to mind if you're going to sit and think of one.
He was definitely one of the first architects, if you will.
What is it? Star architects?
Yeah, it's kind of what they call them, basically celebrity architects. At least in the architecture communities, this is what we call them.
My buddy from high school, we had, rock bands and everything back then. And this kid, he's like he had bright orange hair, and he was just like, I don't know, he had some kind of good charisma, and he just like always came up with cool ideas. And, anyway,
nice.
He ended up, he decided, okay, he's going to major in architecture. And he went to BYU to get like a bachelor's, I guess. And then at some point, and then one of his teacher was like really impressed with him and stuff, this and that. And anyway, he somehow got accepted at Harvard. Okay. So he said he really had to work his ass off over there. Because, this guy was like, he wasn't like a straight A student or anything. So anyway, but when he was doing, now he's learning, trying to get a master's in architecture at Harvard. And through a teacher over there, taking him on a field trip, whatever, they went to see this Klaus Oldenburg exhibit. And they were going to do some piece or something. He ends up meeting Adam Sandler, who hasn't made his first movie yet. And then he hooked up with Adam Sandler, and he became the production designer for every single Adam Sandler movie. So he switched his architect skills like to building sets. Just made that adjustment, and he got like the most killer job ever. And I mean, this guy, ever since Happy Gilmore, he's working on a movie right now. It's never stopped. They just make one, but before it's out in the theaters, they're making another one.
Yeah, I was going to say Adam Sandler has tons of movies too. The only reason I know this is because my wife is somewhat obsessed.
He's kind of got his own niche. He doesn't do any. It's kind of pretty much family oriented. There's no real nasty stuff. Yeah, he has some kind of goofy, nasty jokes here and there, but it's just kind of like a extension of a Saturday Night Live kind of an idea,
right?
Because he's got his buddies from Saturday Night Live in all these movies, like Spade and Kevin Nealon. So anyway, my friend, he just ended up like working with like every major actor you can think of practically. He's met so many celebrities, he just like lives a stream life. They being the production designer, like he goes out and scouts out, like if they need, say, a stadium to film The Longest Yard, they'll he's got sent out to whatever state where they found out there was some kind of an abandoned prison, and he goes over there and looks it over and rents it out or whatever, and he'll just like rent a house while he's making the film. You know what I mean? So he's been all over the world making movies. I just have to brag on this guy once in a while because he's like the most successful guy I know. He was like my best friend in high school.
Absolutely. Which is another thing that interests me about Flat Earth too, is even as a kid, I always kind of wondered why they always showed us a ball at the beginning of the movie. Right. And it's something even my 8-year-old, she laughs at it now because, I have a great story with my firstborn, because when she was 5, she came up to me and actually asked me, Dad, is the earth moving? And I told her, I go, you tell me, what do you think?
Yeah, what do you think?
And she, paused for a moment and was like, I don't think we're moving. And I go,
it's exactly the thing I felt when I was almost that little, I think, too. Yeah. See,
but ever since,
even a child
she's noticed
knows.
it everywhere,
She
Why do they show us a ball,
lie.
Dad?
They told her at school, hey, you're moving. And then she's like, Dad, are we really moving? Like, she already doesn't think so, but those were the authority figures that told her that. So check with, what does Dad think,
Mm-hmm.
But down in her heart, she's like, moving? Oh, crap. I got to get a second opinion on that.
Well, I mean, that's why they tell you so early. So even as a kid, a 5-year-old will be like, whoa, really?
And then you just forget about it. Yeah. Just right out to recess, and you don't even think about it for the rest of your life. The deal is they come out and they say, look, geniuses, long ago have figured all this out. It's not, up for debate. This is what these geniuses told us our world is. So who are you to I don't think that's right. They just laugh at you.
Bottom up versus the top down.
Uh-huh. And then when these people from NASA come out, or you're at the, physics, professor class, whatever, he's in his lab coat and he's got a big chalkboard with the wheels, and he's got an equation that fills the entire chalkboard. That just makes everybody tune out and go, okay, I guess whatever, that much math, fuck it, whatever you say. Right?
No.
Because nobody knows that kind of math. One person, 1, 2, 3 people in the world or something. I mean, and that's how they do all this. If they try to have to explain some of this craziness, they just use weird math equations, and try to apply that to reality somehow. Just like even Tesla says, they go off on endless mathematical equations, that have very little, relationship with reality.
Yeah, but we can only help them, show them the way, just lead them to the information.
Well,
we can't make them drink or go through the door.
How about we have our whole flat Earth community. It's getting huge. Millions of people now kind of woken up to the phoniness of NASA and the phoniness of space and the phoniness of the ball Earth. When and how could we ever get the established academia and science, so-called, how do you get them out of there and put, people who finally tell the truth in? I don't see how you get them out.
Yeah, I have a question with this myself. I mean, it is kind of why I became a professor of architecture as well. I mean, it just kind of happened to fall into my lap, really. And I saw it as an opportunity to reach out to these young people. But you're absolutely right, because let's face it, all these public schools that are teaching the globe, all are teaching it literally right now by the thousands. People in the thousands are learning this globe. And, if you look at the numbers of who's learning flat Earth a day, and then, or I should say, unlearning the globe, realizing where they are, and the number of people learning the globe brand new, they've got so much money and resources that, they're making more globies all the time, if you will.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like they have to keep this thing going, just train every new generation, waves them on that globe. See, little Johnny, here's where we live.
However, I've realized, with the 2020 debauchery, that there was this pivotal moment for society to actually stay home and be with the family unit and learn to what they would have to say. And actually, a lot of people, I think, had time to be on the internet and find even this Discord and learn about the flat earth, or at least unlearn this globe and why it's such a big lie. Therefore actually teaching their children, because even my 8-year-old has noticed and has other friends that are flat earthers, right? And even their parents, and it's time to have that family date. And maybe hang out with all the families and friends together. But, she was saying how their dads and their moms are like, don't talk about it. We don't want you to be ostracized. And, because I tell mine the same thing. Like, I don't want the teacher to even teach her the globe harder,
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're a flat earther? Yeah, I'm going to be extra globy with you,
Then they'll try to get the kids to all laugh at you.
Right.
Flat Earth, you're so stupid.
And of course, nobody wants that for their kid. But
right, it's just like if you know about it, yeah, you keep it on the down low, even with adults and stuff.
But if you will, this would be my speculation: is that I do think the numbers were changed a little bit during that year because of the social economical situation. Right, people staying home, they can teach their family members a lot easier. And let's face it, a lot of those kids, they were on Zoom and they really weren't paying attention. I, for one, was teaching those college students and they weren't very much well attentioned. So, it's hard to say that, again, just my speculation. I think those numbers shifted a little bit and are still shifting right now. I think we're doing our part. It's causing more content. It's causing more people to make more content. And that just exponentially grows us more. Very well. This is why we kind of say this is an academy here, right? Because we're arming people with a little tool belt, if you will. I like to, put that in my tool belt. Arming, if you will, with knowledge and critical thought, and be able to spread that in the best way possible. And it'll happen. I think truth always prevails. Love always wins.
That's what you gotta, that's what Eric Dubé was saying. It's like the flat earth truth has been suppressed like a beach ball held under the surface, and it's just, it just wants to naturally just come jumping out front and center, just come, bigger than
It's
Dallas.
so obvious. It's in front of all of us.
There's a whole lot of people, and I understand this attitude is like, who gives a shit, if it's round, flat, square, it doesn't affect, they think it doesn't affect their lives. I get that thought too,
I don't. I tell them very quickly, just my story, that I started as this atheist kid who didn't know anything and wanted to be an astronaut and thought I was so smart, highty-tighty evolution kid,
Oh my God, you bought it all, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker, yeah.
But, had a near-death experience, definitely changed my life dramatically. Found my relationship with the Creator, and then, long story short, found the true nature of the earth through studying architecture, and of course, then all the plethora in 2015 and all the videos that confirmed my suspicions for sure. But I mean,
look at that! I like that story.
What a beautiful! It's a journey, man. I love every single bit of it. All the hardships, all the good stuff.
God got your attention, didn't he?
Oh yeah, big time.
It's like you're like, oh my God, you're real God.
I'm kind of proud of it, because it's even like what Mimas says here. Like, would you have ever woken up to the truth if you didn't learn the deception first? Would you had this great pivotal moment in your life experience if you were never lied to, if that evil was never there? And is exactly right. It's a wonderful paradox.
Yeah. I mean, I just, of course, stood on the shoulders of giants that did the actual testing and the research and stuff. It's not like I just, myself went out to prove it for myself. No, I just watched videos and said, you know what? I'm on board with this.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I did that a little bit later because in my architecture class, we were supposed to study the moon and the sun at violet hour or the golden hour, right? So at the declination of 18 degrees to 0 degrees on the horizon. And so we had to go all out in the middle of West Texas, and we literally just had to camp out in like 20-degree weather, which I'm from Texas. It's really cold.
Yeah, it's damn cold for camping,
So, doing
Unpleasant.
all this documentation, and I ran across so many phenomena, like for instance, seeing the moon really big at the horizon and thinking to myself, like, what in the world is happening here? That must be something optical or apparent, right? Because even at this time, I was still, I learned about the flat earth really in 2012 because I didn't buy into the whole end of the world 2012 thing, but I did question it heavily, right?
I did
So
too.
I
I
looked
was
at cosmology.
looking for Nibiru was supposed to be coming.
Exactly. But I quickly realized that they talked about the flat earth cosmology a lot and geocentrism. And so, I was already very skeptical even when I was making my own observations. But, it wasn't until I actually went to the beach and studied the sun there because I was like, okay, well, this is actually the best place to get the sun. I'm out in the middle of West Texas. I'm going to go to Corpus Christi instead and look at the sun and moon there. And, I had more questions like, wait a minute. I didn't even do globe calculations or anything. I was an idiot. I was still just looking at the sky,
Sure.
But something didn't make sense. Of course, the same face of the moon never made sense. Questioned that as a little kid, but
I
it
still
was
haven't
this first
figured that
time that I
out.
was like, "Oh my gosh, what is God trying to show me today?" Because I've had that thought since my, experience.
I still have a lot of questions about the moon and what's going on with that thing. What is it actually? What are those blotchy things all over it? What's with the?
Shoot, all I know is it's beautiful, and I'm glad it's there.
It seems to be.
I know those things. Yeah,
it was supposed to be there. And then they told us in school that, you know how the moon looks all lit up at night. They go, yeah, that's the sun over there. It's just reflecting sunlight. You can't see the sun; it's on the other side of the globe, but that's why it's lit up. But no, the moon, it lights itself up. That light is coming from the moon.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Well, it definitely has its own wavelength, right?
It's a different. It gives off a different kind of light. It's the opposite of sunlight, where you go into the shade and it's cooler.
Exactly.
In the moonlight, you go into the shade and it's a little warmer than not being in the shade.
I did that test literally the week after I saw 200 proofs. I was like, I got to do this one. I've got the equipment. Let's do this.
I know. If you got 200 proofs, I think, you should pretty much call it a wrap that we've proved it.
I'm not like that because, I think the scientific method is observable, repeatable, testable, and falsifiable, and, don't get me wrong, you can do that an infinitely amount of your entire life. Like say you did that science experiment every single day of your life. And one time it didn't do the right thing, then it wouldn't have been a law, it wouldn't be a law of nature.
Right.
But we'd be crazy if we did that experiment every day of our life. But I don't know. For me, it's a question.
Like Einstein said, that's insanity, is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. If it keeps doing the same thing, for 5 times in a row, you could probably just assume it'll just always do that same thing.
Right.
So, yeah. And then Einstein, he was kind of questionable.
Man, becoming more questionable every day.
He seemed like they put this, I'm trying to think how to say this. He had to come up with the theory of relativity. I forget the reason. They couldn't explain. They needed it to explain some shit that didn't make any sense. You know what I'm talking about?
Not quite.
I'd have to read about it again. But that whole fabric of the universe and all that stuff. It all seems pretty bogus to me.
Well, that's what happens when you try and explain something that's completely conceptual. You can't bend love and care, right? They're man-made constructs, just like time and space, So how do you bend them? Well,
where's any proof of any kind of bending of anything. I mean, yeah, it gets all just theoretical.
Well, the funniest thing is now you have these news articles coming out where in the title it says Einstein was right. Look what this star is doing, right? Just really pushing the Einstein propaganda lately.
Yeah, they always come up with weird shit like, what was it? They were trying to say that, NASA has figured out that the moon is moving closer to us. And then they go on to say, oh, NASA, what they do is they have this laser, and up on the moon, back from the moon landings of Apollo, they left reflectors on the moon. And then when I read that, I go, wait a second, I've studied this moon. I've never seen these reflectors. And then I looked them up. And imagine like a 10 by 10 little tile thing. And they were like that small, like 10 by 10 inches. And they put them on the dirt there and said, look, there's reflectors. So they're trying to claim that NASA shoots a laser up to the moon, hits that 10 by 10 inch thing, and then the amount of time it takes for the signal to be reflected back to Earth, they can tell how far the moon away is. And then they say, oh, they measured it and it was like a half an inch farther away. This is absurd.
It really is.
I mean, they at least say it's like 50 feet different or something. Don't say it's a half an inch different, really?
There's so many stories when it comes to the moon. Like, they left 96 bags of poop on the moon, and yet they're supposed to be these environmentally friendly and conscious organization, if you will. I mean, the other one is like the radio call back to the Earth, right? Is supposedly this stupid little battery that somehow
works from the moon.
Yeah, all the way powered back in real time to a landline.
Oh, yes. Well, hell yeah. I mean, the president called up, hello. Oh, this is President Nixon. Is this Neil Armstrong? Yes, it is, President. We're so proud of you boys up there walking around on the moon.
Play a round of golf.
Yeah, this must be the most historic phone call ever made. He's like, yeah, right, sure. Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. President, nice talking to you. Anyway, we got to do science stuff now, so...
What's up,
we'll see you. We'll see you when we get back to Earth, yeah.
Nothing really. Just wanted to comment the delay wasn't that, kind of obvious. With the call, so to say, the moon call.
Oh yeah, the delay.
Yeah, check the recording. Yeah.
How far away do they say Mars is?
Oh, it's good. I don't know that one.
I think it's. I might have seen 7 million miles or 70 million. I mean, at least 7 million miles, right?
It probably has some crazy orbit, and they're like, well, it differs. During the summer, it's this far away.
I mean, have you looked into that, Mars rover, mission that they tried to say they did?
Oh, yeah. The rovers, basically?
Yeah, it's called the Curiosity rover, right?
Right.
Yeah, I was looking. I mean, they had this, after the mission was supposedly finished, right? They had a bunch of press and people at this NASA place, and they had the guys who ran the project, sitting in a panel, and they're going to answer questions and this and that. And they showed how they supposedly did this thing, like this rover's inside looks like a ball, right? Imagine it's not a soccer ball or something. And it comes down, from some spaceship, and it, it probably has a I think it has a parachute, and so the ball comes down and like smacks the surface of the Mars. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
And it's just like the star's bouncing, right? It's a ball. And it supposedly has to come to a stop and be just at the right angle for the door to just fall open and this thing to drive itself out of the ball. It's like an egg. And supposedly they got it all perfect, this one time. I mean, how hard would it be to put I don't know, like a golf cart inside a ball, drop it, and it bounces how many ever times it's going to bounce, and then for it to come to a stop and be in the exact position it needs to be to drive straight out of it? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's just like it's
However,
a lot.
I wanted to update you. It says the Earth and Mars are on average 140 million miles away.
140 million.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, that's really great because, the idea is with the rovers up there, it's, taking pictures of the Martian, surface and everything. And what's it do? It sends the images, image files, back to NASA in, Houston or wherever. 100 and how many miles? Million miles?
140 million.
What kind of internet connection you got to have for that?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not in the middle of Texas. It's pretty bad out there.
Yeah, the 100 million mile Wi-Fi signal is really, I didn't know we were that good. And then, one of the reporters asked the head of the project, she goes, yeah, I was wondering, what kind of files did you guys use, to send the pictures from the rover back to, NASA? And the head of the whole project's like, oh, geez, I don't know. Where's Bob? Bob would know that, I'm looking for Bob, Like, he was clueless, this guy. I think that's something you'd pretty much, know all about if you were doing it for real.
Exactly.
The whole point of it is to get these pictures back from all the, this $1 billion of expenditure, billions and billions of dollars you spent to get a camera up there. The whole point is get a picture back, and this guy don't even know what the kind of file these pictures supposedly they're using. I mean, there's a lot of bloopers like that when you watch this thing. You could just tell these clowns who they're telling you are like in charge of this mission. They're goofballs. They're just like actors or something. They're just not knowledgeable, serious people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It
reminds me of that footage when they came back from the moon and they just looked so depressed.
Oh,
I think AI said it here the best, where he's like, they probably believed it the whole time that they were actually going to go to the moon. And then that day, basically,
right at the last. Listen, guys, we got to talk. Listen, change your plans.
All right, now you need to have a public conference, and they're like, okay.
Yeah, you know what it looked like to me? Because what happened was when they got back, oh my God, they were the rock stars of the planet. They were throwing them ticker tape parades down.
People were naming their babies after them. I mean, come on.
The greatest thing ever. And these guys are just going, oh my God, fuck, we didn't do shit, We're such frauds. We're just, the whole world just wants to, lie prostrate before us. And we're nothing but fakers and liars. And they were bummed out, like they're going, oh my God, this is going to be our whole life, lying about this moon shit. Telling the biggest whoppers ever. Yeah, I was on the moon yesterday.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Captain Dan. I just saw that we had a few new people, Paint Thinner and the Apache, kind of joining at the same time. So just wanted to open the floor, let you guys welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We like to ask those that are new, what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's a globe, or do you possibly know that it's flat?
Don't be shy. I don't know. Some people just, like to come in here and just kind of listen, see what these nutty flat earthers are saying.
I personally think that, like, me and Paint Thinner were mates. We only recently got into the idea of the flat Earth. Like, before that, we didn't really have an opinion on it.
Nice. So maybe you guys are on your journey, kind of doing this together. Have you guys? What do you know?
I've unmuted them both, Flat Lloyd. So go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I mean, I haven't been up there, so I can't really say, but
yeah, none of us have been up to space, so we can't really have an opinion.
But that being said, I'd much rather not trust what the government, out of all people, would tell me about the Earth being, especially considering I can't go up there myself and look at it. It gives them free rein to kind of say whatever.
Yeah,
and it's not like the government is transparent about a lot of things.
Right, especially this. Like you say, we can't prove they're right or wrong. They're like, "Where's your spaceship to go up in outer space and take pictures?" And you're like, "Yeah, right. We don't have that." So
okay, hold on. I have a slight question.
Shoot, man.
I remember watching this video a while back while I was kind of researching all this stuff. On a bunch of flat Earth fellas who they wanted to test whether the Earth was round or flat, right? And the fella shot himself up in a rocket, and it didn't work. Y'all know anything about that?
I know about
a private party rocket.
I think so. Yeah. It was like a really small, like little red.
Oh, he was some guy that was going to prove something, and he died or something in his attempt.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I don't know the details.
Damn, all right. I couldn't find the video again.
You probably could Google it or something.
I tried, but hold on. I'll try again.
Well,
I did see another test from some other people where they tried to raise a light through a hole to prove that it was flat, and then it didn't work.
Well, let's stay on paint thinners real quick, just for a second.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Hey, Morris.
You're talking about Mad Mike, the stuntman, and he.
That's right.
The trying to prove flat or not was kind of sensationalism by other people. He sold advertisement spot on his rocket. He did that shit. He would send himself up in the sky. So he sold advertisement spot on the rocket, and it was like research flat Earth or some shit. But it's got spun from there into more than what it really was.
Oh yeah.
So it was basically a cash grab.
Well, he sold advertisement on his rocket. That's just what he did, and someone just happened to buy that advertisement space and put research flat Earth on it. That's how that came to be.
Because you can't just like fund a rocket really out of pocket without at least trying to maybe break even.
Yeah, it sounds like an expensive hobby. Yeah.
But paint thinner, my question
for
you.
Millionaires, billionaires.
Sorry, Captain Dan. I just wanted to ask Pace Center if you knew about sort of the Flat Earth Society.
Sorry, what?
Have you heard about the Flat Earth Society throughout your research?
Can't say I have, no.
Well, there's a quasi-pseudo society, if you will, basically acting like real flat earthers. But even since the 70s, and there's kind of a large history about flat Earth, but even in the 70s, they had their controlled opposition, right, which would be this Flat Earth Society. And ever since then, there's sort of been these people that kind of come out of there claiming, to go on a rocket, basically trying to make the Flat Earth concept or principle or anybody to deter away from any thoughts of it whatsoever. So there's plenty of disinformation when it comes to Flat Earth. For instance, Have you seen that picture of a disc out in the middle of the vacuum of space?
Right. Would that not be the? Yeah, I know
That
you guys have like the idea of like ice walls and whatnot, but I don't think that's really that common, is it? I don't know, man.
No, there's definitely speculations, but that is something of the Flat Earth Society, right? Kind of controlled opposition, right?
Not to my knowledge. I mean,
well, their original claim was that the Earth was, of course, accelerating upwards, right, and that they accounted for gravity. They also made such claims like Australia doesn't exist, right? Clearly, Australia exists. We have Timbo. We have absolute proof. That was kind of an inside joke. But what I'm saying is that there's plenty of disinformation out there as well.
Yeah,
right?
I would just direct him where he probably should go. Maybe I would say Eric Dubay.
Hold on, Captain Dan, real quick.
Explain it
real quick. There's a picture in the live stream of what Flat Earth Society thinks.
Right.
Just real quick, I have just a random question because I don't know what you guys believe. What do you
Nothing.
do you guys believe there's an end, or what is at the end?
I don't know. I've never been.
We can't say either way.
Yeah, there's some
We can only say on
speculation
what we
there.
know.
Yeah, and what we know is that the Earth is obviously fucking round, you retard.
Well,
Trolling us. We're trying to be all nice to you.
Oh.
Look at that. He knows
you can
better.
laugh. It measures
he obviously
flat.
got scared. I mean, he's just like, bolt.
Did he run out?
They're not here.
I think that's Wig Snash on all of us, guys.
Oh boy. See, we take our time and all. Hold his hand. He's like, "You're stupid fucker."
Oh, by the way,
He'll be back.
Yeah, we usually refer them to Eric Dubay or any other video. We refer them to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and all the content that we have here. We are the who will be the ambassadors to their gateway to truth. Other guys, a bit more of a way you can bring somebody into the Flat Earth if you didn't have this. This, however, is the most premium way for somebody to enter into the Flat Earth. So you would actually refer to the people here and the discussions here, because they can actually actively open up a Discord and have a conversation with who can usher them into the understanding, versus where a video would just give them some questions that they might need answering. So we always refer them back. If you're going to be an advocate for Flat Earth in this Discord, you have to advocate for 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Just saying.
Well, I thought since he was telling them where not to look, I just thought, well, might as well give him a resource that he'd get good information.
But we are the resource. That's the thing.
Well, I was going to
We have channels below. We have channels below. Don't worry about. Let them find those other people on their own. They can go down below into our index and find those resources.
Yeah, of course. You know how people just you go to YouTube, you type in Flat Earth, and you start watching stuff.
Well, I was going to go farther than that. Be like, don't even
information.
take our word for it. You can test it yourself, right?
Yeah, you'll see the people in videos testing it, the lasers or whatever on
But
a
yeah,
lake.
absolutely.
It's all out there.
Captain Dan, just a heads up. Like, Eric Dubay doesn't come in here, man. So, like, to sit there and just refer someone outright to Eric Dubay. Like,
what's wrong with that?
Sure, he's a smart guy, and he's been doing this a while, and he puts out some nice videos. But refer to us, refer to Quantum Eraser, refer to Indio, refer to Minky, refer to Witsit. Indio 007.
Oh, these are people in here.
Yeah, you said. Yeah. And Captain Dan, I think you said, "What is that?" That's because you haven't been here quite often to see who's who in here. We're actually more well versed in telling somebody about the Flat Earth versus a video that is probably outdated by now.
Right.
Well, I mean, the
100%.
information is not going to be changing much.
No, it does actually. The idea that people used to think that ice walls and domes were the way to go about telling somebody a Flat Earth, that's incorrect. We don't tell them that in here, so it has changed. We advance the argument to where we understand what is most essential to tell somebody coming into the Flat Earth versus how somebody could hear from a video where they can't respond back to ask questions. So we're the leading edge of the spear when it comes to fresh content from the understanding of what is necessary and essential to tell somebody about the Earth being flat and stationary. But you wouldn't know that if you don't attend here. If you're often, you wouldn't know that. So you're in the dark of like who's who. And that's why like Indio who. So Indio is the server owner of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. He's a very intelligent person, and we all understand that like this is the place to be if you're going to be anywhere in Flat Earth, and that's why it's just. It sounds a little bit like, you know, when you come in here and you say, hey, look, these are some other videos of some other people. And we're like, well, we're the content. We're the reason why people would.
Okay.
Like you get to be the content. The more you get in here and you get involved, you become the content.
Yep,
and you become the conversation.
Yeah, well,
This is all about all of us.
Right. I just learned a lot from, you know, Eric Dubay. So
no, you're fine. Yeah.
To me, I've seen them all. I've seen all the people, all the, you know, most well-known, you know, people talking about this, and I feel like he's kind of the top of the food chain on this thing.
No, he's not.
No,
he's not. We are.
No,
all of us in here.
I know you guys are. I'm sorry.
Yeah, everybody who puts the effort in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord every single day. These guys are the ones who are leading the charge. The guys who are out there, the prolific guys, the well-known guys, are that way because if you're out there by yourself trying to do this, then you would lead somebody to those guys because they're prolific. But in here, we're the top of the food chain. We're the ones who are leading the charge. We're in here every day. We're the ones making the difference to the average everyday Joes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I like this place. It's a perfect place for people with questions. If they're legit, you know, come on in. We'll tackle all your questions. Try to play this stuff.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like usually people defer to these other guys, but I feel like it's not a cheap shot to us, but and you didn't mean it that way, but it just feels like we're just a bologna sandwich while these guys are a steak dinner. You know, like
okay. I didn't know you had content creators in here.
No, we are. We're doing it right now. We are 24/7 live streaming on YouTube. So every single day we're live streaming. We got content. We got audio clips of the 24/7. Where people are asking questions, just general questions. You know,
and there was probably somebody in the live stream talking about you 10 minutes ago.
Yep,
and you probably didn't even know it.
Right.
Exactly. So when you're in here, it's not about
like,
just having.
How many people are watching right now, for example?
Right. So let me just explain. It's not just about having a conversation about, what did I have yesterday for dinner? This is about like making it a point to come in here, be spatially aware of anybody entering the chat, so you can say, "Oh, we got somebody new in the chat," and then addressing them, just like we did, or Flat Lloyd Wright did. It's a culture. Once we do that, I'm just gonna give you a smaller overview. I'm long-winded sometimes, I know, but it's like when somebody comes in here brand new and you're addressing them, hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You have any questions or whatever, and then they start a conversation with you. You begin the content, and then of course it's recorded, and people can look back on it, and maybe there were some profound things you said. But when we're in here spinning our wheels talking about speculations and things like that, it's no benefit to the listener who's like maybe too shy, who doesn't know how to come in here and ask questions. So we always make it a point to go back to Flat Earth. And to those of you guys who are new, well, I wouldn't say new, I'm saying new to the forum, thinking that it's just a speculation chat and we're going to have a talk about NASA and what about the boogeyman, the Bilderberg group, and all that other stuff. That can be reserved. That can be reserved for Sunday. We have Speculation Sunday, one day devoted to entirely speaking of whatever you want on speculations. But this chat during the week is going to be directed to getting everybody acclimated with the flat and stationary Earth which we live on. Anyways, that's pretty much it.
And I wanted to also say too, the Speculation Sunday, the primary role or goal of Speculation Sunday will always be Flat Earth. That'll be the number one topic, and then Speculation Sunday. If you get new people in here, the goal should always be to find out what they think they know about the Earth. That should be number one priority.
And you got to be spatially aware. Because if you're carrying on about a speculation topic and these guys are in here and you're not addressing them, then that's when, we're going to start moderating, which we shouldn't. You should be already looking at the chat and, oh, we got somebody new in. and address them and such.
And not just that, but
it's just to be informed. So there's no way I'm not coming down on anybody. It's just people don't know this when they're in here, and they don't know we're live streaming.
Is Helios in here right now?
He's probably at work. You're talking about Helio Skeptic, right? Oh, he's went by Helio now. Yeah, he's at work, I think.
Just curious.
He gets on here around 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say this too, and just to be helpful, like Miggy does it all the time. Mayhem does it all the time. He'll address the audience as if somebody was gonna watch the live stream later on today or tomorrow or 3 days from now. And so, like, occasionally you just, like he said, be spatially aware. Like, address an audience. Regardless, you are always speaking to an audience because we are live streaming, no matter what. So that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, this forum is very different than any other ones that are out there considering themselves to be flat earth forums. Like I was saying before, we pride ourselves in being the tip of the spear. We are the leading edge of the argument. I'm using these buzzwords because that's what the Globers talk about with the leading edge of the sphere. But as far as like what we say in here, we always keep it current. We never are slacking. If there's a flat earther that's like, well, can't we talk about the ice ring? Then we start to get into the discussion of like, well, what can we verify? Now, Chris brought something up, Flatloy Wright, rather, I should say. He brought something up earlier. It's like, how are we able to discover the ice ring around the whole entire Earth, if that's the case, if we can't even go past the 60th parallel? You know what I mean? The verification process fails at that point.
You've never seen pictures of it?
Pictures
Have you?
Pictures of a specific place on a specific area is not the entire Earth realm. When we're speaking of the Earth realm, have you seen pictures of the entire Earth realm to corroborate with the speculation that the ice ring entirely surrounding?
No, I believe it was Captain Cook started following the ice wall, and 6 months later he was still,
Yeah, Captain, you're a bit
outdated
in your information, and
that gives me the idea that it's holding water in.
Yeah, but that's just those are those videos that came out in 2015, 2016, 2017, and people were really attracted to them because they actually gave an explanation. But here's the most important part, right? When you're speaking to somebody about the truth of reality, and you tell them about because it is just a speculation, and Captain Cook didn't do exactly what you might have thought he did. When you examine maybe his passage, it doesn't go to like a 3-year expedition, because you got to think about this. Even in current times, you need an icebreaker ship to get near the coast of Antarctica in a winter scenario. When the season is winter for Antarctica, you would need an icebreaker, like even getting close to winter, because of the ice starts to form on the water. And so you couldn't travel. The rickety boat that he had in those days couldn't be anywhere near something that you would need to travel next to those types of waters. Not to mention the dangers of traveling in all seasons. Hurricanes, typhoons, and whatnot.
Yeah, I have to read up on it.
Let's take, for example, he said something, right? Okay, Captain Cook said something. How are you going to verify what he just said? Now think about this, because we're talking realistically and logistically. Logistically, how are you going to do exactly what he done to verify the exact route that he took to corroborate what exactly is reality? That's not going to happen ever. It's like something that's an impossible task. So when I ask you if it's possible, you're just going to have to tell me, well, Captain Cook did it. Take it on faith. And I'm going to be like, well, I don't want to. I want to verify this thing. And then you're going to come back with me and say like, well, we're just going to have to trust the information. Well, that sounds just like what Globers do to us, isn't it? And we can't.
I guess.
In this specific arena, we can't do that. We're all about verifying empirical evidence, right? So we're going to make sure that everything we say to somebody is something they can verify and demonstrate for themselves. Because then we don't just tell them about what we know, they can find out for themselves by way of verifying it. But when we're off in our own head talking about our speculations, that's no benefit to them, because they're not going to grasp reality from that. they're just going to be in a speculation like we are. So it's most important to make sure that we are up to date and current with our thinking. And that's why I said this place is very important. It's a place where we can gather together, discuss what's important. And sometimes some people might say, like you, Captain Dan, like, well, I just trust that somebody said that and an ice ring sounds plausible. But then we come back with, that's all good and well until you can verify it. Once you can put it in reality, come in here and then tell us. If not, save it for Sunday when you can speculate on it all you want. And then, your speculations can be whatever, Captain Cook or, some guy from Australia sailed around, whatever it wants to be.
Admiral Byrd, whatever.
Yeah, Byrd, yeah, you can lump that all in and say it on Sunday. But during the week, make sure we're talking about specific things that we can verify. Anyway, I just hope that's helpful because we do want to help the flat earthers who are still in the Eric Dubay videos, in the Mark Sargent videos, come forward to like where we're at and not speak so much on speculation, but really talk about the most important things, which is the things we can verify.
All right. So fair.
Or even talk about future plans of things that we're going to go verify that haven't been verified yet. Like we're going to go do this observation and see if it works. You know what I mean? And then once we do the observation, come back and have the discussion about it. It's a giant peer review process here. And like Mayhem said, that's why we're the tip of the spear. We're tough here, yes, but we're only going to talk about the actual facts. We're not going to talk about things that we cannot verify. It might come up in a conversation, but you have to be specific and say, hey, this is what I believe, or, I can't verify this, and move forward, but then get out of that unverifiable topic and get back to what we can verify and stay on topic with the verification of what we know.
Correct.
So, good job, Mayhem. I think that was very well. So.
Absolutely. And, we always want to help our fellow flat earthers, come aboard to like the side of like making sure that our arguments are precise and they're to the point. We don't want to waffle on speculation when somebody knows about reality. So.
Right.
Even something like the moon, you could say, what do we really know about the moon?
Exactly.
It's a light in the sky.
That's it. That's all you can say. Anything outside of that is your speculation until you can prove it, right? And when it becomes something that has evidence, I can test, repeat, and falsify, it's going to remain in speculation. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be anything you think of. If it's not something I can test, verify, and falsify, it will remain as a speculation. 100%.
So, that's probably a pretty short list. That would be like you could test for curvature and see that there isn't any. Right? Correct. That's a good example.
Yeah, that's an excellent example, for sure.
That's kind of example number one to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that ruins the globe. That blows the globe out of the water right there. There's nothing curving. It's not curving. It's not a ball because there's no curve. We can't measure a curve. So I'm sorry. There should be 17 feet of a hump of water here, and there isn't one. So
that's empirical evidence right there, because you can have somebody go and verify a long distance measurement test.
Right, but you're starting off with NASA numbers, though. They give you the size of the Earth, the what do you call it? The not radius, but circumference. So you'd have to prove that first of all.
Well, not really, because it's not your claim. It's not, Captain Dan. It's not your claim though. So when you talk about what is being purported as the globe Earth, you're using the values and metrics according to what they're saying. It's not your claim. So when you take them as a hostile witness, you're going to bring forth the fact that they are saying these things and then teaching people these things. So what you're telling the new person who's in the mindset of the Earth as a globe, you're showing them that this is the purported numbers. And you can't be as a regular glober thinking that you're going to make the Earth whatever you want it to be. These numbers are what you would consider, and I'm using this term loosely, settled science. They needed the R value to calculate for telemetry for like the rockets leaving the Earth, and so R value is for figuring out how far away the planets are, the sun is, like, and everything in the cosmos. So the R value is most definitely important. So they're putting a lot of weight on that R value, which is the radius. Now, you didn't come up with that, but you're going to tell them that they need this information of the R value for everything. So based on that, they can't change the value of the Earth, right? Being the radius. They can't change it. So they have to accept what they're saying, NASA. They have to accept what this hostile witness that you're bringing forward is saying in order for their globe to be something presentable as a real entity in their mind. Therefore, once you take them through that and they understand, then you go, okay, now that you know I didn't make this claim, I'm just telling you, then you can see that we're going to use this R value to see if it's real or not. So now you're going to test the claim, right? Which is the long distance observation test. And that's when you put their claim to the test. And you're going to expose them by showing to the glober, look, it's not possible that you can have what they claim as far as the size of the Earth, because it doesn't work out when we do long distance measurement tests.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing. We're using them as a hostile witness. We ourselves don't have to prove it to be true. We just have to show that this is what they're saying as a matter of fact. So once we expose them as their claim is that the Earth is a specific set size of dimensions, then we can test that claim against what they're saying, and then show the globers in reality it does not line up with the truth of reality.
Mm-hmm. What's the first go-to rebuttal of that information from the globers?
Globers, they're gonna ask you, why is this? Why is that?
Yeah.
Why gravity? Why does the moon look like a sphere? They're gonna take you everywhere else in the story, and what they need to realize is that because they immediately, once you show them that you falsified the ball, then they have to verify every other story that was ever told to them, and they want a replacement story for everything that they were ever told. Do not give it to them. Stick to the fact that you falsified the ball.
When you say, okay,
all you gotta do is falsify the ball. Don't let them say, well, what about gravity? What about the size of the sun? What about the planets? What about the stars? What about whatever? They're gonna be like, oh, refraction. Don't let them pull you in 15 directions.
The one I've heard is, okay,
refraction is a bullshit answer.
Yeah,
there's more distortion out there than the refraction.
You see the lighthouse so far is because light is being refracted over the ball Earth.
Yo.
Hey, I have something with a bunch of
Big of Death, I think you're hot micing, bro. Pig of Death, are you there? Hello.
You haven't given me anything I can't handle.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute him because I don't know if he knows he's hot micing. All right, he's muted.
I just got home.
What's up, Satoshi?
I'm eating udon.
Ooh.
Moto.
Anyway, yeah, but just getting back to that, Captain Dan, we really want people to be on the same page of this, because it becomes difficult when we have to then argue with our fellow flat earthers in here about, in the middle of a discussion with someone, about what we can present and what we cannot. So it's a shot to your pride during a conversation with the Glober if you're not on the same page. And we're trying to avoid that right now by creating an atmosphere, I'm using that term loosely, with the idea that you're going to be able to understand what the culture is here. Once you get with the quote-unquote program, then you're like, hey, I'm with it now. I know that when somebody new comes in, we're all talking about the very same thing and we're helping each other out. We're not tearing each other apart. Like, I'm not talking about Coriolis when you're talking about the measurement of the long distance test, because then I'm not helping the cause. I'm actually hindering it. So we need to be on the same page in this forum with the culture. Like, we're all about making sure people can understand their reality in a real way that they can verify what's going on. Versus like, did you guys know that NASA's got bubbles in space? Did you check that out? And then we're off into the races about like proving space real, and it's not going to help us get to the point of what reality is. It's just let's reserve those conversations for Sunday, and we can speculate all you want. Whatever it is that you bring up, just bring it up. It might sound a little harsh on the onset, but I guarantee you it's...
Yeah, I mean, this is not my first day here. It's just...
Well, I mean, but yeah, it's kind of like the unspoken thing that we don't talk about too much, and that's why I'm bringing it up now. Because most of the people in here already they're well known or like what we do, so they don't have to like wonder or ask. But when it comes to content, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is the most premium place to be when in discussion about the Earth shape, for sure. You don't tell them about... The videos are ancillary. They'd be the thing that you tell them after they come and get acclimated with the forum. That's what you tell somebody. Oh, yeah, and plus we got some videos. Go check them out. They're in the hashtag on the bottom of our Discord. And, of course, we got all the videos you probably mentioned with Eric Dubay and whatnot. But they're the secondary source. We're the primary source.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that often that like a Glober comes in here and wants to get jumped on by 80 flat earthers. You know what I mean? Like, you sit here for quite a while without anybody coming in here.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. We like the moments that you come in here, we've had action mostly this whole time. It's just the time frames of when you come in here, you don't see anything happening. You're like, well, it's pretty dead in here. I'm about to leave.
No, I'm just saying, I've been here before, and I know how it goes. We sit around, and there's no Globe people coming in here, that want to argue with us.
Yeah, they are.
It's not that often.
That's not true. That's false. Actually, there is people that come in every single day. Maybe they may not have the gumption to speak up, but they do come in here, and sometimes they're listening. And we have them in the live stream, so we got them every day. We're talking to them every day. So it's a matter of perspective when it comes to like what you think you want to see. Like a knockdown slugfest, we probably don't have that like every day. But we do have like people maybe asking a few questions and leaving. So that's like it is true that they do come in here every day. They see our content, they're listening to us, and you are making a difference, let's say. Versus like where you think, well, it's pretty dead in here, I'm gonna leave. So the people that are in here every day, they are making it. Eat Their Grass, Morvis, you got Mike Power Swan, you got Quetzalcoatl, Grim, like even the guys in text, they're doing a killer job. And so like everybody's a part of this whole machine working like the way it is. Anyway, I'm very proud of everybody here. That's kind of why I'm boasting about it, because I see the hard work that everybody does. So to say that it's not going the way you think it is, I don't think so. If you haven't been here as long as we have and as much as we have, I think it's not a very good position to say anything about the server. Like, well, I've been here before, but I've only been like 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there. Like I'd say if you're constantly in here, you can see the effect that we have, the ripples that we make throughout, the arena of this discussion. We are a powerful entity every single day, because if it's just one mind we make a difference of, that's all that matters, right? So that's why I know this is working.
Are you the boss here?
Well, people consider me a general, but I do say that I take pride in everything that we do. So I want to make sure that everybody, all of us, are well equipped to answer the questions, and also have them answer the questions, because that's what they don't do in other forums. They got moderators to be their buffer. They got their own teammates who will not let them answer the questions. That's why in here, when they come here, they're stripped of all of that. The only thing that they have is them and us. And they're not going to escape when it's time to be held accountable for the things that they say. And when it's time, they're going to either answer the question or run away. That's it.
And the goal, Captain Dan, is to make you a boss in here also.
Yeah. Because you can be.
I don't know. It seems like if I suggest there's an ice wall, you guys will get upset.
Well, it's not the fact that we get upset. It's the fact that it becomes a speculation. And so long as you understand there's a time and place for that, you can talk about an ice wall all you want on a Speculation Sunday. Or if it was by a passing mention in here, like, hey, my speculation is there's an ice ring. That I don't care. But it has to be with the caveat that you said it's speculation. When it's not even said and you're like, no, there's an ice ring around the earth, then it's like a matter of fact. And then to the new listener, there's no distinction if you're speculating or not. So even if you're in your own head, you're speculating, they're not going to understand that. So it needs to be like confessed that, hey, you know what? This is my speculation, guys. So just hear me out. The world has an ice ring around it or whatever. And then that's people know.
I always preface it. I say, my personal, model looks like a snow globe,
Yeah. It's like I said,
I'm not saying that's gospel truth. I'm just saying that's where my research has come.
Yeah, what I mean is like because we're live streaming, somebody could pop in the live stream in the middle of a discussion like that, and they wouldn't know if you're speculating or not, even though you prefaced it. So it's always, to me, it's like, I want to just regulate that to one day so that everybody can know that on Sunday we're all just talking about everything speculation. So it doesn't matter what time somebody comes in, they're gonna be like, oh, today's Speculation Sunday, so they're having a conversation about ice rings and whatnot. That's why.
And like if somebody new comes in here and you start having a conversation with them and you start talking about the ice wall, they're going to ask for verification. And what's going to be your verification?
Yeah, like these Globers are here trying to push their garbage, and when we don't have the ability to directly prove that there's an ice wall, and you're trying to provide straight truth, it's kind of hard to get your point across.
Like, the best way to verify that would be like, well, I had a 4-day voyage up against what looked like the Antarctic ice wall, and here's all my pictures and videos and my documentation, my, where my heading was, where my location was, what was going on with the weather down there. Like, you'd have all these things to verify. It'd all be firsthand knowledge. Secondhand knowledge, it is like just as good as the story itself. It's just a story.
Well, if someone takes a picture of the pyramids of Giza, I don't need to go there myself and take my own picture because you can go ahead and rely that his camera worked okay. You know what I mean?
Right, but can you go to the pyramids of Giza and take your own pictures?
Yeah. Pretty expensive.
Okay, can you go to the Antarctic ice wall and take pictures with your own camera?
Some places apparently, because people do it.
I mean, you'd have to go to this thing.
I have no firsthand knowledge of the ice wall. Yes, I've only heard tell.
You'd have to go to their exact location. You'd have to go to their exact location, though, and be able to take pictures yourself. That's what we're trying to say. Like, what is a common way to do
Antarctica and do it myself, or else what? There's nothing valid.
Well, I mean, how expensive is it to go to Antarctica and do your own verification?
I don't have to go to Disneyland to believe that it exists and that the pictures on Google are really Disney.
That sounds like a Glober, though, but think about it like this.
Yeah.
If you say something like the ice ring, right, around the entire Earth, and then at the same breath you say, well, we can't travel there past the 60th parallel, what are you telling them? Sounds like a contradiction, right? We can't go past the 60th parallel, but we can go see the ice ring surrounds the entire Earth. You hear how that sounds?
It's just like space. You can go as high as you want, but you can't go past a certain height.
Yep. But space was there. Trust me. It's not, you can't do that. You pose a contradiction at the same time you're saying, we can't go past the 60th parallel. We'll get stopped. They always stop us. and then affirm that there's an ice ring around the entire Earth. That sounds cockamamie. I mean, honestly, coming from somebody that should be all about and verification, you know, you just and then you start sounding like a glober when you're like, well, I can go to Disneyland, but it's like, well, you can't visit the whole entire ice ring either.
Well, how easy is it to go to Disneyland versus the Antarctica?
Usually, flat earthers, it stings their pride, and I'm pretty sure it might be yours a little bit, Captain Tan, because you had this in your head. And it's no slight.
I'm just puzzled by the idea that you can't trust anything but you going somewhere and taking a picture. Otherwise, it don't exist.
That we say when we're telling people about the ice wall. We're like, it's in surrounding the entire Earth, and they're like, okay, has anybody seen it? Well, Captain Cook. And you're like, can you do it? No, I can't go past the 60th parallel. Well, then how are you verifying that it's there? Like, you're just telling me
maybe it's not there. Okay, fine. I don't know. I'm not saying that I know.
I mean, you know, we got to be careful when we say these things, because we don't. It sounds good because we want to have explanations. We want to say things. At the same time, we're not giving the people. We're not equipping them with the ways to critically think about what we're saying. And when they do analyze it, they're like, well, that's a contradiction. You just said we can't travel past the 60th parallel, and they stop us. Yet we can see that the ice ring is a reality. It's like, come on.
Yeah, it's just like we say, well, how far back does that are? How far, if you got up, you know, say there's an ice wall and you got up 200 feet and you're on that plateau. How far back does that go? Now, we really have no clue.
Well, I would say there's no clue past the 60th parallel. If you want to be real with it, how can you verify anything past that if everybody gets stopped when they try to go over there? And that's what every flat earther would agree with because of the Antarctic Treaty. So nobody's going to be like, no, you can actually go there. No, we're saying you cannot travel there. There's stipulations. If you want to go to a certain location on the ice, only places that you can go are certain ones. And that's it. Any other place, you can't just freely explore. That's not possible because you're already past the 60th parallel. Anyways, go ahead, Sheepdog.
Captain Dan, I just wanted to say real quick, too, I'm posting a GIF right now in the live stream. And this is the Antarctic tour if you ever want to go to Antarctica.
No, I've seen that dumb thing.
Yeah, it's
so
like this
look how much more
here's the
coastline.
Like barber pole, and they go, here it is, South Pole.
Look how much coastline there is that you can't visit. So how do you know that there's a wall there?
Wait, I'm not even looking for your picture here.
It's the last thing posted in the live stream at 1400.
Mesmerizing clouds?
No, it should be right below that. Here, I'll post it again just so that way in case it was in the stream.
What happened to my sound? Oh, I'm still on the phone. That's
But anyway, so the thing to say about it is like, oh, well, you know, like I can trust somebody's picture of Disneyland. You can freely go to Disneyland. You can verify that picture.
Yeah, but what if I live in China?
When you say, oh, well, what about the Black Swan at, what is it, Santa Barbara or Santa Monica or something like that? You can freely go there and take your own picture and do your own verification. These are places that you can freely go.
Yes,
who can really truly verify Antarctica? Who can verify that? You have to take somebody else's word for it. You can't do it on your own.
Yeah, how do you know it's not a little ice continent on the bottom of the ball, like they say? Do we know it's not that?
That it's an ice continent on a ball?
Yeah.
Well, we know it's not a ball.
Well, then what? Then okay, so then where does the Antarctica come in? Does it exist, or how does?
I don't know. Who's ever circumnavigated Antarctica and verified it?
I want to say Captain Cook. People don't like that answer either.
Okay, where's his video footage and his photography footage? Or is it just a diary?
I think you and I both know that would be captain's logs.
Exactly.
So
Can people forge? Can people forge their own logs?
Huh?
Can people forge their own logs? Have people written forgeries before?
Yeah, just I mean, everything could be a lie.
So unless you can verify it,
you should just give up.
You just gotta. Like it's a cool story, right?
I could say anything to you, and then you could just say, "Have you seen it? Have you tested it?"
Yeah.
Like I could say, it gets really hot in the Sahara Desert in Africa. Have you been to the Sahara Desert? No, but word is that it's real hot there.
Can you go to the Sahara Desert? That's the thing.
Can you go there yourself?
It's not if it exists. Can you go there? Or will you get stopped by the place that you can go to will be restricted? Is the Sahara Desert restricted to where nobody can actually go?
I think you can go there, as far as I know.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can travel to certain locations that you talk about, like the ones you mentioned. But what we're dealing with right now, Captain Dan, is the fact that you've been on this kind of mindset for a while. So it's like I said before, it stings the pride. The pride is kind of like taking a shot at it, and you're like, I want to still say to somebody that I can talk about Captain Cook and that. You can do whatever you like, but this forum is built on, like, when you say things in here, you're going to have to stand for what you're held accountable. Flat earthers are held accountable. Globe earthers are held accountable. Everybody is. And if you can't verify that, we're going to make sure that that doesn't get used in a way that we're helping the new people learn about the reality of the earth. Like, if it's the Sahara Desert compared to like Antarctica, which place can you actually go to that you can tell me assuredly, I can go to this place for sure and verify it? But you saying
do you
over and over,
understand
like,
that
you're picking certain locations that you can actually go to Disneyland.
Believe that you don't have to verify. Do you understand that?
Oh, that's not how it works.
Like
Hey,
if I
Dan,
tell
the
you
point is,
it's
Dan,
hot in Las Vegas, do you really have to?
one wig off the ears. The point is, they claim the Earth's a sphere, and you can go on Earth. We are here. Chill Chat's always available to talk about Admiral Byrd and all the cool Antarctica stories. They're awesome.
Yeah, that one's open 24/7. So, I mean, there's people that go down there and sit in there and wait for somebody to come down there and talk. And people show up. But when you're in this live stream, you're going to be held accountable for the words that come out of your mouth, because words have meaning. I'm not trying to say it to be a jerk. It's just, like Mayhem said, I was on that warpath at one time. I was in the same scenario. Like, oh my gosh, there's this. Here's the map. This is what it looks like. Now verify it. Well, I mean, and it's like, who created the map? Who verified it? And then when you research it, it's just an artist's rendition. There's no verification.
Okay, I get that.
That's all it is. It's just an artist rendition. And then the same thing with like Captain Cook's log. Like, who knows? Maybe he embellished a little bit. Maybe he was in a bind and he didn't want to do all the work. Have you ever been on a job and you kind of like shortcutted your way through the job just to get through the day because the work was hard and you knew to bullshit through it a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know. I probably wouldn't have to fudge much if his point is, well, we're following this wall and we've been doing it for 6 or 9 months straight, and there doesn't seem to be an inlet. I mean, I would say, sounds like the wall might go all the way around. Call me crazy. I'm not saying I've got pictures of it.
Even if that was the case, we're not even denying the fact that that could have been done. What I'm saying is it verified to be done? How can it be done today? Because when you tell somebody a story that they cannot verify, right, versus something they can, I think that makes a big difference in their understanding of reality. Because it gets them out of that Glober mindset where they cannot verify not a single thing that the Globers, talk about. None of it. None of it's verifiable. And if we're going to put them back in that mindset, then we're no different. That's why I said these guys, these prolific flat earthers who started the, I hesitate to use the word movement, but they started this kind of telling about it with videos and such. They were on the whole idea that you can tell them these things. And that's why even I think about it too, think about an education system. What would that look like for flat earth? Would you want people to believe just based on the idea that they don't have to use critical thinking and only trust what you say because you've been to the ice ring or something? No, you want to put it into the critical thinker's mind that this is also possible for you to verify. That's the difference between when we first began our journey with flat earth and that when it first came on the internet to where we're at right now. And if you're not up to date, you're going to still think like the prolific flat earthers are telling people, the whole dome and all that stuff. I mean, we understand certain facts, right? Gas pressure requires a container. That's the antecedent for it. But what we're not saying is that the shape of that container is whatever some people claim. So
yeah, okay. There has to be a container, but we're not going to exactly say what that might look like.
Yeah.
It could be a box. It could be an oval. It could be a rectangle or whatever. An octagon.
Yeah, it is.
A dodecahedron,
maybe
whatever that's called.
A little bit.
Oh, right.
Yeah. If you're not
dodecahedron.
Back to my friends, did a little bit of electrical. If she got her inspection, what do you call it?
I think he's talking to someone else.
I think he is. Hey, mute up real quick.
Sorry. Hey, sorry about that.
Hello, mic check.
What up, T-Dub?
Hey, what's up, Idris? What's he doing?
Hi. Hey, go. I'd just like to bring up the elephant in the room. And I know that it's been touched upon, but, well, the elephant in the room is that it's the globe, right? And in this conversation, there's all this focus on flat Earth, right? And aspects of it which are unverifiable and which we don't experience. So the focus of the server is on attack on the globe paradigm, the heliocentric paradigm, and not about making claims of flat Earth and not about proving flat Earth because it's self-evident, right?
Right. That's exactly on point right there, Tito.
Yeah, that's cool. But this is also held as learning for both sides, though, T-Dub. It definitely is a server for that, but it's also a server for somebody like in Captain Dan's position for us to help him with his thought process and having a conversation. Because I don't want it just to be only for Globers. I want it to be for flat earthers too. This has to be a place where you can learn. Maybe there's a misconception that you had with your arguments and how to refine it and get it better. It's also for that too. So not mainly just for Globers, but for flat earthers as well. And that's what we're trying to do with Captain Dan at the moment. Just like everybody, when we came into this topic, we were all talking the same way. We were saying ice ring, dome, all that kind of stuff. And it's just a refinement of that. And so when we're all on the same page, then yeah, of course. It's all about exposing the idea that the Earth is not a globe. I agree with you.
Mayhem, T-Dub, would you say, the saying, there's three sides to the story, your side, my side, the truth. So there's three sides to what's going on here on Earth. You have the globe side, the flat Earth side, and the truth. Or is that kind of going a little overboard on that one?
No, I don't mind. The end result is that we're going to help each other in this communication process, because I don't want to leave someone like Captain Dan in the dark where he's continuously thinking that's a great way to address these questions to Globers. I would rather him critically think about what he's going to say to somebody if they can verify it, and then he goes ahead and says it, versus him giving a speculation to some guy who's a glober and not ever have, verification of the Earth being, and they just run off on like Captain Cook's journey and stuff like that. I don't know. That's
Exactly.
what I
Exactly, because a glober's, a clever glober's, his method will be to try and lead you into attacking his claim with a claim of your own for flat Earth, and he can then attack.
Okay.
Yep.
Talk to you later.
definitely.
Are you hungry?
And you don't need to go into any of that. You just need to stay focused on the claims that the globe is making.
They make a lot of claims, so.
Right. So when in the debate, or when in a conversation, and when it's raised, you don't need to go into speculation about this or that about flat Earth, because you don't need to go into claims about ice walls and the dome shape and all that.
Where'd your daddy go? Are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat.
Captain Dan, you're hot micing, bro. And I think T-Dub was actually speaking, so I don't know if... Captain Dan, are you there? I don't think he knows he's not muted. Oh, when you come back, just let me know. I'll unmute you, Ben. Go ahead, T-Dub. Go ahead, T-Dub.
Right. Well, like you were saying, Mayhem, about gas pressure with containment and the dome, that sort of thing. Well, that you do get that rebuttal. Well, what is the container made of, and what shape is it, and all that, and we follow up with an analogy like the steak or the beehive. You don't need to know what the cow look like, it's the color of its eyes or anything like that, to know that you're eating a steak, right? But the argument isn't about the container, it's about the necessity for containment as far as gas pressure is concerned. And that's where you need to stay focused upon and not go outside into the realm of speculation, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a flaw that they can attack you upon, and to get to steer. It's a scapegoat, so that they don't have to be held accountable for their claims that they're making, and somehow that will, to an audience, lend credence to the idea of the globe and heliocentrism, and that they're correct. That's all they need to do is portray that.
Yeah, the moment you give them a little crack in the door about something you speculate on, they're just going to pick at that the whole time. Well, you done it. You made a speculation right now. So what's it any different from me doing it with the globe? And it's just, you're going to lose a lot of ground when you start that way.
I've had 5-day arguments with people.
Damn, bro.
Because they led me off into the weeds. I'm like, fuck it, you gotta learn, right? You gotta learn. I didn't do it on here. I did it on social media, but I'm like, well, okay, because, in here, you're held accountable. And out there, you're kind of like freelancing on your own. Yeah. So you try things out, and you're like, okay, let's see how this argument goes. And you end up arguing with the person for like 8, 9, 10 days.
Jesus, man, you are. I don't know what that is, but you're a saint, maybe. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to try it at least once, right? Like, I mean, y'all are past it.
At some point,
back in the old days,
Sheepdog. At some point,
had arguments for like 2 years.
You just got to throw the holy water in them and say "Vaya con Dios," like you just cut them loose, man. Like,
right.
But yeah, it's
no,
a learning experience.
I eventually just ignore them. Like, I have a new rule. I don't block anybody. I don't mute anybody, because whatever conversation I might have with them, there's going to be a third party reading that, and I want the conversation to continue, but it will be on my terms. It will be on the terms of truth. But yeah, no, I mean, I've had some drawn out wars with like anti-flat earthers, and you gotta try it by fire and see how it works.
And here's an image that I think everybody needs to save in their arsenal. The one I just posted. Because if we can't agree on horizon when we talk to these Globers, and I don't think there's going to be much conversation to be had with them. Specifically, like Black Swan and so forth. Because it seems like, you know how these weasels, like once we get to the horizon, it's all like, well, where's the horizon at? It's in front of the oil rigs, behind the oil, like they're just all over the place with it. So I think something to be established in those conversations could be something of like, do we agree on this definition? Yes or no?
I'm looking for my definition of gravity right now, because when they invoke gravity, they have to stick to the definition.
Yeah, the why it appears to me is the question that is in contention.
Yeah. What time is it for you, T-Dub, over there?
That's 5:30 a.m. So that's why I'm kind of trying to whisper a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds like you're a bit low. I was like, no wonder. You probably don't want to wake nobody up. That's cool.
That Aussie attitude, man. I get you.
What a shame. No Globers come in at this time. Maybe I should switch my my time frames when I go to work. I should go to work in the daytime, come out the nighttime. But these guys usually start coming in here. Well, the two gentlemen that came in here, it's a sad situation. Those young lads come in here and they just want to troll. But you hate to see it, It is what it is. Just young people having fun. Maybe they might come around later.
Hey, Miggy, can you go over the Black Swan again? I knew what it was. It's been a while since I looked into it, and I kind of forgot.
J Star, what's up, dude?
What's good, man?
Where you been at, dude? How come you're only VC verified?
I'm not in here that much because
Oh.
Yeah. But,
well, that don't matter. I mean, like as far as the Earth determining role, like what are you still on the fence or what? Like what because I don't remember. I thought you were flat Earth last time I remember you.
Yeah. No, it's definitely, we don't live on a spinning globe at all.
Yeah, but why? How come nobody's changed?
I think he said he's not sure what it is. I think he said.
Oh, that's right. Did you say you're not sure?
You weren't sure?
No, I never said that. No.
What would you say? Like because if you're assuredly a flat earther, I don't know why you don't have the tag. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and that's
last time.
Yeah, go on.
Last time, we just had a couple minutes conversation, but I did say I'm definitely. I mean, I say it's flat, and I know for sure there's no evidence that we spin on a globe with gravity is, to me, in my opinion, not real. To me, it's just weight, right? Gravity is just weight, and there's density, buoyancy.
Well, let's we could go over a few things, I guess. Like I wouldn't mind helping you, brushing you up on some of the things that I always tell people, come in here and stick around because I mean, I don't know, you might be busy though, because in life you might be doing stuff. So, but if you can, as much as you can, come in here and kind of glean where we're at, like in the topic, because someone like Captain Dan was kind of, it's like they come in here and you guys that just do it like a. On occasion, you don't know like how far we've already advanced the conversation, like to where we're not talking about bubbles in space and like on the daily, you know. We're not doing these things where it's all speculation kind of thing. Like flat Earth should be something logically consistent with reality. Like it should be able to convey that over to someone. So, but yeah, I'll go over the Black Swan with you if you got some time. I got a little bit of time before I got to get my food cooking for work. All right, old dude, thank you very much for the image of the Black Swan. But can you see the Modus Tollens on top of the image of the oil rigs that old dude put in live stream voice text, J-Star?
Let me see.
Should be the last image.
Oh, yeah,
images.
Yeah. So basically, the way I explain it and the way I see it is, you have two of those oil rigs, and one is further than the other. And then, to me, the way I see it is, you can tell me if I'm wrong. It's like the boat over the horizon observation, right? It's like you think you're left, you think it went over the curve, but it hasn't. Is that right? Something like that, or no?
Well, here, let me just I'll go through it with you, and I posted a small image of what horizon means. Can you agree with me on that, Jay? I'm pretty sure you can. If you see the definition, yeah.
Yes.
You can. So what I would say is, we might want to save that image or whatever, or pull up the definition when you talk to somebody about it. It's beneficial so that you guys can have a place to meet at, right? Within like how you're going to explain this. So you can just show them, hey, look, this is what a horizon is. Do you agree with that? And if they're like, no, I disagree, and then they're going to have to explain why they disagree and so forth. But if they do agree, which most people will, it's the line at which the Earth's surface and skies appear to meet. All right, so in that image, where would you see that definition represented at? The bottom image, what says bye-bye ball. Where would you see that? That definition kind of like where it says the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet.
Wouldn't
the
it
image
be
of
like the top line, right? The top yellow line.
Okay, do you see the image of where old Haas has just put in an image? Do you see that?
Yeah. Is that a boat?
No, we're not in the center of that, but far past that. Where does it look like where the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet? Can you see where that line is?
Yeah, wouldn't it be the top line or?
No. So right behind the furthest oil platform habitat at 9.41 miles. So you see that line where it's thank you for that. The negative for clarity. Yeah. So now you can see where the blue is and where the yellow is, and where the two meet.
Yeah. So.
Okay, that's the horizon right there, right?
B.
Let's see.
All right.
Yeah. No, it's A.
It is A. That's what that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, the horizon is
makes
A.
sense now. Yeah.
So if we're looking at so the main focus of the Black Swan is the horizon. You got to remember that. Has nothing to do with the oil rigs or anything to deal with anything other than just the horizon. Remember that. Mm-hmm. Always keep that at the top of like when somebody tries to tell you, well, what about the bendy cranes? And like, just tell them the only reason why we have the oil rigs in the picture is to demarcate the distance from the observer at 1 foot above the water. So from the person who's standing on the shore at 1 foot above the water with his camera, shooting across the plane, often to where they can see the platforms, it's just to show how far away from the observer to where the platforms is, to give us a distance, right? So now we have a distance. And the distance from the observer to the platforms is 9.41 miles, which is the furthest platform, right? But the platform Hill House is closer than that. It's at 6.21 miles. But what we're doing now is establishing is where the horizon is in correspondence to these distances, right? So the horizon in correspondence to these distances would be farther than platform habitat, like where A is, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Okay. That being said, now we know safely that the horizon could be 10 miles away? Safely. We could easily say that.
Roughly,
right.
yeah.
And that's just an estimation. We're not going to put an actual. Yeah, thanks, Sasha. And that's just a guy zooming in on it. Sasha posted a GIF. But like, now we have something to go by, right? Because we have a distance and we have an observer height, and now we have the horizon. So the estimated horizon is at around 10 miles. Okay. But now let's look at what the globe has to say. So let's go back to the Modus Tollens, right? So the old dude that posted the image there looks like the Modus Tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? The argument. So, and it just running through the argument is, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, which that would stand for P, right? The radius, 3959, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay? So, and then we look at, that's going to be Q, right? The 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that stands for Q, which is the geometric horizon, according to the curve calculators. And then it says, not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, which is the geometric horizon is falsified. Earth is not a sphere. So Modus Tollens is just telling you, if P, then Q. So if radius, then geometric horizon. Not radius, then not geometric horizon. That's basically how it's formulated. Can you understand the logical argument?
Yeah, I understand that now. I'm a little bad with math, but
yeah, no worries. So basically, what's 1 times 1?
1.
Right. So 1 times 1.22. 1.22, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we do understand it's not very complicated, but anybody that just basic can do like a little bit of math can figure out, if you're at 1 foot observer height and the distance, the globe's measurement from 3959 away from you, where you should see the curvature begin, or the horizon according to the globe should be from a 1 foot observer height at 1.22 miles away. The horizon, not the oil rigs, the horizon. So the horizon should be at 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height, according to the globe math, how big the ball is. But the ball is telling us that it is not at 1.22 miles because we see a horizon at 10 miles. Remember, we could safely say that it's about 10 miles away?
You said the ball, not the ball, reality.
Yeah, the reality, what we see is the horizon is at 10 miles away, safely. But the ball is telling us that it should only be at 1.22 miles away. That's where they're saying you should, at 1 foot off the water, that's where you should see the curvature. It should be at 1.22 miles away.
So we can see way too far, because
that's correct.
Over 10 miles.
Yeah, because we're using the oil rigs as a demarcation of distance. Can you see that? That's why the oil rigs are there. They're not there for like, well, it's refraction. Like we don't care about. They're only there to show us the distance between the observer and how far away we can see. So they're used as a distance marker. That's what they're there for. But the main argument is the horizon. How far away is the horizon? And it's safely at 10 miles, right? Whereas on the ball, it should be at only 1.22 miles.
Yeah, I mean that's been one of my biggest arguments too for a while. Is we can see too far, but that's a good. Are there other examples too? I thought there was other.
Yeah,
examples.
I mean, check this out. Yeah, go ahead, Sasha. You want to jump in?
Okay, black swan. It's made like this. All swans are white, and if you find one black swan, that means this one. That means that not all white swan are. But in translation, it means like this. All points on the earth curving when you make observation. Do you know? That's the white swan. All points on the earth curving. That's the all swans are white.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna ask that too, because I forgot the meaning of that, and that's because, like you said, if there's you see
And
swans, you see all white swans. Think that there's no black swans, but then you see a black swan. That means there's not all white swans, in the world or whatever.
yeah, and that Santa Barbara is not. We call that because that QE call it, and it's black swan, but every observation which is showing no curving, it's a black swan.
Actually, we have all black swans and no white swans. If you want to look at it that way, we only have black swans. We don't have white swans. There is no white swans. The white swan is an illusion. There only is black swan. But that's just kind of my funny way of putting the spin on this. But can you see the argument though, Jay, of what we're saying? Remember, when you present this, focus on the horizon. Don't take your mind like the people will try to divert to. Well, we have refraction. We're like, you're not listening here. The horizon is what's in contention right now. So we're going to be focused on the horizon.
Yeah.
And even if they say bendy cranes, it's distortion. So it really hurts their argument even more. So.
Oh, yeah. If they want to claim refraction, they're going to be in a world of hurt. Because you need two media to accomplish refraction. Like the terrestrial refraction that they want to claim is happening here to cause the refracted light over it's so out of this world. Like it's not even something in reality. You have to conjure up this magical refraction just to rescue the globe. And it does not exist because you need two media. That's Snell's law. Go look it up. I don't know. Steve Dog, do you have your Google in front of you? Pull up Snell's law, bro.
Sure. Snell's law? Yeah. Yes, okay.
People struggle with this, man. Yeah, people struggle with this, and it's a very understood phenomena. It's well understood. And the way it's defined is the only way that it can actually... So, think about this, right? If you're looking at a glass and you put a straw in it, right? And it's got water, right? It's got air and it's got water. But once that straw goes through that water, what happens to the visualization of the straw underneath the water?
It looks like bent, it looks shifted, right?
That is refraction.
Right.
That.
But you have to understand, you are in one media, and the straw went through a second media.
Yep. And that's why you could see it refracting. Because if you think about it, oops, thank you.
There it is in the live stream, real quick. Snell's law. It's literally halfway into the show paragraph.
Okay, let's just read on top of what it says there. Snell's law in optics: a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Ray of light don't exist. Quantum can go into that too. In crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances and the refractive index of each, right? The law was discovered in 1621. The Dutch astronomer and mathematician Wilbert Snell, also called Snellius. Okay, so what do we have here is a defined term of what it is and what people are saying that it is, right? J-Star, do I have you still here? Okay. All right. So you can carry this definition as a way to get them off of that mindset, because it always diverts back to this, and it's never actually posted so that they can understand. You have to expose this as their understanding that they don't, something that the people don't know. Well, when refraction gets brought up, it's like a mysterious thing. Well, it could be refraction. I don't know, but let's check it out. But this is the definition of the law of how it's discovered. It's something well known in optics, right? Oh, did I
okay. Let me see. So this is basically saying that this is basically giving the reason of refraction, like on the horizon, let's say.
No, the definition is telling you what it would take for refraction to be the case. If we're talking about the law of refraction, right?
Yeah.
What would it take? Two contacting substances and the refractive index of each.
You are not watching through the. You are not watching through the water. You are watching only air.
It's just air between you and the.
I get, yeah. But
There you
I'm just
go.
trying to understand what it's actually saying because I haven't really heard. I've heard of this in here before, but
I got a GIF. I got a GIF. For this specific, I actually saved it. Here, check this out.
And just for clarification,
look at this
in the
GIF.
medium.
Yeah, look at this GIF.
You are in the only medium. There is no two mediums. There's your second medium right there.
Yeah, do you see that GIF?
There's your third medium. That's a great
that would
GIF.
be
I like
refraction.
Huh?
That would be refraction.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, what is it? Yeah. So what does the definition state? Right? Because we always got to go back to making sure that the law is always being preserved, and that it's not misaligned with what people are saying, with their idea that they can say that on a globe. What do you need for refraction to take place in a like?
Isn't there, Miggy, even three mediums?
Yeah, but like but like listen, like the idea that it can happen between the ray of light, which ray of light don't exist, but like the ray of light crossing the boundary or surface of the separation between two contacting substances
at an angle. Obliquity is important.
What would be the second substance?
Yep.
Well, in this case, you could say air and water, but you have a glass here in this image that I'm posting. But
that glass is another.
The glass is just like a magnification of what you see in the background because it's not distorting the image. What distorts it is the other contacting surface, which is the water. That's what changes
inside the glass. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what changes the visual.
Right.
And that's it. Like, I mean, you could use a straw. That you could. Does anybody have a straw like GIF? I don't know if that's even there. But you can see
Miggy, look at the arrow.
I've seen that.
Why arrow is not far away when you put the glass? Because when they invoke refraction, we see far away. That means in this glass, this arrow should to go behind.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves because we're gonna get JStar confused. We'll leave it up to him having a conversation with the Glober, and then the Glober will probably say that, and then he can dismantle that. But
but that is important because refraction is a deviation of something, and you cannot have deviation
listen to what these freaking guys say, man. That it's light bending over the curve. They can't even prove. It's crazy. They can't prove anything that they say, much less let alone say that refraction is what's causing this. They don't even know. So when you present Snell's law, they're like, "Oh, I didn't know it was two contacting substances." Oh yeah, you didn't know. That's why you were claiming that it is. But here it is, right? In optics, people understand this because you can actually, what can you do? Demonstrate that this is the case. See, it's all about demonstration. You got to make sure people really are up to date with this.
But if they are saying that the light is bending behind the curvature, that means we cannot have the dark.
Yeah, look at sheepdog. That's a great. Let's see here. Oh, it's not a GIF. It's an image. Well, yeah, but check it out. Look at the straw going into. You would think that the straw would continue down into the water, but you don't even see that. You see it like way back behind. It looks like it's something magical, right? But this is just. I like that one. Even look at how different it looks from looking top down into the water from the sideway view of it. Isn't that weird? The top down version looks like it's still refracted, but in the bottom one looks.
If you're in a pool, it's the same thing when you're in a pool.
Yeah. Same thing. Yeah, you're getting it. So they can't invoke this because what do you need for refraction to take place? Two contacting substances. And you don't have that when you're looking across the way with just air. That is not what they claimed it to be. It's not going to do this. You need two contacting media like this.
You'll see it's also magnified a little. It's the angle. Yeah. The angle of light is important in Snell's law.
Yeah.
The angle of incidence. as well. Like so.
Well, what's cool about that too is that it should be, if this was a globe, yeah, those are good images. If this was a globe, right, you would actually think of it like, well, the funhouse mirror on the surface of the water. On a funhouse mirror, it would distort the image of the thing that's being reflected off of the surface of water. So, like, let's say in the images of like lake, like a really calm lake, right? You could see like a mountain in the background. Well, you would see that very distorted. Even if there was the slightest bit of curvature, it would elongate, and probably not even, you wouldn't be able to resolve the whole mountain, because it would be like looking like a weird funhouse image. Like one of those, have you been to a funhouse, J-Star, where it looks like you stand in front of those wobbly mirrors and makes you look all distorted? Well, yeah, I don't know. Are you still with us, J-Star? Maybe we're just talking to ourselves. You're gone. Yeah, that's what I figured. No matter. We have an audience.
No, he's here. He just muted.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see what else? Your what?
Connection is messed up.
You're coming in muffled, brother.
His connection's messed up right now.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, that's cool.
So I think you made some really great points, and I hope J-Star you kind of caught on to the whole the importance of why the black swan is so important. The height of the observer is important according to the globe. The location of the horizon and the definition of horizon is important to the globe. And don't let the parlor tricks lead you off course.
So in optics, Snell's law is very well understood. We do understand this, guys, right? There's no, like, for the guys that are in here, when they invoke that that's two contacting substances, right? So you need that. You can't have what they claim is happening with just the air. Sorry. You can have distortion within the air for sure. That's not, no one's ever claiming that doesn't happen, or that the visual perspective with distance starts to decrease the the view of whatever you're seeing in the far distance. Like, you'll start to resolve less and less as you get farther away. No one's declaring that that's not happening. But what is not happening is their magical refraction that they need to happen, like as in two contacting substances would make the image look like it's doing, which it doesn't. They don't have that. Because then you would start seeing what you see in those images being posted. So that completely destroys their argument, their magical terrestrial refraction, with 7/6R being the formula that they're using with the radius of 3959. That's it.
They need that refraction. They need it.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, how are you going to see things at a far away distance?
Yeah. I was going to mention while you were still on refraction, that's when they have to have a static world also. That's when everything has to stop. So no more swirling of the gases, no more the change in high pressure to low pressure, no convection or conduction, no transfer of energy. All that has to stop.
Yeah, speaking of static too, Sonny, like they can't claim anything optical. Their goose is cooked. Anything so the globe really has nowhere to go, right? Once they start claiming fairy fog or Fata Morgana, they're done. You're automatically just say, okay, then you can't tell me what the distance to the horizon is because you don't know. You start seeing optical phenomena happening. Now, what are you telling me? That you can't know where the horizon is because you see this optical phenomena? It destroys your claim.
Exactly. And so here's another part of it. So the other things that they forget about, shall we list them? Yes, we shall. So wave texture, wind direction, current, tides,
reflection. Because the angle of incident at which you because think about it, the angle of incident that you see something on the water reaching your eyeball when it hits the water and bounces off and reaches your eyeball. You would not see that. Like I said before, it would look like a funhouse mirror. The image would be completely distorted.
Yeah. And then listen, as a sailor, here's something you notice when you're out sailing a lot, because you're looking for where the wind is hitting the water, so you can identify where it is, and you can see it very clearly because it makes the water darker because it's changing its reflective nature into a more textured surface with, like, so it hits, and you see that in some of the Black Swan images where you can see the wind is hitting the water. That's the other thing that has to stop.
Right. So
slam dunk.
So think about it like this. I need you guys who are in here right now, because we're just brushing up on our information. So like, as we're going to use this as an academy, everybody can follow along if you want. I need you to type into your Google specular reflection. Okay, we got some images here that are going to start coming out with specular reflection.
That's good.
Here, let's see. Let's get an image going, shall we? The great image. So yeah, I got another one. One with the guy actually explaining specular reflection, and I'm just gonna post it. And don't mind the dude that's in that image that I'm gonna post, but check this out. All right. So look at that flat surface, that the angle from the image of that mountain to, which is the angle of incident, right? That we would say from the output angle, what it has to be to reach the person's eye, their vision, so they can see the image. Okay. Can you see that? I don't know if anybody's following along or not.
I am. I don't know if I was muted or muted.
So this right here is another, I would consider another debunk. Since we're on the topic of, what all the list of debunks are, the water does not help their case, not even in the slightest. Okay. Thank you, Sheepdog, for that. But like, we don't talk about rays. But anyway, knowing that what the light.
That's why I put it out there as a joke.
Yeah, knowing that the light, the way it's hitting the water and where you can see it, it has to operate in this way. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see that image, in perfect symmetry. It would look elongated, distorted. It would not look like the way you see it. So in that image that I posted with specular reflection, the person, of course, these to scale are not looking like what it should be, but like it shows a triangle and then the surface of water and then the person viewing, or how he sees that image looking like on the water. And then he's got an example of an image of a mountain and, in the water, what it looks like and so on. But everything looks symmetrical from like the reflection and so forth. So you're not going to miss too much from that. I mean, even though you get a little bit, but it's not going to be disproportional. So everything in proportion is going to be kind of the same thing that you see, right? That could not happen if the Earth is curving. Now, the curvature of the Earth is going to dictate how that is going to be seen if the Earth is curving, right? The funhouse mirror effect. Well, you're not going to see symmetry. You're going to see elongated. Probably won't see the things in the far distance. It's just going to be all over the place, like looking weird, because it's a curved surface, right? Let's see. Let's see if we can get a curved image or a curved specular reflection. So I can show you. Okay. I need like one of the. Have you seen like a chrome ball? I guess a chrome ball would be a perfect.
There you go. Here, I'll put this on here. This will help explain things. But
yeah. Let's see. I don't think we have. Well, any curved mirror will do. So here, let's.
What's that famous landmark ornament in the States? I can't remember what city it is. And there's that big sculpture.
Yeah. I think that's the one I was trying to bring up. Oh, by the way, I'm going to take you to LibreText Physics. So, some good information for you guys. Go to LibreText.
Ooh, I got it.
Yeah, look at this. Spherical mirrors. Perfect.
Sorry, I just posted something.
Yeah,
you want me to delete it so you can talk about it?
No. Well, I gave the link to the LibreText physics so you guys can see spherical mirrors, right? Spherical mirrors. Now, and this is lovely. This information here is wonderful for you guys. Okay, let me post something. There's an image here that I wanted. Another image. Give me a second here. Yeah, it's along the same lines. Hang on. It's wonderful. I love this information. Here you go. All right, look at that mirror that's in that image that I just posted. Now, that is a very distorted image from what we truly see, right? Like when you take a look upon that building, it doesn't look like that. So, however, it's represented on that spherical mirror that way. And here's a little bit of like how people can kind of dissect that in a kind of a better way. There's formulas for it too. If you go into that LibreText link that I posted, it will take you to the formula, and then you can start to see this a little bit understood better, right? So now that we're seeing this like in reality, we can now show people how it's possible that the Earth is not displaying itself this way, because if it was a curved surface, then what would we see? Anyone in here?
It would be elongated and bending around it.
Most definitely. Now, this is most assuredly the way we would see it. This isn't like something that's up for debate. This is exactly what should be represented if we are dealing with a curved surface. So a smooth, calm lake wouldn't be showing us specular reflection in the way that it does. It would definitely be showing us something in the way of a curved mirror or a spherical mirror. A spherical mirror would be what we'd be seeing reflected off the surface of the water. That's just the way it would be. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. It would be just like a spherical mirror would be.
And that's based off of their measurements as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let's this LibreText has a little bit of something also. I'm going to just take a snippet of this and post it. Let's see. I'll take this right here. Just a snippet. Look at this. And I'm going to read a little bit of it. It says, it says the image in a plane mirror has the same size as the object, is upright, and is in the same distance behind the mirror as the object in front of the mirror. A curved mirror, on the other hand, can form images that may be larger or smaller than the object and may form either in front of the mirror or behind it. In general, any curved surface will form an image, although some images may be so distorted as to be unrecognizable. Think of the Funhouse mirror. That's what it says in LibreText, exactly what I was telling you guys. Because curved mirrors can create such a rich variety of images, they are used in many optical devices that find many uses. We will concentrate on spherical mirrors for the most part because they are easier to manufacture than mirrors such as parabolic mirrors, and so are more common. And it goes into curved mirrors. But exactly what I've been telling you is exactly what this is saying. A plane mirror and a curved mirror. So what we see reflections on the water with specular reflection is a plane mirror. We do not see a curved mirror. This is an outstanding argument for flat Earth. Like one of the best. So it's highly ranked for you to actually get acclimated with this, and also LibreText, so you can have a more in-depth kind of way of speaking about this if you so choose. You don't really have to go in depth, but this is a great way for you to demonstrate the fact that we are not living on a curved surface. Is this helping you guys a little bit?
Absolutely. I never even really thought about it as far as, because I didn't think of mirroring effect on a curved surface per se, but then I used to work in the hospital, and they would have curved mirrors up in the corner where the ceiling meets the wall, and that's so you can see around the corner as you're approaching it, so you can continue your motions.
Indeed.
And it's distorted. It's elongated when you're looking around the corner. It's very distorted and unnatural.
So a plane mirror, which is kind of the ones we get at the store when we want to see our reflection, and put them in our, hanging them on our doors of our houses so that we can see how we're dressed and stuff. Like a plane mirror versus a curved mirror are two very different things, and they also have different functions, right? These mirrors. But they're both useful, and we can understand them. So with all of this, we're armed with empirical data. Are we not?
Yeah. It's observable, measurable, undeniable. Like anybody can go and get a curved mirror.
Quantifiable. Yeah. And it's a wonderful demonstration of how this is reality and that is not. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Here we go. This is a good one right here. I like this.
I just jumped in. What does a curved mirror do?
Well, that's context.
A curved mirror, it says, can form images that may be larger or smaller than the object and may either form in front of the mirror or behind it. In general, any curved surface will form an image, although some images make to be so distorted as to be unrecognizable. Think of funhouse mirrors. I'm reading off of LibreText, but that's what we went over right now, Godric. You want the link again? I can post it.
No, I'm looking in the text and I see the curved mirrors. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll post it just again for posterity. Yeah, click on that right there. That's going to arm you guys with enough data to just lay waste to this globe.
And it's a very clear message that in the discussion. I was reading through it. I like it. It's really good.
Yeah, it's to the point and it's surgical. You know how I operate, Sheepdog.
Oh yeah.
It's mayhem all the time, bro. Like all the time.
If it can't pull a wig off somebody's head, it ain't worth it.
I mean, you could just drop this link and say good night. It's a mic drop right here. Really? I mean, you can't recover from this. You just can't. How are you then going to say the Earth is curving and not show a curved mirror? Come on. I mean, come on.
And in all honesty, like you said, it's a mic drop at that point, and then you say, why don't you just go ahead and read it? And then once you're done reading it, come back and tell me what you think about it. Let's have a discussion.
You know what's weird is that it's all quantified there in that LibreText link with formulas and just like, I mean, go nuts. It's all there. So at which point you're just like, putting your feet up, kicking back, smoking a stogie. You know what I mean?
Moving on
and
to
just
the next
going, just next. That was the easy wig snatch. They're not ready for mayhem, bro. I'll tell you that much right now. They're just not. They come in all half cocked and unprepared, and just whoa, man, Earth's globe, Earth's round. I'm telling you guys. And the most staunch, dug-in glober, anti-flat earther gets stopped in their tracks. And you guys can even snatch their wigs if you'd like. It's yours for the taking. The more egotistical, the better, right?
This is what I imagine when I hear you say mayhem. This is you.
crashing down on their car of like speculations of what they think the Earth is.
But what about satellites? I'm a satellite dish.
Boom. I got a few gifts actually.
Yeah.
Where is it?
No, they aren't ready for you. You, Elijah, Indio, Chris, Jedi, Sunny. They're definitely not ready for Sunny, man. Sunny will lay them down right where they stand.
Hello, Jenny.
Hey.
Jenny, how's your brother-in-law doing?
I don't know. I think this sounds gonna sound bad, but I don't know. I don't know if travel plans are still going on. Sister's acting kind of weird, so up in the air. Haven't heard anything. But yeah, I haven't talked to a brother-in-law since Well, since he left like 2 weeks ago. I think more. So he tries.
I was just wondering because of the observations we were talking about that night.
Most definitely. Even if he goes to Florida and I can't go, I definitely need to help him come up with a game plan and, have him come in here and talk with you guys for a game plan. Because I want him.
He already talked to us.
I want him to put his money where his mouth is. He says he's never paid attention to it and he wants to get a camera and wants to do an observation and settle the score. Because he is kind of, I don't know, it's going to take more for him. He's not one to auto believe, So I'm going to hold it. I'm going to keep him. I'm not going to let him forget about it. I do know that for a fact. But yeah, I haven't been able to talk to him in several weeks. Because we're kind of not super close, but, we always have, good hangout sessions and whatnot, but.
Hey, Jenny, don't forget, I'm going to post the link again. Take this link that I'm going to put in live stream voice text and just keep it in your arsenal of flat earth stuff.
Okay. Ooh, nice.
Yeah. And then I was reading to everybody who's here about a plane mirror and a curved mirror. So if the term of these mirrors are kind of self-explanatory. A plane mirror would be one that's flat, right? And a curved mirror, of course, has curvature. And on the top of that's the understanding of what this distinction between the both kind of gives you like an overview of getting into what spherical mirrors and curved mirrors and if the Earth is curving, like they say it is, anywhere like you're traveling, especially your friend over water, would see curved images reflected on that water, which he doesn't. He sees a plane mirror surface so, and then it tells you, kind of quantifies what it would be for a curved mirror to be represented, right? So,
well, something that complements that, Miggy, is hydrostatics. Like when you're talking about reflections off water, well, hydrostatics reveals that that any body of water at rest, it will measure flat and level horizontal.
Indeed. What I'm also going to post to you guys in here, I'm going to put my channel up, the Wig Snatcher Club. You guys shoot me a sub if you haven't done that. I'm going to plug my channel and just shameless plug, guys. Don't worry.
It needs a plug, man. This is going to be an awesome project.
Yeah, my channel is going to be filled with nonstop globe action. Trust me. But I am going to have in there information for you guys. Like because I got my Aussie friends, right? They're not up at the time we are. When things get really hot and heavy in here, they're usually sleeping. So I kind of feel bad that they don't get a part of the action. There is Aussie flat earthers like T-Dub, but they have to be on it like weird time frames when things start heating up in here.
You couldn't have picked your title, dude.
What's that?
Wig Snatchers Club. I love that.
Yeah.
Of you.
Look at the Urban Dictionary for the word wig snatcher, Jenny. You'll start. Yeah, just look at it. I'll save it. I won't tell you. I'll let you.
Looking it up right now.
Yeah, so curved mirrors, plane mirrors, you guys know what's up. The information on physics. Go ahead, Jenny. Did you read it?
Yeah, I found it. Hopefully this is the best one. A diva so awe-inspiring and badass that all wannabe divas clutch their weaves in fear when she enters the room.
It goes on.
Okay.
No, I like this. Like
mayhem.
A woman who exposes people for the frauds that they are simply by being better than them in every single way. She is naturally gifted, sexy, and talented, and many people try too hard to emulate her style, only to fail miserably as people mock them. She is the exact opposite of a basic bitch.
Hoorah!
That's Texas though.
Sweet. Sounds like
That's
you
sexist though.
Miggy be the man with the plan.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna have to redefine that urban term. But I got a gift to go along with that for the guy's perspective right here.
Okay, so I think aren't definitions rated for how? Because there's like another one, and it doesn't seem as good as the first one. It says wig snatchers is the type of girl who will snatch your wig in the middle of the night. She will be like the bibbity boppity. Wig's gone, bro. Okay, she'll be like bibbity bobbity boo. Your wig's gone, boo. That's what it says. Okay, okay, this is used in a sentence and shit. Ayo, that wig snatcher did it again. She snatched her wig. Oh, damn. Miss, steal your wig. Snatched all the cheerleaders' wigs yesterday night. They all wigless.
Wigless. That's a good, I like that word, wigless.
So that's it. That's it for Urban Dictionary.
Oh. You may have to make a counter tag for your legendary wig snatcher. When they get their wig snatched, they get wigless attached to them.
That would be funny. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna make
That'd
it.
Be epic.
I will.
That'd be
get the
epic.
wigless.
Sound like another song.
And it don't go away. It can't go away. Nobody can take it off.
I'm making this right now.
Maybe you know what song it makes me think of? By Criss Cross, where they say wiggity 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 whack. You wiggly. You wigless. Wigless.
Yeah, you're wigless, man. There's just no two ways about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that sounds like another song. Maybe. Hint, hint.
Right. CB.
That should be.
Don't look at me.
All right, so wigless.
All them global be wigless and shit. They be wigless. They ain't got no wig. And that's a good tune from back in the day. It's kind of Sesame when you compare it to some that are out there right now.
All right.
I don't think we have an emoji that'll fit that.
Do an egg. Do an egg. Fried egg.
I'm looking at some of these. Some get really close to maybe being wigless.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I don't think we do have one of those. I'd have to add something to think of something creative.
I've seen an emoji. I don't know if somebody created this emoji or not, but it looks like there's like a wig coming off of it, and it has its hand over its mouth, like, "Oh no!" You know.
Check. Mic check.
Wiggity wiggity whack.
We hear you. We hear you.
Copy that, Sonny.
All right, wigless. Wigless is a word that's now. It's just a cosmetic thing that can be put on someone.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any roles or anything. It's just cosmetic.
Nice.
Right.
We got to start identifying these people.
Yeah, wigless. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it has to be there. Wig has to get snatched in order for that to be wigless. That looks like
they can also end up dropping it off on their own as well.
Yeah, it falls off on the.
Yeah, you can end up wigless if you come in here with one on and it falls off because you're bad acting or whatever.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
So you can end up wigless too. So,
Leave too quickly.
Hey, if it don't fall off, it's gonna get snatched off anyway. So don't worry.
Check. Okay, there we go. My mic is unpredictable. Hold on. So I'm gonna have to take that saying, bibbity boppity boo. Now your wig got snatched too. I'm gonna capture that one. So thanks.
And it wasn't TOOO, it was BOO.
And then check it out. So I didn't know if you noticed, like next to our name, there's cross swords there. Yeah, we're sporting some swords because we are part of the group of the legendary wig snatchers. And so what the cross swords means to me is, because you don't usually have one person crossing two swords. That means it's a partnership. We're crossing swords for a common cause, and so Miggy is on the right track. I love it, man, and I'm ready to like go full forward with it. And we cross swords, all of us, as the Spartans row up, and we turtle up, or whatever they call that, and have a tighter shell and are impenetrable.
So are you going to stand on the town square? Sonny, if you do, I'll come meet you there.
Hey, look at that one. What is that, a GIF? That T-Dub put in there. Dear God, please keep my wig on. That guy has a cat for a wig. What's up, lovely people?
Been a good show. I'm tuned in.
You know what time it is. Snatch that wig time.
Wig snatching time. Let's go.
Yeah, welcome to the wig
wig snatching hour.
Hunt. The wig hunt.
Can I play a song?
Wig hunt is on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just a quick clip from a song I heard.
Go that crested crown and shit, the golden road is promising. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like fuck it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you, you pray for me, I pray for you. They say the world 360, but what if it's flat? Breaking down, I'm breaking too. Say you wanna change, but keep changing it back.
They say the world 360, but what if it's flat?
Hey.
We're not the only ones that know people. There's probably a lot of silent folk out there.
Hey. Oh.
There's ways to be vocal about it without, being in the streets like a crazy person or whatever, not trying to offend anybody if that's your thing.
She belongs to the streets.
I've been thinking of that all day.
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah, so if that's your thing, man, you're welcome to do that, but there's other ways to plant the seeds.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, after you drop that LibreText link for spherical mirrors, you can go,
Gotcha, bitch.
Let me drop a link to that song if anyone's interested.
Sounds like 10 years after my generation of what it sounded like to me.
No, you're more into the, you down with OPP?
No, I'm way back. I'm far back. I'm like
You know,
I'm like pre-punk. Like, oh, okay, I'll give you an example. This
That's
is like
Jenny. That's your generation right there. That's like when we were growing up.
I'm Generation X.
That same. That's why you're seeing all these rappers and they're, CB's like, huh?
I know, right?
So,
yeah, that was like, I mean, like since the very beginning.
There's a song in the chat.
Yo, wild.
That's some
Good afternoon, everybody, by the way.
Okay, I found it.
What's up, Ether? Hope you're doing well, bro.
Hanging in there. Thank you, man. I hope y'all are doing good, too.
Get up and fight every day, dude. Don't be a slouch. You
That's
fight.
my favorite right now. Ding, ding.
We already know we can't quit. We can't give up.
Well, wig
There's no
snatchers,
room for
don't
weakness.
listen, man. While you're on this earth, you're gonna rock it till the wheels fall off, all the way until the very last breath, until you can say, "Okay, I'm ready to go home now." You go fight, damn it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
So this was like borderline like jazz. It's really smooth. It's like super smooth.
Mickey, do you have Nitro?
Yeah.
Sweet. Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience gave me access to their soundboard, so I filled that one up as well. So now we've got like double. Are you
what? Oh,
are you in the Science versus Pseudoscience server where Oakley holds?
Is that cute? No, dude. Shoot me the link to that.
Okay.
I think you got to have Nitro in order to use cross-server stuff, but that is a good idea.
Yeah,
I have so many.
Do you have Nitro?
Not yet. I need to get it.
So CB's got a super soundboard.
Well, Discord hooked us up. They've made it internal in Discord now. So now I don't have to play it from a phone into the mic. Now it's just directly in the Discord.
She belongs to the streets.
Yeah, she does. She does belong to the streets.
All right.
Earlier.
Let me get you a link to that.
Yeah, appreciate it. Earlier, Captain Dan was in here talking about to the new people in here, like, hey, we should give him a link to Eric Dubay. I'm like, Eric Dubay? Give him a link to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, baby. Like, we're all about like the. I was. You heard me in here. Because I'm all passionate about this place. It's like, dude, if you want to know what's going on, I mean, this is the best place to be right here.
I haven't heard Eric Dubay. I haven't heard of him legit being shared by anybody. Like, he's done nothing new. He's just fallen off the face of the earth.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but yeah, you want to talk to real live people, you have to come here, like you said. He's not even in the. Have you heard anything new from him? Why would I?
I don't. He's not very community based. He's more just like off in his own island, making videos and declaring himself king of the world. It's like, I don't know.
I agree with you guys.
Sure.
Why share a video link when we could just come here and talk to us?
Yeah, why would he not want to be a part of a community? Come on in. Let's discuss things. What would be the reason? Right? I mean, isn't that right? I don't know.
It would be pretty interesting if he was a frequent visitor here.
Maybe somebody can get him to hop in. I don't know.
That's a nice way to put that, though, Miggy. Not necessarily community based.
Yeah. That's like saying something when you like knock somebody out. You're like, I escorted them to the ground. You know what I mean?
I mean, very gentlemanly of you to put it.
I just helped them get to the ground quicker.
So yeah, that was a bit of a shame that he couldn't. Yeah, all that.
Hey, I'm kind of hip to the whole lawyerese kind of talk.
But all in the same, facts do speak for themselves.
Actions speak louder than words? Is that what you're saying?
The truth is self-evident. That's what I was kind of getting at. You know, with the 200 proofs, I mean, he got his information from someone else, but he still presented it, right?
So he gets a credit?
No, I wouldn't say.
So everybody says Eric Dubé's 200 proofs. That's what they usually say. Eric Dubé's 200 proofs.
So
Right?
do you
Or
think
is
a
that-
lot of people move on from him, though, right? So
A lot of people still are on that whole 2015 tip, and they come in here like, "Hey, we're talking about ice rings and domes, right?" You're like, "No, that server is that away."
wow, I didn't know that was happening like that.
Well, see, think about it, man. Like when you present something to these guys, and they're like, "Okay, how do we verify that?" And you're like, "Well, you know, that's what we all just say." Well, isn't that what the Globers are doing? Because that's what they're doing. So you're saying we're no different than them? So I'm hopping off of this bus to get into your bus, and your bus is taking me the same place that their bus is going, which is Speculation City. Like, I don't want that. I want to go somewhere I can verify something for myself and get objectively an understanding of the world around me. I mean, right? Or is it our objective just to say a bunch of words to someone and have them believe another story? Like, that's not what it should be, right? Or is it?
What was it that you said? Something City.
Speculation City.
Speculation City.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. No Speculation
What we're not
City.
going to do is entertain people that are from Speculation City.
If I'm robot and cut me off, I was going to say, you know, that 200 proofs video, like, there's so many things wrong with that video. Like, if I was to pick any from Eric Dubé, it would be the 20 proofs. But that's just my personal opinion, and that would be probably the only video I would point to him on.
Okay, well,
I didn't like any of the other videos. But I'm just saying that just as a
Yeah,
thing.
so-
I'm not like saying it's perfect or anything like that. It's just more of a vague discussion from his standpoint where he focuses more on the facts.
Yeah, so 200 proofs, and then you think about it, right? What does it take to disprove the Earth is a globe? What does it take? Pretty simple, right? We call it the Black Swan. How many proofs is that? Is that 200?
Oh, there's like 5 of them.
No, I meant like the conversation itself revolves around the horizon, correct?
200. Yeah, it revolves around 200 topics, at least.
No. What I'm trying to say is that it doesn't take 200 proofs. It takes one black swan to disprove the entire globe theory.
even though there's actually a black one.
But you know that the Globers are slow, so.
Well, that's why they're on that. Never mind. I was gonna say short bus.
Sure, little
I
wig.
just did say that, right?
They ain't got no wig.
You did.
No wig left behind, you guys.
Yeah, look, that's it. You make a T-shirt that says that, Jenny. No wigs left behind.
That's yeah. You could do a T-shirt like that, dude. Mm-hmm. You know, it only takes I think at most $20 to make your own T-shirt.
Man, I got a Cricut. I just can't use it though. Wife was saving that because she's bought all this stuff to make the Cricut and all that. I haven't opened it up yet.
Okay.
But I think we have the stuff to make, that if I wanted to.
Well, most communities have a place where T-shirts are made for high schools and, the YMCA or what have you, or, township teams for any sports. So
let me put out a public message here. Anybody out there, the people that are watching the YouTube live stream, if you want to click on the link on the description or Nightbot spamming the link, go ahead and click it and come in here and have a talk with us about the shape of the Earth. If you think the Earth is a globe, if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, we'd love to talk to you, especially if you think the Earth is a globe. Come on down.
You're the next contestant on Flat Earth is Right. Come on down.
Hey, that even rolls off the tongue. on the Flat Earth is Right?
Oh man, that was like one of the first game shows I ever knew of.
All right, so we're about to play a game called I Win.
Oh my.
If you or one of your family members or someone you know wants to be a contestant on the Wig Snatcher Club,
please click this link here. I promise you won't be sorry.
some good old elevator music.
Love it.
Resolve is practicing. I was going to say, go practice in another room.
Appreciate all the guys who just subscribed to my channel today. I went from 110 to 113 subscribers.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much.
It'll be there before too long. You'll be up in the 500s, and then you'll hit 1,000, and then it'll just take off.
I can't wait.
Or you
Can't wait
forever.
Yeah, I know.
And then you'll get a tag from Wikipedia.
Have you noticed that I'm flying under the radar currently because I'm under the Wig Snatch? It's Wig Snatcher Club.
You're like
as he rubs his hands together in defiance.
Do you have qualified immunity? Is what you're saying?
Oh
Nah, bro,
my!
I already got you. You said the word flat Earth one time, you're over. Huh.
Hey, you're gonna make a rap song. Gotta stay away from the algorithm. Mayhem gonna come back, hit him. I don't know. Spitting bars, yo. Are you down with OPP? Shit. Well, all right, man.
Did anyone step up to the plate today? No one?
It's just Captain Dan, but he was a flat earther, so it was no fun. Just kidding, Captain. You did step up to the plate. No, there was two gentlemen that came in here. How's the earth flat and this? And I think Sheepdog was and Captain Dan were talking to him. And that's when he said 200 proofs to those guys, and they weren't paying attention because after all of that, I also like to say that the earth is round, you stupid idiots, and then he left.
Nailed the impression there. That's exactly how it goes.
They did it like Patrick Starr, like I did. It's not like Patrick Starr. Anyway, that's all. The action today. Nothing to write home about, though.
Okay. God, that's so that's not effective at all. If you reversed it on them and just went to their server and was like, Earth's flat, idiots, and then left, what do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think they would feel moved by that?
Oh, it's Flat Lloyd Wright that was talking to them. I'm sorry, Flat Lloyd. Yeah, he was the one speaking to him. And Flat Lloyd, dude. He's cordial. He's an educator, so he did it right, you know. And then they gave him some shit like that. I'm like, damn. I should have just went in there and gave him some crap from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have just got the smoke part. See, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, it sucks, right? The job that we do. On the one hand, you go in nice and smooth, and then these guys are being like total retards. And then the other hand, you can be a jerk, and they're like, oh yeah, now they're attentive. That's weird, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's like that with women sometimes. Kind of weird.
She belongs to the streets.
Hey, those Globers, they belong to the streets. She belongs to the streets.
They do.
Yeah, it is weird though. You know, how they act like that. But I think Flat Lloyd Wright has a good approach, and that works on pretty large majority of people. So take notes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it does. He's got a great way to talk to these guys.
I learned from the best guys, all of you.
Aww.
And when they acted that way, you know, just don't worry. I'll say the things that you don't have to. Flat Lloyd keeps you being who you are. Like vicariously, I'll say the words and you'll be like, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
It is though.
You know, shitheads. Like,
It happens, and you're like, man, what shit?
What the hell did you just say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever heard Flat Lloyd Wright go bad cop on him yet.
No, he don't need to, man. He got enough people in it. Just let C look, man. Just let C be loose. He runs loose, bro.
Yeah.
You see, guys, it's it's just like ants on a beach ball. No, you're not gonna. They can't get away, dude.
Someone tried to do that last night. Oh, well, if it was flat, then this was rhinoceros or whatever. Well, on a flat Earth, it would be like this.
Yeah, you got a pound of flesh of that guy for sure.
I unmuted. I'm like, no.
Yeah. Shut up,
dude. You can't say that. That dude was a mess. We were trying to go over the Black Swan with him multiple times. He said that when he joined the call, hey, I came back, studied the Black Swan a bit. I should understand it more now. By the end of the conversation, he didn't understand it at all.
That guy didn't know jack shit, dude. That guy is like, seriously, I don't know. People can't be that thick. I think he's just playing the role. He's playing the part, bro. I feel like that. To me, it was like, nobody can be that. He's a hardware engineer, mind you. So it's just like, I'm gonna call it like last night. The guy that came in here was very obstinate, and I just pegged him to be a nihilist. I'm not a nihilist. No, I'm not. You can rewind the stream and go back to last night's conversation I had, and I said it from the beginning. He was a nihilist. He denied it. Then later on, he came up with the description exactly what a nihilist is. So I'm like, bro, you just described what nihilism is. Yeah, but I don't like labels. I'm like, well, then too bad. Like, you're a nihilist. Like, that's what it is. I don't care. Like, you're describing what a nihilist is.
That's funny.
So stupid, dude. But yeah, that guy, Rhinoceros, yeah, he was so like, he's just like, I don't want to say airheaded. Well, I'm snot nosed, but he's airheaded. Like, you explain something to him. I mean, what do you mean? Like, what does that mean? It's like, dude, we're speaking in English. Like, do you understand? Freaking hell, bro! Like, I'm listening to this conversation.
English. You know why I said snot nose mayhem?
Why?
Isn't it like a rumor that the horn is like mucus buildup that like hardened on a rhino?
I don't know, bro. I don't know animal facts like you do. But if you
never heard that,
I mean,
I never heard that. I read that somewhere a long time ago. But then
I've
read a lot of things a long time ago.
People can have crusty boogers. I'm not gonna say that's not possible. But as far as it hardening like a horn of a rhino, like, I don't know, bro.
He's hard-headed something, man. So might be onto something there, sheepdog. But he was like, "Oh, well, atmospheric refraction just explains it perfectly." Shut up.
You know what it? Yeah, I know. You know what it? He's getting smoked, dude. And when you crybabies like to come in here and get more smoke than you asked for, you want to stomp off and cry.
I need to add that.
But the thing is, though, dude, he was like really angry with Quantum because Quantum wouldn't let him have shit, and he was exposing him. So he was like, "I don't want to talk to this asshole. Can I talk to somebody else?" I was like, "No, you can talk to him."
I think I was there that night.
That was last night.
Yeah, that was great.
Didn't he reach out to me? Wasn't he trying to talk to me? He's like, Sheepdog seems reasonable.
Yeah, well,
or
he's
something
just
like that.
Get away from QE, of course.
Yeah, he just don't want to talk to. Listen, man. Anybody who gives him smoke, he's gonna say that shit too. So if CB was doing that, he'd be like, "I don't want to talk to this asshole. Let me talk to another one." Like, come on, bro. Like, you just,
bro. I mean, I get it. You're intimidated. It's fine, but learn something in the process. It's called tough love. All right. He's not just beating on you. If you step by step go along the process, then you'll learn something.
This is what he does to the audience, though. And then everybody jumps in because they're like, "Oh, can you let him speak? Let him speak."
Yeah, QE, why are you being so mean?
Nah.
Nah, he's getting smoked. He's getting the smoke.
He getting smoked. He getting smoked.
You know, it took me a good while to get used to that because I came in here, I didn't understand the conversation, and I appreciate y'all like letting some things go on so I could learn and see it because you don't know until you see it for yourself. Like these people are insane.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'll tell you to have a seat when it's time to have a seat.
Yeah.
When somebody's getting smoked and you come in White Knight, oh, believe you me, I will say have a seat. Sit down. Like
you do it to me all the time. I'm like, let me say something. Real quick. No, stop.
we have gotten better over time, so I don't think that's been too much of a problem. Actually, you're really
nowadays
you're catching on.
I don't I know I'm not supposed to even White Knight. Sometimes I just have something really good to say. I literally like judge myself. Like, am I White Knighting for this, or am I making a quick point?
You got to think about it.
And then regardless, you're just like, no, shut up, sheepdog. And I'm like, fuck.
Well, yeah, man. You know how weaselly these guys are. You get your foot on their toe, right? You've got them pinned down. And then someone's like, hold on, let me get in. Let me tag in real quick. Then you let them loose. You cut them loose after you just trapped them. So we got to be very careful.
Yeah, I know. It's like that wrestler on WWE that tags in and then they regret ever tagging in.
They slap your back and then tag in without you knowing. Yeah.
Look at Sheepdog. You coming up with some bars, bro? Trying to fly under the algorithm. Sheep stay asleep and don't want to see the schism.
I'm always coming up with bars, man.
You got to hand it to a lyricist, dude. There's only certain people that can actually pull lyrics off like that.
I know, and you have to go into the right song and it have to be on the right beat. That's why I tag CB.
And just like this.
Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of you guys been putting in work for a good amount of time now. I appreciate that. And I listen to the songs. Are great.
Yeah, we just encourage you guys that are in here, just stick around, man. Everybody's a part of this forum. There's a culture here. And it takes hard work to cultivate it, man. To curate it the way it is, not easy. Because we're battling on two fronts. The first, the cognitive dissonance of the Globers, and the second, the people who are coming in here thinking like, oh, why are they so mean? There's a bunch of meanies. They don't understand. So there's a method to the madness that it sounds like. Yeah, there's a method to the madness that it seems like. But just stick around. You'll see the results. And they're positive. Trust me. They are positive.
Yeah, like you work out long enough, you get gains, man.
Yes, sir.
Gains.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better at it because, like I said, I know a lot about this stuff. I know most of the arguments. It's just hard for me to talk about it or even debate someone about it. And this server is, I don't know if it's about debates, but we do debate.
It is. Like here's the thing, dude. Come in here and put the gloves on and go for it.
I was gonna say, Mickey, next time Glober comes in, J-Star, you're up.
Yeah. Put the gloves on, bro.
Yeah,
anyways,
I'm working up to it.
You got the guys here that are your safety net. Don't ever fear like you're gonna do something wrong. We'll pick up the slack if there's any.
For sure.
The third rule of Fight Club: if this is your first fight, you have to, or your first night, you have to fight.
Yeah, that's right. It is true, though. There's a lot of people here that'll catch you if you fall, type of thing. So,
yeah, you don't have to. Yeah,
it's worth getting the reps in, the practice.
Hell yeah.
You want to get the practice in and make mistakes early, because you never know who's gonna roll in. Some Titan rolls in tomorrow. You want to be ready to go. So,
And the cream always rises to the top.
Yeah, today's lesson, remember guys, I put something out there for you to look at. Spherical mirrors. It's in a LibreText link. Hopefully you guys got that. Keep that in your arsenal of good things to actually rebut these guys with. And if you don't have it right now, just let me know. I'll put it back up again for you guys. It's all stuff that can be looked at and then, looked into.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I like that little lesson of the day. If you have somewhere to store your stuff, folks, go store it there. I've got a place for stuff, so I'm gonna go stick it there now.
Yeah, I'll put it in live stream voice text for you guys. Yeah, there shouldn't be. This is how we stay up to date. Start learning these arguments. Start really diving into what is real, what is not, what is possible, what is not.
What, does it look like we're a bunch of Globers in here? No, bro. We stay with the hotness. We stay up to date. We do our homework. We stay with the research. So, yeah, if you get quizzed on this next week, you'll know why. Yeah. So shout out to Miggy for the link there. In the lesson.
Thanks, bro. We got how many of you guys? Because it gets pretty hot, like in about another couple hours. Right at the time I'm at work. They say, well, I'd say it's like after school hours, or for people in America. And yeah, you get a bunch of traffic coming in at that time.
Yeah, because I noticed too, because like what you said, well, what I'm trying to do now is I'm going by the facts, the evidence, and even like what I'll do is I'll go to like Wikipedia or some like how you have the dictionary or whatever, and I'll point out how even they're saying, that it can't be like a globe, basically, along those lines. I'd have to pull it out. I did some presentations about it already. Some basic stuff like the horizon, gravity, and I just touch on the topics and show how it can't be possible if they're even saying it themselves, things like that. I have to pull it up. I don't have it next to me right now, but I'll pull it up later and go for that. But that's basically what I'm trying to do now.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, that's the benefit of having all of us. We can all go down different avenues and come back with our notes, share notes. So it's good to have people doing their own thing in their own lane.
Yeah, that's why when somebody asks you what you do in life, I usually say this to the crowd.
What is your profession?
That's all you got.
Because they ask you, right? What do you do? What is it? What's your credentials? Then I'll tell the crowd here. FE, what is your profession? Ow! So it's really just like you can do anything and be anybody. Like they're putting emphasis on a specific profession and field so that they can make themselves to be somebody that's important on a specific subject. But you can know all the things that are actually verifiable and quantifiable. So
seems they brought more scientists than you.
Yeah, exactly. You damn right, Sheila. I was just gonna say that. Yeah, seems like I have more scientists in here than you do, my friend. Oh, astrophysicists, got them too.
That's such a farce.
And that's why those acronyms behind someone's name don't dictate someone's intelligence, which a lot of the world actually hangs their opinions on, like when it comes to and concerns to what they think about other people.
Okay, what's your credibility? is my
He spoke to over
question.
2,000 girls.
You know what? That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a
for you.
best-selling Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
study.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to me.
That guy sounds like me.
Dude, Miggy, I've been meaning to say that. You do
Freaking hell.
You sound like Myron a lot. You guys have a lot of fervor in your voice.
Was that me talking? Did I say that shit?
Might as well
what the-
be.
Are you a best-selling author?
You're our version.
I mean, that's just so weird. It sounds like I was debating that girl. Eerie, dude.
It sounded like what's her name too? Hellishness.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Yeah. No, his way of like his demeanor. I picked that vibe up like right away. Like I sound like that character, man. It's weird.
I've been saying that you remind me of Myron a lot. Just your guys' cadence and the fervor in your voice.
What do you mean? He argues like me too? Like the way we?
Yeah. Dude's legit. I'm surprised
Strange.
I come across him before.
I got respect though. Is he a Glober? Might have to.
I don't know how deep they go into that. They're kind of in the dating scene, helping guys out the dating stuff. But
Is he a badass though? Like, cause I don't know if he's not a badass.
He's legit.
He is a badass. Okay.
Thumbs up. Yeah, thumbs up. I'm a fan. But yeah, no, just kind of funny. You were saying that it doesn't go by the three little acronym after your name.
Oh hell no! Yeah,
and it just goes to show they don't actually care. This girl asked, "Well, what are your credentials?" And then he gave them to her, and she goes, "Well, I don't actually care about that." What the hell?
No,
but that's the exact same way.
Yeah, they are, and even the facade of the pretentious like view on that, people in here would kind of like be kind of aghast at like having those guys come in here. Well, I'm a PhD, see? And then everybody else that's in the flat earth community is like, oh, I can't go in there. He's a PhD. Man, get in there and get some. Put them gloves on and work this guy over. Like, this guy doesn't know what you think he knows. He's just a regular person, and he maybe learned something about a specific topic of something he studied. But as far as, like, what we know, he doesn't have any clue because he wouldn't be in here opposing us, right? So put them gloves on and show them what you got. Like, that's...
It only takes one punch.
It's a facade, man. That's what it is. Like, these towers of intellect come in here and just like cosmologists, astrophysicists, and, yeah.
Cosmologists, I love it.
You said towers of intellect. That's funny. I've never heard that before. I like that.
Or bastions of knowledge. That's another one.
Yeah. They're just as lame as the trolls that come here. They don't know any more than they do.
Yeah.
They just have
read all the same books.
Vague belief in a vague globe.
Yeah.
Like,
they're dragging around their clout like it's something to boast about. It's like, yeah, but when it comes right down to it, you don't know shit.
They got nothing but the scientific communicator propaganda. That's it.
The trench level goons think that the experts have some special evidence. They don't. They just have the same faith that the trolls have.
They're trench level goons as well, just different with different status.
Yeah.
Different helmet on.
yeah. That's funny. Man, yeah. And you see it. They come here and they don't know any better. They just believe. They just believe, sometimes more, sometimes less.
Wasn't it that like Roman guy or like, and you're like, you're freaking kidding me, bro. Like
Egyptian. Yeah.
Somebody, anyway, that's not important. You're like,
right.
Yeah, it is.
It's like, wait, that's actually the claim, dude. What? Yeah. Could you imagine? It's supposed to be a tower of intellect, and you're being educated by what you think is the bottom of the totem pole, flat earther.
It's a Jenga tower.
How's that supposed to work? It's got to be a mind, it is. Screw their mind up for them big time.
That's the reason why people don't really have these conversations with these guys, because they feel so intimidated of the pecking order of like society.
Mm-hmm.
They've been propped up for such a long time and have a big platform that when they do come in here, it's like, ooh, man, I'll let the other well-known flat earthers debate this guy. I'm not capable.
Wait, but why aren't they licking their chops? You don't see anybody like kind of licking their chops. Right, I'm about to dunk on these flat earthers. No one's out here doing that. Not
Hell no, man. They got a 7-2 in their hand. That's what they're holding. Off suit. They don't got shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's just a facade that's get you to believe that they got some kind of knowledge that, everybody needs to be coming to them for. So ridiculous.
I was watching a show recently. They talked about the person who has the winning hand revealing their cards before the final, whatever, I don't even know what the final play is called in poker, but you get what I'm saying. You're talking about revealing your hand, and he said that it causes basically a lot of pain to the other person who can't win or would be bluffing. I feel like we do that. I'll try to get the clip later on, but I feel like we do that. We have our black swan. We always reveal our hand. There is no bluffing here. We don't have the 7 and the 2. We got the ace in the pocket or whatever. And so all we do is just tell them, we're revealing our hand. And you see what happens. They don't want to play. They end up folding, not even sitting down at the poker table. But I'll try to get the clip where they talk about that. Revealing your cards is negative for other people, like causes them emotional trauma, if you will. But I like that about the Flat Earth. We don't have any games, any parlor tricks. There's no, at least that I can think of, there's nothing that I can recall that's similar to like Cavendish, where we're trying to prove one thing, but we set up some random contraption to kind of pull the wool over people's eyes. I don't do that. Maybe that's out there in the Flat Earth. Some people saying like making claims like the horizon rises to eye level or stuff like that. Maybe that's deceiving. But for me, I don't do that. I'm more of the type to reveal my cards. So I don't have anything to lose. That's what's even worse too, is we do reveal our cards, at least in this server, and people still come here and they're like, "Oh, so you have," they try to tell you what your cards are. I find that to be annoying. The straw man that's put up.
Yeah. I really hate when people say, "Oh, well, you're saying this," and they'll try and put words in your mouth, or they'll go, "Oh, but if this, then that, because this," and they'll imagine something.
Yeah, you're imagining things that were never said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to make a list of my top 10 pet peeves. Maybe start ranking them. Because I always talk about that. There's so many things that they do that really check those boxes. Pet peeve wise, and that's one of them. We clearly lay out what the deal is here, and people still can't get it. We were talking to Rhinoceros last night. We went over the Black Swan several times. Not even just in that one night. This is on a multiple night occasion, and he still can't get it. And he was trying to tell us.
If they don't want to, they won't.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even though it's clear, it's on the table, you can't mess this up even if you tried. He's still trying to bring some, but no, it's just stupid.
It's a terminal cognitive dissonance.
If I could wave a magic wand and maybe just have one thing my way, it would probably be just to have people at least just understand the arguments that we make here. You don't have to switch up, change lanes. But if you at least understand what's being said, that's a win in my eyes. But most people fall short of that. I look at it like a game of catch. I have the ball, aka my point or my argument. I'm going to toss it to you. And if you can catch it and return it, hey, good on you. But a lot of people end up letting the ball hit them in the face and they cry or whatever. You see the emotions get involved. But not a lot of people are able to catch your point, understand it, and return it back to you like a game of catch. Which is unfortunate because I don't think it's that hard. At least the arguments that we're making here aren't that, really not that difficult to wrap your mind around. But then they just go to YouTube and they're like, well, they say it's a pizza planet and then gravity's fake, and it's like
That's why I said I'll pull up like their own definitions and their own like papers and articles, whatever, and they'll say it themselves and not, and then they'll still try to deny it or whatever. But it's like it says it right there. Like how can you? And then and it goes against what we observe, in reality. And
well, that's not how I define it.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. That's not how I define it. I don't like Einsteinian gravity. I like Newtonian.
Jay, part of the problem, what you just described, is what I've been calling for a long time a syndrome that they have. And I've dubbed it everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. So even if you present if you present a citation or their own claims back to them, even though it came from you, they think you're missing something. You've gone wrong somehow, some way. So even though you're presenting this claim, you're still messing up because you're a flat earther. So I find this syndrome is common a lot of people. So
yeah, or we're not educated enough to speak about that topic. Right?
Yeah, that pretty much hits the nail on the head. It's a projection. It couldn't be farther from the truth. It's them who's not educated on the topic. But I do find that funny. And this happens with a lot of things, too. It's not even just with a citation. It's sometimes with, like, the zany space news that you'll find in the media, which I really actually like to get into. Crit gets into it as well if you find him around. Critspiracy, he'll post.
Yeah, he's always watching for it.
You present that stuff back to them, and they'll do the exact same thing. Oh, well, you've got to be getting this wrong somehow. This is probably fake. Oh, you're just a flat earther. You can't be. That's their mindset. And I think this is a common syndrome that a lot of them have. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Probably could come up with a better name or shorten it down a little bit, but that's the idea. They have a lot of syndromes too. I'll have to get my Dr. House on and write them down eventually. But
I'll look it up and see if I can find the actual clinical definition of it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's cool. Well, just to stick on the doctor analogy, I've been saying that this gif of LeBron in the chat has made me weak. I've been saying for a while that they would make horrible doctors. Horrible. So it's taken me a lot of time to diagnose this issue that they have. Now I've come up with a name for the syndrome, and I've diagnosed their problem. With them, they typically are not very good at diagnosis. So, say you ask them a question like, say something out of the 3 points. Can you prove the Earth rotates? For them, diagnosing the problem is as much as Googling how to prove Earth rotates. Okay. he's just going to prescribe to you the first couple search results, even though that may not be the medicine that's needed for what he thinks is an issue. Maybe it's not even an issue to begin with. So they don't make good doctors. They will quickly prescribe something off that they didn't take the time to really diagnose the problem. That's not the right medicine, that type of thing. If you're following along with the analogy.
They do everything to avoid actual problem, and they try to go take these other routes to try to try to do something. But yeah, completely off track.
Oh yeah, and it's so bad that, like, I've likened it. It's almost like they have a control panel, and there's only a few buttons on it. Okay, one of them's labeled gravity. One of them's labeled refraction. You guys get the idea. And so what I find funny is that they'll not only just like badly diagnose the problem, they'll misprescribe. They'll prescribe the wrong thing. I ask people all the time, do you think buildings move? Do you think houses move? If the earth is rotating, and the buildings are attached to the rotating surface, technically, objectively, the buildings would be moving. But a lot of people, they want to start the mental gymnastics and try to, I'm too stupid to ask a question about relativity, and they have to. You should see the backlash that comes from this question. But what I do find funny is that they'll misprescribe the answer, a couple of them. I've had people say, gravity holds the house down. Okay, hold on. What? Bruh. Okay, if I'm a globe earther and someone asks me, is my house moving? Okay, there's a little shock humor in that. I think some people catch it, some people don't. Yes, if we're on a globe that spins and moves and rotates, then everything on the earth is moving with it, buildings included. So, but for somebody to say, like, the answer is yes. But I've had people say, you dummy, gravity holds the house down. Let me post.
Yeah, that's a good one. I haven't thought about that one in a while.
Oh, dude, hey, listen, we're in season 9, all right?
Season 9. Season 9.
All right. So this isn't their first season. We're not talking about Flight Pass anymore. We're coming up with ways to mock their own religion. So let me post this gravity, and this isn't just one person, folks. This is multiple people. So this is what I mean when I say that they would make bad doctors. They can't really diagnose the problem and then prescribe the right solution to the issue. Look at what these 3 goofballs prescribed. Gravity. I said, we're talking about moving houses. He says, well, again, gravity is holding the house down. Another person, it's called gravity, dipshit. Another person, so why don't houses move at that speed? Gravity. Wow. A round of applause. That's amazing. That's incredible. So this is what I'm saying, folks. Be on the lookout for these globe doctors, if you will. They might prescribe you the wrong medicine. I had people say for curvature, they were trying to improve curvature with the Foucault's pendulum. What?
I was about to say the same thing about when you show people the flat horizon and you show them the citations for water at rest measuring flat, and they say gravity. What? Okay.
You know what? I just I was looking up possible mental diagnoses. You're not supposed to diagnose somebody online, but I mean, this sounds kind of correct. Dysphoria or dysphoric mood is a mental state in which a person has a profound sense of unease or dissatisfaction. While not a mental health diagnosis on its own, dysphoria is a symptom associated with a variety of mental illness, some of which include stress, anxiety, depression, and substance use disorders. So they could have earth dysphoria or local dysphoria.
Okay.
They're extremely dissatisfied with where they live. They don't know anything about what's going on.
They do seem slightly dissatisfied. I mean, why do you think they get so pissed when you bring up the topic? People say it's a globe all the time. That you're not going to get me rattled.
Right.
But
you might get Mayhem a little rattled.
no, you'll get me rattled if you start lying and saying things that, because we all live in the same place. We all live on the same earth. We all experience the same earth. So you can't, I don't even care if it's Sheepdog or whoever, you can't come in here and say something that's just not true. Like, oh, I do see curvature. That's false. I'm not going to, yeah, I'm going to call you out if you say things that are just blatantly not true. You can believe that it's curved. That's fine. But you can't say that you observe it when we all sit here and know that's not true. Even globe earthers will say that's not true. So
it's laughable to me.
Yeah. You should know.
Like when I hear that, I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Even astrophysicists say that's not true.
Exactly.
Is he even an astrophysicist? I mean, come on. Like, I know Bill Nye is a science guy. He's a true science person, I guess you could say. Like, he has a PhD in something. I don't know what he has a PhD in.
I think mechanical engineering, I think.
Is it mechanical engineering? Biomechanical or mechanical?
I think it's just... I think it's a PhD in mechanical engineering. I don't know. I haven't looked into his
but he has an extensive knowledge of chemistry as well. He understands a lot. But at some point, they just stop learning, and then they just go out there and talk, and then they talk about whatever they're paid to talk about.
I mean, I think Tyson is, I think he's a legitimate astrophysicist. But what are you going to do once you get your degree in astrophysics? I mean, besides, get your master's and then teach or write books, how are you going to apply what you've learned to actually? Who's going to hire you? I mean,
right?
Become a TV science communicator, etc. That's the only really avenue for those people, I think. Unless somebody can correct me.
Yeah, well, those guys are the big at the top, and they have their face on top on everything, so they have to stay with that position and keep lying to us. That way, everybody else would continue to look up to them and say, "Oh, look, he's famous and he has this degree in this astrophysics, whatever." And so they keep believing that the lie.
See, Jay just hit the nail on the head there. And this is because we've had guys come in. There was a gentleman who popped in, mentioned he had like 50 Twitch followers. And he said that he wasn't willing to tell his little Twitch following because he didn't want to lose them. Even though he was agreeing with what we were saying here, he thought we had a point.
Over 50 followers. That's all it took.
50 followers. And so what Jay just described, these people with maybe maybe not a 50, maybe not 50 followers, more like, I don't know, $50,000 salary or whatever, maybe $150,000 salary, who knows?
Right.
Or a pension or whoever. But they're not willing to put that on the line just to come out and say some stuff about Flat Earth. This kid didn't want to come and tell his 50 Twitch followers, even though he agreed with us. What makes you think that some dude with a family, a pension, a salary, why would he do that? So I don't expect him to do that either. So, yeah, what J-Star said hit the nail on the head.
Not just that, also, like, some people who have just dedicated their entire life to scholastics, and they're just not going to change because they're just too much invested. I guess that kind of goes along with the whole like pension thing and everything like that. There's just so much invested.
Yeah, they'll never change, but neither will truth.
Nope.
So
I mean, look at Buzz Aldrin. He's like literally looks like he wants to vomit out. It's flat.
Yep, and look at us, man. We got the feet up, stogies lit, snacks in the back.
We'll be like, we'll see that show on TV, be like, oh.
Damn, it feels good to be a flat earther.
So you don't know about Buzz Aldrin's memoirs? Yeah, it's going to be released after he dies. He's going to tell everybody the truth about what happened. He's been working with a writer for quite a long time.
So that'll be good.
Kept in the strictest confidence, which means absolutely impossible to verify that he said any of it. Which means technically you can write whatever you want and sell it.
That's still
For all you know, I could be the one writing it. Don't forget the pre-buy.
You can start selling the books now, and then
yeah. What's that called? What is that called? Pre-order. There you go.
Yeah.
The point is, unless he gives tangibly verifiable evidence for his claims one way or the other, people are just going to believe it or not believe it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to believe it.
If it comes from AI, I'll believe it.
Yeah.
What if it comes from ChatGPT?
Well, ChatGPT can't lie, so.
ChatGPT.
If I was doing it for the system as a client, right, I would have them write the book as a memoir of Grayop. So it basically says he didn't go to the moon, even though you can go to the moon. Me going to the moon was an illusion based on the space race and all of that, even though we clearly could go if we wanted to. So he won't discredit space or NASA in general, just discredit the moon mission itself, which a lot of people already believe is fake. So it won't be a dent in heliocentrism at all.
AI, you're roboting a little bit.
And I'd only go there and that's the way I just gave away all the secrets.
I heard everything.
Yeah, you're roboting a little bit, so I don't know if you're entering like a dead zone or something. Just letting you know. We did hear you, however.
We didn't go there, and
that's just the way it happened.
However, if we got Indio in here. If he said it, then that would be just automatically true. Without the doubter. He belongs to the streets.
Nah,
I'm smelling
Yeah, right, I do.
worship.
Indio runs the streets.
Pimping ain't easy.
These Globers belong to the streets. We already talked about that.
She belongs to the streets. What did you say, bro? Pimping ain't easy.
Pimping ain't easy, man. You know that.
Nah, it ain't.
What's going
Someone's gonna make an Indio pimp meme now.
I mean, basically, this is the player haters ball right now. We're just hating on this Globe haters ball.
He called the cops, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was infringing on his business. Oh.
Now, there's going to be a competing book, by the way, which is going to say that this other book isn't legit, and we got the real deal.
Real deal, Holyfield.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was not the real deal.
I mean, he had his battles.
Yeah, he was on more PEDs than I don't know what.
Probably, maybe.
100%. Well, when you take human growth hormone, your skull will increase in size, like your palate will separate, and you end up with a gap in your front teeth. That's why Arnold Schwarzenegger had one. That's why Evander Holyfield had one. Because he used to fight at welterweight, remember? If anyone remembers.
Did he really?
Yeah, he started at welterweight.
Heavyweight. I know he
actually
heavyweight.
Cruiserweight too, I think.
Yeah, it's like Iron Mike has it too.
Yeah. Iron Mike might have been on PEDs. I wouldn't doubt it. Because he was... No. It's a good possibility. I mean, it was the 80s, man. PEDs were like ubiquitous.
Yeah. I had a friend whose husband was doing that crap, and it made his heart so big that it blew up.
Oh, you mean like he had heart problems like Evander Holyfield?
Oh.
Yeah. Right.
Everybody's on steroids.
So true.
Problem with steroids isn't really taking them if they worked on everybody the same. The problem is you have hyper responders. You have people that they take steroids and it works way better on them than other people. So you can't tell, you'll have a genetically gifted person, right? When they take PEDs, they'll get a little bit bigger, but then you'll have a guy that maybe isn't so genetically gifted take PEDs and they'll get gigantic because the PEDs do so much for them compared to the other person.
What's tall is Evander Holyfield? 6'2".
Did he end up at like 2?
He fought cruiserweight. He won the cruiserweight title.
Yeah. Yeah, he had no competition at his weight. That's why he moved up weight. Plus, there was more money in it. Right? There's more money in the heavyweight division. But how do you move up? Right? Because think about it like this. You have to maintain muscle mass, get bigger. So he has to throw on 25, 30 pounds of muscle. But he's a boxer, so they're doing massive amounts of cardio, which sends a signal to your body, right? Because you end up releasing cortisol, which tells your body, hey, break down this protein because you weigh too fucking much. You're doing all this cardio. So, like, how do you maintain your muscle mass, right, or increase your muscle mass while maintaining the amount of cardio you have to do? And now when you actually get dude, it was on PEDs, no doubt about it.
I have a random question. Is it valid or is it valid to say that if you apply energy to something, it seeks equilibrium?
Yes.
Okay. People point at that and say gravity, but it's actually the thing that can actually be demonstrated. You apply energy to something, it seeks equilibrium.
Yes, and that equilibrium will be the lowest maintainable energy state. So, like, if you have something like, thinking about temperature equilibrium, I have a 100-degree cup of coffee in a 70-degree room. The room temperature won't go up. The temperature of the cup of coffee will go down, right? So they will reach equilibrium, but it tries to reach equilibrium at the lowest energy state. It's not like, oh, the room's going to get hotter until it's the temperature of the cup of coffee, because that's equilibrium too, right? Right. So if the room becomes 100 degrees, the same temperature as a cup of coffee, you reached equilibrium. But that's not how it goes. It tries to reach the lower energy state, not the highest energy state. So the coffee will try to get to 70 degrees.
Which is why we have the second law of thermodynamics.
Exactly. Bingo. Yes. Exactly.
And people tell me on the internet that I don't understand the second law of thermodynamics. It's ridiculous.
Told you, everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Even if you directly
They don't know that I am a flat earther, but I guess I alluded to it when I was like, nothing has, can, or will leave the Earth to go to outer space, which is, you know.
But you have to have curvature first.
Well, I was actually debunking evolution on one of the Aaron Ra or Aaron Ra or whatever his name is with that law and how everything nothing is exempt from entropy. So they want to think that on a molecular level that entropy can apply, that something can change and level up instead of break down.
Oh, crab apple in here?
So Percy Bridgman won the 1946 Nobel Prize in Physics for the physics of high pressure. He was like head of the philosophy and science department at Harvard University. This is what he said about the second law of thermodynamics. There have been as many formulations of the second law as there have been discussions of it, which obviously means there's a lot, right? So people talk a lot about the second law of thermodynamics. That means for someone to say is you don't understand the second law of thermodynamics, there's many ways to think about it. There is no correct way, right? Like the current methodology for like modeling the second law is called it's a model called microstates. But that's just one model, right? So high pressure goes to low pressure is a model of it, right? Heat reaching its lowest energy state is a model of it. All these are individual models of the second law of thermodynamics, right? Entropy, that's another one. So no one can say you're wrong unless you get the entire concept wrong, right? You say low pressure goes to high pressure, then you'd be wrong. Or high pressure goes to low pressure.
Hey, India.
I'm all backwards. I'm talking myself in a circle now.
India.
What's up?
Where did you learn about that microstate thing? That's a university topic.
I did go to university, man.
What would you study?
Pure science. Well, I mean, what?
Okay. Did you ever do quantum computing?
That wasn't even a thing.
Okay, so did you ever take any physics classes or statistical mechanics?
Yeah.
Okay, because microstates is exactly from statistical mechanics.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. You can't get a science degree without taking physics. Not possible.
Oh, you missed it, Indio. There was a guy that brought in. He's a statistical mathematician. Came in last night and basically a nihilist, but yeah, it was a great conversation. But he says that he believes in absurdism, or he's an absurdist. Let's say
he's an absurdist.
Yeah, that nothing has.
What the hell is that?
Somebody can throw the definition of that into the text. I'm almost finishing my cooking because I got to get out of here. But yeah, that's who that guy was last night. You missed it. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning my time.
You probably thought you were dreaming when he said that. Like, I must be sleeping in my chair. I'm only dreaming on my NWC. The hell is an absurdist?
India.
Just DM me. His name is Wagner Group Sniper. Oh, this sounds promising.
That's me.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah. Don't. I'd suggest not reading that name out in the live stream to avoid triggering some people.
I'm gonna change your name to Prigozhin.
Okay, that's actually some people have been calling me that on Discord. It's pretty funny.
Hey, Indio, I put it in the live stream, the definition of absurdism.
All right. Flat Earth Sniper.
So this guy doesn't believe in natural laws.
Is there somebody in the YouTube chat?
God damn. Like, it hurts me when I see, like, so this definition, the belief that human beings exist in a purposeless, chaotic universe. Like, the word belief and the word exist disprove the rest of the sentence. Because those words denote a purpose in non-chaos. Right? You can't exist without some form of order or belief that you exist, right? So it's like, I think, therefore I am type deal. There has to be some order in order for you to even think that idea.
Yeah, he was more of an existentialist nihilist. So basically, Friedrich Nietzsche.
Yeah, basically delusional moron, how I would put it.
Oh, he got a taste of fury last night. But yeah, it was 4 in the morning, so there wasn't that many people on.
Does he sit in a chair 99% of the time, or is he like?
Oh, we didn't even get that far. He was trying to be like as introvert as possible, like being in this chat and saying that he doesn't care about the topic either way, which is a complete lie because he's here in the first place.
Well, I mean, so dumb, man. Like, okay, human beings are a subset of the universe, right? So if the universe is purposeless and chaotic, with human beings create order and purpose, then the universe can't be purposeless and chaotic.
Okay, Indio, so this is why you think like this. You're a fucking computer scientist. This is why you think the way you do. Now I know why. Now I know why you think the way you do.
Yeah.
Input, output.
Okay.
Giggle, garbage in, garbage out, man.
Okay, dude.
And everything's stored in folders.
I wouldn't call I mean, I don't like the. A computer scientist isn't really like a scientist unless you're like engineering chips or something. You know what I mean?
You
You're
went
working at a fab
to
or
school
something.
for it, and I know why you talk the way you do because of it. Okay, India.
I've got to be the only person with it. computer science degree that sucks at programming. I don't suck. I just don't like it. I hate it. I literally hate it.
That's annoying. I don't understand it.
I'm more of a hardware type person than a software person.
Oh my.
Biden just announced he's going to run in 2024 yesterday.
I posted on his Twitter his little announcement. I put, please no.
He's going to be running in a wheelchair.
Someone's like, he should step down. I said, well, he's got falling down perfected.
Yeah,
so
running,
stepping down should be easy.
Running, you mean falling with style, like Buzz Lightyear, right? That's not running, that's falling with style.
Listen, old man.
Well,
The only human being that can fall up a flight of stairs.
That's what walking is a controlled fall. That's all walking is.
And Hillary Clinton was on an interview and she said Trump cannot win the election, but Biden will.
Biden isn't going to get it past the Democratic convention.
Dude, something about me makes me think he might actually fucking get it again.
You know, I'm perpetually wrong about politics. So, he probably will.
I don't care who wins anyways. You're all fucked up.
Basically, whatever I think is going to happen, you should just bet against it and, like, do the other thing.
I've actually never voted before.
No one has.
When I was 18, I voted every year from the time I was 18 to like maybe 27, and then I just wised up.
That's cool that you voted in your local elections, though.
I mean, I don't even know who any of those. Like nobody knows who those people are. You're just like checking random boxes, man. It's like the test you didn't study for. Multiple guess.
Right? Is this guy going to keep my gas prices low? All right, he's good. That's about the gist of it, right? What's this guy going to do for me? My groceries going to be cheaper to buy? All right, this guy's going to be the guy for me.
How long has this judge been in? What's the crime rate in my city?
Well, the majority of voters, the people that actually decide who wins and loses, make their decision walking from their car to the voting place. Somewhere in that space of time. And it is not like a rational decision. It's like gut instinct, intuition, or whatever.
And it's usually based on sensational news, probably, right?
Probably like literally the last thing they seen or heard about one of the candidates. Whoever candidate they heard last on the radio. Oh, last thing I heard him say on the radio I didn't like, so I'm voting for the other guy. Oh, he said something I do like, I'm voting for him.
Nice. Man, I voted for Trump because he said he'd get rid of the Department of Education.
He lied.
Also, he was going to keep the Mexicans at bay with his wall, so everybody was like, yeah, let's go for this guy. Seems to be doing the right thing.
I got a computer science question.
Yeah.
So did you guys ever go over...
Don't ask me what an experiment is.
Oh, yeah.
What's the computer
I was just wondering if you guys went over...
Go ahead.
If you guys ever went over proximate agential psychokinetic interference.
Holy smokes, yeah.
I might have skipped that class and been hungover.
So for the layman, that is this theory that when you're fixing a computer, the more stressed out or pissed off you get, the computer responds.
Because of the energy that you put out to it.
Yeah. Or someone standing over your shoulder goading you, and you can't seem to fix it. Normally, you could fix it, but as soon as they're over your shoulder, it's like, what the?
Hey, is that the equivalent to like banging on it and then it starts to work? You're like, oh shit, I should have just done this long time.
Or like in the Nintendo when you used to blow inside the game.
Well, yeah. Well, when you start banging on a computer, that's when it knows you mean business and you're serious.
Yeah, when you bust out the mallet or the hammer, then it's just like
I was waiting for that, CB.
I freaking love this GIF, dude. It's one of my favorites.
So the thing about like fixing or repairing a computer or a network or something like that, or a printer, whatever the person, user, client, whatever they say is wrong, that's not what's wrong. Whatever they say, it doesn't matter what it is. That's not what's happening. Something else is happening.
Well,
because if they were right, they wouldn't have called you. Right? You automatically know whatever they think is wrong is not it. They're actually troubleshooted for you. Go, oh, okay, so now I know it's not that. So now I can check for everything else.
the end result is they spilled coffee on their laptop, and then you're over here hunting for some kind of other issue.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, I've experienced this in my life. So there's a crisis going on in the server or something, and I have to like ban somebody, mute somebody, or move something, or do this or that. And as soon as it's hectic, right? As soon as I pick up my phone to do anything, all of a sudden the buttons don't work, the thing crashes.
Whoa!
It's like if I'm in a stressed out, hurried, frame of mind, my device just won't respond to me.
Yo, it does that with typing too. If you're like trying to type a message back, like, dude, no. And you're trying to go in on the message, the keyboard stops working. This definitely, this happened to me before.
And you feel the rush of, okay, I'm not going to be able to type this. The other guy's going to type something stupid. I need to get this done. And then your keyboard just locks up.
So hey,
like
I'm gonna
latency.
Check this out. I know this isn't Speculation Sunday, but have you ever seen the some of the tests for like ESP? Like they did these tests back in the 80s, these ESP tests. So they made a piece of electronic, right? So with a bunch of LED lights that were in the form of a circle, so like 30 whatever lights that are in the form of a circle. And the light will light up, right? It has a 50% chance of going left or right. Right? So the light it'll light up back and forth, right? It'll oscillate. 50% chance of going left, 50% chance of going right. So the adjacent, once it, like every half a second, it'll either jump left or jump, the light to the left will light up, or the light to the right will light up. And then another half a second, there's a 50% chance it jumps again, and a 50% chance it jumps again, right? So it'll just sit there and basically hover, within this range, right? They found out that people can make the light go in a particular direction by thinking about it, by looking at the device and thinking about it, like move left or move right. There was a whole bunch of ESP tests that were done on, like extrasensory perception type tests done on it. And the reason I'm bringing it up because, like you guys are saying, like your mental state is affecting the electronics. And electronics work at such a small scale, right? They're working basically at like the level of quantum level, because a lot of them use
Yeah, I was just going to say, are you talking about spooky action at a distance?
Yeah, pretty much, because like a lot of like microelectronics, they're using quantum tunneling, and LED uses quantum tunneling to illuminate. This is something called a P&N junction. So it's two different, it's a electronegative and electropositive metal sandwich that are touching each other. And when you apply a voltage across this metal sandwich, this is the theory, is that electrons jump the gap, right, and tunnel into what's called an electron hole. And when it goes in there, it'll emit a photon, right? And this photon is the light you see in the LED.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how it's supposed to work. But this is quantum tunneling. There's a time, some amount of time, supposedly, where it's in between one place and the other. It's not in either metal, this electron. It's not in the metal it was originally in, and has not yet arrived at the other metal.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in like this nebulous state of probability. And like I said, people been demonstrated that people can affect this probability by thinking, by using their mind. And it would make sense that, it isn't a far stretch to go, yeah, if I'm in a messed up mental state, right, and I'm pissed and I really want my phone to work, that it won't work. Because your brain is causing interference on the electronics of your device.
Yeah, your presence, or a lot of people call it aura, but like your energetic presence is interfering with the energy states that the system would normally use.
So because they needed, because you know how they have, like, I'm sure you've seen the ESP test where you have to guess a card, right? It's like a little squiggly line. You've all seen Ghostbusters, right? When he's trying to pick up that chick, right? He's like, 3 squiggly lines. She's like, yes, you're correct. And he's not showing her the cards. He's wrong every time. But he's trying to pick her up. So anyway, you ever have anyone do that on a date, Jen? Someone try to pick you up with like a psychic card. Anyway.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That's like red flag. Anyone bringing tarot cards to a date is a red flag, man.
They really did do true studies on that, though. Not
well, yeah, I know, but so someone took that idea, right? Here's the probability of you guessing the correct card. Someone took that and made it into an electronic form, but instead of using getting a small sample of a deck of cards, this thing is doing electronic coin flips like thousands of times a second, right? So you're altering the probability of you have a larger sample from which to affect the probability, and like a small alteration, it'll be easier to see the effect. So this is why it was called an electronic coin flipper. And the idea was to mentally make the electronic coin flipper flip coins in one direction versus the other.
That's amazing, for reals. Like, really.
I'll try to find a video on it. This was like back in the 90s, maybe?
So, dude, do you, subscribe to the Globe? Oh, no. Continue.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me?
Dude? Yeah, I was talking to dude.
I am very new to all this, and I'm just kind of listening.
I gotcha. Just wondering.
The first rule of Flat Earth is we talk about Flat Earth. And the second rule of Flat Earth is we talk about Flat Earth. And the third rule is if you're new to Flat Earth, you're going to talk about Flat Earth.
All right.
Or just
Come on, talk to us.
It's all right to listen if he doesn't want to talk, but just thought I'd ask.
Season 9, mother.
Season 9.
If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you.
Nobody.
Yeah, I found a reference for I got the date pretty right. 1999. This is like a big bubble about psychokinesis and affecting electronics using your mind.
I mean, they've got like old movies from the 70s that, display psychic abilities that some, agency interested in, alluding to the military interest. What was that one with Drew Barrymore, Firestarter? Remember?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that one's from a Stephen King book. I don't know.
That movie kind of freaked me out when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was pretty dramatic for the age we were. Because I think Drew Barrymore she's not 50 years old yet. I think she's like early 40s, right?
Yeah, I think she's around my age, like 41, 42, 43.
It's my age, quite honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I gotta point out.
I know she's not younger than me, though. Because she was in E.T.
48, yeah, so she's a couple years younger than me.
Okay.
I mean, I remember her from E.T. and stuff, so.
Yeah, I just found it interesting that, she played that role.
I'm like embarrassed. When I was a kid, I thought E.T. was an awesome movie. Obviously, I was a young kid. And like, I tried to watch it again like 10 years ago, and it is absolute trash. That movie is horrible.
Oh, no. I'll have to rewatch it.
Try and rewatch it, man. You're just going to cringe the whole time.
Oh, man. I used to
Sorry,
play
I just ruined your childhood.
I used to play the E.T. video game.
What's the week and what the meaning?
That was actually fun. Hold on.
You had like Reese's Pieces in the game and everything. But it was like really bad graphics. It was like Pitfall, but E.T. It was real bad.
Remember you had to like fly, you like craned your neck, you pulled yourself up by your neck or something?
I barely remember it. So yeah. But yeah, I just think it's interesting that a famous little face would be in such a Stephen King was really super popular then, so I guess the next big hit would be passed on to somebody.
It just reminded me of the other thing they did, right? The other test they did is they got, you know how you have a pegboard where the balls drop in from the center, right? They hit the pegs and bounce around, kind of like Plinko from Prices, right?
I was going to say Plinko.
So it bounces around. Well, those balls will form a bell curve. Most will hit in the center, and like farther out from the center, there'll be less and less balls in the buckets. We found out that people stare at this, and if they think about moving this bell curve left or right, it'll shift left or right. That was another one.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. Really, honestly. I don't know. I just think like the fire starter back then was kind of compared to like how much they're marketing towards young children. The series, I think on Netflix, Stranger Things, or is it Netflix? But yeah, that's about like some really about abilities of human beings, whether natural or manipulated, let's just say. I watched like one season, I think like part of season 2, and normally that would be like a show I would watch, and I love Winona Ryder. But I think because it was popular, like I'd rather binge like 5 seasons at once or something crazy like that. Like just watching a season anymore is horrible. You know how they say like the younger ones have a TikTok attention span? I can totally binge watch a long standing television series at once.
That's like the only way I'll watch them.
I know. Like I just watched this one. I should have paid attention how many seasons there were, or maybe I didn't care, but it was, I think it's Netflix again, and called Beef, about road rage. Well, it starts out that way. But it's pretty interesting. And it's only one season. I'm like, now I'm going to have to wait.
Yeah, I wouldn't even have watched it. I won't even watch them unless they're all done, so I can just watch them back to back to back. I don't want
Right.
to have to wonder.
And you know why we're like that is because when shit first started coming out, there wasn't very much at that time, so we had to watch the same shit over. I don't know.
No, because they like canceling shit in the middle. That's why I don't do that. Because they'll be like, yeah, this is going great. And then the actors want to like, oh, we're demanding $68 million per episode. And then they're like, fuck, we'll cancel the show. And then you're like, what? There goes that.
Well, I think one that was a victim of
Westworld. Even though Westworld took a nosedive, but
so Westworld's no more.
yeah, they're not doing any more Westworlds, I don't think. Pretty sure.
Well,
See? You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I guess I'll have to rewatch the few seasons. I think there's 4 or 5. I'll have to rewatch them. No problem.
And the last couple were trash, though. They were absolute, just utter garbage.
I know, because we didn't follow, I don't know. I think they were trying to do, bring it back around to some sort of universe concept, like what they try to say with Stephen King's novels. They're all connected or something. I don't know if that's what they were trying to do. But one series I was really sad that it didn't. I think it was a victim of the 3-year medical debacle, and it was called The Serpent Queen. It was really good about the Medici. I guess she was considered a bastard, but the Pope went and found her ass and said, hey, you're going to be queen. But yeah, the Medici family from Italy. Very interesting, let's just say.
Here's another, you want to look into something, the Habsburg dynasty. Ever hear of them?
Well, they're a British descent, right? Or something?
They had their tentacles in every country.
Oh, well then I guess Germany, from Germany.
They're like some indescript family that kind of they were hiding in plain sight. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
They were like the Rothschild type deal, dude. They were just hiding in plain sight, pulling the levers of geopolitics in Europe and across the Atlantic. And
I don't know what
I was kind of unaware of it.
I don't know what I could have been watching, but I think But they were talking about the facial features of the family because their bloodlines were kind of within the family too much, and it caused. I think it's called the What did you say? Habsburg.
The Habsburgs, yeah, the Habsburgs.
Habsburg's a chin where it's really protruded or some junk like that. I don't know. Or the under.
They kind of the Habsburg jaw, a large nose with a hump, hanging tip, Habsburg nose, and an everted lower lip, Habsburg lip. The two are signs of maxillary deficiencies.
Oh.
So what happened was they kind of married into all the royal families.
Right.
And then when when the queen of Denmark marries the queen of frickin' Spain, they're cousins, right? Because they have a common ancestor. And then even when their kid marries the king of England, then they're frickin' cousins, right? Everybody's frickin' just interrelated because they had this.
Isn't there? I think that's part of a conspiracy point about Princess Diana. That's why they needed her to marry Charles for her fresh blood. She wasn't a cousin or some shit, I guess, put it lightly. But yeah, I've heard people say that.
I'd like to grab I'm not going to do this. This is my disclaimer. I have no intention of ever doing this. I'd like to grab someone one of these elites, just not torture them, but away from all their security and everything, and okay, now just Tell me what's up.
Dude,
What's really going on, bro? Good tell me.
What about that movie with Eddie Murphy and what's his face, the white dude from Saturday Night Live? They did that with Rich
think about being born and they're like, "Hey, kid, oh, you're like 5 years old," and like, "By the way, you're the king of England." Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Five. Like, I don't want to be the king of anything.
Yeah, I mean,
imagine being a child and having adults tell you that you are their ruler. How demented that would make you.
I guess we'd have to crawl in the mind of Prince William. Because, he's all smiles from what we see, but is that what he's really like? How would you know? I mean, there's some people, crazy, fringy conspiracy theorists that think that he could be the Antichrist. So God help us when he becomes king, I guess. Yeah, that's maybe not. But hey, how about that Tucker Carlson? Unless there's Globies in here, we should talk about Flat Earth first.
Yeah, let's not talk about inbred like Europeans anymore.
But yeah, what do you think about Tucker Carlson?
Oh man. Well, I'll have to say this: the Uniparty wins again, man. There's not political parties. There's only the Uniparty.
The Uniparty. That's funny, not funny.
It's like two sides of the same coin. You know what I mean?
So what my mom helped me understand in a nutshell is that he got too big for his britches and said things that he shouldn't have said or something along those lines.
Well, the most plausible thing that I heard, which I think would make sense, is that he was going to give Trump a platform and he was going to give RFK a platform.
Yeah, right. I just saw. I watched JP Reacts. That's the only politics.
And that seems plausible to me, right? The two outsiders that, the insiders don't like, right? That two people, because Trump is like, I'm going to destroy the CIA and the deep state, and RFK is saying basically the same thing. Can't have them in there. RFK's going next level, though. He's like Big Pharma, right? Ooh. So, I mean,
sexy.
Oh, he's a so-called anti-vaxxer, right? RFK.
What?
He's been campaigning against vaccines for frickin' 5 decades or 3 or 4 decades.
How exciting. I can't wait for it to happen live. Wow.
Like, listen, he's going to give Democrats, like, severe cognitive dissonance, right? Because they're still in love with, like, JFK and Bobby Kennedy. And now you have the kid, right? So you have another Kennedy. But they're also cucks to, like, the Mexican beer germ and, trust the science and all that nonsense. They're totally sold out on that, right? So they're going to have this dual loyalty. Which way do I go?
Are you talking about
I'm talking about Democrats, like lifelong Democrats, people that have been generational Democrats that have been in the Democratic Party like generations. Right?
I got you.
The real base of the Democratic Party, right? The fucking foundation. Right?
Yeah,
the LBJ, JFK, Great Society, 60s Democrats, right?
Yeah.
That they're generational Democrats. And they're like, they think that they're like, their opportunity to really change the world and get peace was taken away from them when JFK was killed. Well, fast forward, 50 years, and now they've been simping for Biden and the Fauci ouchie and all these things. And now you have RFK, who's like has that legacy behind him, and they have that sense of loyalty to that. But he's going, the jabs are bad. And they're fucking sold out on the jabs. So now they're going to have contest. Do I go with, like, someone who I trust and who I fundamentally like my politics I agree with, or do I go with the propaganda that's been mushed into my head for the last decade, right? And, like they have they're going to be in this conundrum, this choice. I wouldn't be surprised if the Democratic Party implodes or splinters off.
Whoa. That would be a bonus, right? I mean, sounds like they would be making it quite interesting if they did that, right? Well, okay, so
because if you look at the Democratic, they were basically taken over by the Clintonistas, right? The Clintons kind of hijacked the Democratic Party during the Clinton era. They hijacked that, Walter Mondale, Dukakis, that lineage of Democrats. They came into the Democratic Party and kind of hijacked it and created the quote unquote new Democratic Party, right? And and that's gone off the rails. Obviously, it's culminated in Joe Biden and frickin' endless war and fucking jackbooted wokeness.
Oh gosh, I was gonna say like a few minutes ago, I said, "Are you talking about wokeism?" when you were talking about RFK Jr.
No, I wouldn't say he's against any of that, but that's not that's not his priority, right? He gave a speech the other day. He said that his father talked about breaking the CIA into 1 million pieces, or his uncle talked about breaking the CIA into 1 million pieces, or into 1,000 pieces. He's openly talking about destroying the CIA, and he's running for president simultaneously. So that didn't go too good for his father.
Oh, exactly.
And his uncle, right? So, and he's still on it, right? But it's just I don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, I'm perpetually wrong about federal elections. So.
I know. I heard you say that earlier. You said think the opposite of what I say.
Because I always underestimate their ability to cheat. That's my problem.
Oh, right. Because you are under this natural assumptions that other people think like you yourself.
Well, I always think eventually, just out of random chance, the bad guys will screw up and the good guys will win. And I'm perpetually wrong. The bad guys always win. Every goddamn time.
Well,
tell me when the bad guys don't win, man. They win every time. Because since I've been alive, they win every freaking time.
Well, my mom says that she has some sort of list. She said I could Google it instead of getting the dictionary, the encyclopedia. My mom told me today I could Google it. Okay, so anyway, I said, Mom, I'm not trying to be sarcastic or poke at you because I don't pay attention to politics. You know me. I said, but what? Because she made a claim that Biden was a good president, and I said, what has he done for us that made him a good president?
Is your mom okay?
No, right? I know. No, not all the way.
What are you talking about? Look, whatever home they end up putting Joe Biden in, put your mom in the same home, okay?
Oh my gosh. She hates Trump. She is one of those people that would be putting their head back and screaming kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she ain't gonna think Biden's too great when he's running around snipping her.
I brought that up, and she basically rolled her eyes at me. We were in the vehicle, so I didn't get to see eye-to-eye contact, but I saw it.
Listen, what you should have said to your mother was, Mom, do you remember when I was a little girl and I was innocent? She was like, yes, Jen, I remember. Would you have protected me if Joe Biden was snipping me?
I'm gonna do that. I am. Oh my god.
Or would you have been just an innocent old codger? Or if some old wretch was snipping on me, I hope you do something, Mom.
Oh my god. I told her, I said, Trump is just less creepy to me. I'd rather look at him. I mean,
well, you know he's a pervert. Like he's one of the people that like, yeah, I can avoid him. He's a pervert. Joe Biden's one of the sneaky ones, right?
I know, right?
He's the one that's going to drop a roofie in your drink.
Oh
right?
my God.
Trump is just going to come into the hotel room and drop his pants to his ankles. You know what you got. But he isn't going to like do anything. He isn't going to trick you into doing it. He's just going to try to like browbeat you into doing it.
Okay.
Biden's going to drop a roofie in your drink. And then you're going to wake up in a fucking shopping cart in Tijuana.
Okay, so crazy fringe conspiracy. There's some people that think that there are these high-tech like masks that people put over their faces to look at like someone else, and they're like high-level like special effects type of thing.
Yeah, I've seen them, yeah.
Okay, well... Okay, I went off on a... Okay, so Biden, if anybody, like a major public figure that could potentially be that way, besides, I think Matthew Perry, they said, is actually Will Smith. But anyway, Biden, I mean, he does not look like... I know people, their face changes and everything when they get older, but to me, his eyes do not look like anything of Biden 20 years ago, maybe even 10. I'd have to look at a stream of pictures and everything, but I think that dude's been snatched.
You're not the only one that thinks that. I know we don't normally get into stuff like that, and I'm not one to normally kind of go deep on super conspiracy topics, but that's one that I would probably dip my toes into. Let's just put it that way. I'm with
all the video of Biden looks like it was taken on the ISS. Let's put it that way. It looks weird. The video looks weird. So if you look at Joe Biden videos from like, Democratic National Convention, like in the 80s when he was running for president, just look at the video, like what the image it looks like, the coloring, the sharpness of the lines, and even though they're using worse cameras, right, and the lighting and everything, it looks like normal video. But if you look at like when he gives a speech now or when he's standing up on the podium, it looks like something's been done to it. Like there's a layer or some compositing or something's going on.
Wow.
That's what it looks like to me. Like I've been looking at this shit for a long time. Like, dude, I know you can just use your normal references, right? Oh, if I had a camcorder and I took a video, what would that video look like? It's not going to look like what Joe Biden looks like. Like, you have to imagine yourself, I'm in the audience, I have a camcorder, I'm filming this press conference, right, on my tripod. Is this video going to look like the video that the news is sending out? Like, is it going to have the same qualities as the sharpness of the lines, as like the outline of Joe Biden, like the highlights on his face? Like, is this going to look the same? It doesn't. They look like fucking CGI, dude. I hate to say that. Because I'm not a big conspiracy theory on, like, the president's some CGI and everyone's a doppelganger and Jimmy Carter is actually JFK, and like I'm actually against all that.
Right. So, I got you.
But there's something about the video, all the video Joe Biden's in just looks like something was done to it. It doesn't look like just I took a video camera and filmed Joe Biden. It don't look like that. It looks like it's run through something and there's some sort of post-processing.
You guys should watch the cartoon limited series. I think it's only 3. Inside Job. It's pretty good.
Well, it just makes you wonder, India, like who's actually holding office.
Exactly. That's what's put up in the show.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, if there's extraterrestrials, beyond lands unknown to us on this flat Earth, there might be one that's really popular right in front of our eyes. People don't even know it.
Look, what's to say about America when you can basically have like a walking can of tuna fish, and like nothing changes, right? Like the president is completely brain dead from the neck up, and like nothing changed. That means all the other presidents that you thought were in charge, they weren't in charge either.
Ding, 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 ding.
Because if there's a head and you can tell the head is stinking, and then you kill the head, and the body's still moving around as if the head was stinking, then like that means the head wasn't in control of the body.
Right. That's so true. That's in a show I watched recently. That's cool.
Oh, I think it was only 2 seasons. And I need to obtain the intro music and use it as my ringtone for my phone.
You guys remember Weekends at Bernie's?
Yeah.
That's like Bernie sound.
Oh yeah.
Well, I reserved that for Stephen Hawking, but
oh well.
Weekends at Bernie's for like 40 years.
Word on the street is that Cartoon Network might be picking this up, so if you guys can put your thoughts towards that and help it manifest, that'd be great.
There was
the United States of America? Cartoon Network is picking up the White House press briefing.
The Inside Job. I just posted it in the live stream.
That was funny.
I think it's pretty funny myself.
Well, I mean, I remember a comedian. I don't know if it was Sam Kinison. Might have been Sam Kinison. But he said, blaming the president for America's problems is like blaming the hood ornament for the car accident.
Damn.
Whoa, I don't remember that, but that's good.
Somebody brought up the Weekend at Bernie's. I think that was Cal. Got me thinking about a song that came out when I was in high school called "Do It Like Bernie." It was like a whole dance that was based off of that movie, the Bernie character. I'll drop a link for anyone who wants to check it out.
I think I've seen that. Matter of fact.
You have the "Do It Like Bernie."
Yeah, doing it like Bernie.
Dude, it's so funny. The dance is hilarious. It's a classic. For all the white folk out there, it's a really easy dance too. So.
Oh shit!
I'll post a link.
Did you just say white people can't dance? What was that?
Those weren't the exact words I used, but that was very global of you, Cal.
As if twerking is dancing, eh?
Okay, so for Inside Job, it says in the description, for the employees of the deep state, conspiracies aren't just theories, they're fact, and keeping them a secret is a full-time job.
How would you feel if they bunched up Flat Earth into all that?
There is an episode with Flat Earth on it. It's kind of not what I would hope for, but I don't want to give it away. I think it's season 1, episode 7. But let me see, I can look it up.
Yeah, because it just gets bunched up into all the other conspiracies, and then it just becomes a conspiracy itself.
Yep, season 1. Oh, episode 6. My Big Flat Earth Wedding. Here we go. So the whole episode isn't about Flat Earth, of course.
Yo, my 11-year-old was watching that series.
Oh man, you gotta watch it. I guess
I saw like part of this episode, this wedding episode, Flat Earth Wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, dude, man, I'm like split on it, right? Because they're like part of it. It's like they're trying to make the idea look crazy, right? So it's kind of like it's that same stick, right? Birds aren't real, right? So they're just trying to like, like all conspiracy theories are just like equal, and like birds are real is ridiculous. So all conspiracies are ridiculous. Right.
Yeah. For the average person, that doesn't That doesn't make the flat Earth look any better when normal people watch that.
Yeah, and
well, I'm just saying it gives some like it gives them a way like that's just like it's like almost ridicule and shit, but it also, if I remember right, they have the Earth as a space disk in this, so you know what I mean. It's perpetuating that idea.
That what?
Space
disk. The space disk idea.
Oh yeah, I know. They had the one with the T-shirt.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's like, oh man, couldn't you made one of them look like, Mark Sargent or something? But they made him not where they seemed intelligent, so it was kind of disheartening.
I'd like to see a documentary for Flat Earth, kind of like how they did with like ancient aliens and stuff like that. Like that would be pretty cool. I don't know if one exists, but
I mean, like they're not putting any like. Put it this way: there are real conspiracies that are admitted. I'm sure they're not. I'm sure they're not in this cartoon. Right? They're not in this cartoon. Though they could be, right? So you could take a so-called real conspiracy, put it in the cartoon, and then people will think it's just as dumb as Flat Earth.
Yeah.
To me, this is just propaganda. It's just one more propaganda tool. That's all it is to me.
Jeez. Okay, explain to me this. How can some level of truth that is or could be in the show Inside Job and then be classified of what you just said it was?
Well, I mean, when I say propaganda, the general population that watches this, the majority of the people, it is going to close Flat Earth off to their mind.
Oh.
Now, there are other people that will see this, and then they'll find out real information about Flat Earth and wonder why they portrayed Flat Earth like this in this show, right? When the real thing is so much different. And that will, maybe trigger something in their head.
Right.
That's going to be a very small part of the percentage of the people, right? So being exposed to the idea of Flat Earth will make them curious. But, the vast majority of people, it just reinforces their already belief they already had from other media that Flat Earth is just ridiculous nonsense. And this just reinforces it by ridicule.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. It makes sense, and it's like mastermind.
It is. Look, man, these techniques have been honed and perfected over hundreds of years, man.
Yeah, Jen, you look at it and you're like, wow, look, they're talking about Flat Earth, they're look, but I look at it and I'm like, they're making fun of Flat Earth.
Yeah, they are.
The normal people are just going to look at that and they're just going to laugh, and they're never going to think about it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I guess the only thing you could hope for is that, a flat earther and a non-flat earther could be watching that episode, and the globe earther could laugh, and the flat earther could say something and then just totally blow their mind away. You never know.
I haven't actually watched this full episode. I should probably watch it just to get a good idea. I only saw bits and pieces of it because my 11-year-old was watching it. So
yeah, wait. After you do, let me know, man. That'd be cool to hear your opinion.
But I've also seen other bits and pieces of the show, and what they do to so-called other conspiracy theories are equally revolting. To me, they're revolting because it trivializes. It's hard to put into words exactly the psychological impact. So it kind of normalizes oh, people just say there's a conspiracy all the time, but everybody knows what the truth is, right? Everything's exactly the way it says on the news. But we're not afraid of these conspiracy theories. We'll just keep them around and make fun of them, right? We don't have to worry about them. We'll just never take them serious. And they create that like that perception of the whole thing, right? It's kind of like it's almost like giving them like a reassurance that that's nothing you have to worry about. We're not trying to hide flat Earth. We're even making cartoons about it.
Yeah. So, because it's
But they don't do this about the JFK assassination, right? They don't have like the JFK assassination and like, you know, I'm the second gunman on the grassy knoll, or like, you know what I mean? They would never do that.
Oh, well, they have JFK and Inside Job.
Oh, they do?
Mm-hmm.
So even that, huh? Ugh. Moon landing?
Yeah, there's stuff about the moon landing. One of the characters is called Dolphman. He's like some kind of dolph human hybrid or something, and he's supposed to be, I think, one of the astronauts from the moon. I think he's supposed to be Buzz Aldrin.
They got anything about Nazi rocket scientists? Operation Paperclip?
No, but allegedly Buzz Aldrin's didn't know when somebody was pregnant and said there was something about Buzz Aldrin had to do with Buzz Aldrin and paternity or something. It was crazy. But
yeah,
no,
it's like the technique is to trivialize everything, to make like a joke out of it so that no one takes it seriously.
Yeah, so I get what you're talking about. Because they don't.
So, like, say you have a curiosity for something, right? And like, there's this like itch in your brain. You're like, what's this frickin' moon landing shit about? And then you see this, right? Now your little itch is like kind of like scratched, but it's scratched by nothingness, right? It's scratched by like this satiristic parody, right? And now you can just go back to sleep. Instead of scratching that itch, you're like, yeah, the moon landing's kind of fishy. Oh, let's watch this cartoon. Oh, Buzz Aldrin is on the Maury Show, frickin' being said, you are the father. Like, yeah, Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, go back to sleep.
Right.
Never have to take any of it seriously. But like whatever curiosity you have, it's temporarily just like massaged away.
Or could it be on any way level classified under the like predictive programming, like. You know what I mean? A show like Inside Job instead of being
the ultimate propaganda technique is confusion.
Okay.
That's the best propaganda technique is confusion. To put out so much information that you can't sift through it. You can't organize it in your head because part of it's contradictory, part of it is real, part of it is fake, part of it makes no sense, some of it does make sense. Then you have like 9/11 is just a perfect example of this. I hate bringing it up all the time, but planes versus no planes.
Yeah.
There's planes on 9/11. There's no planes on 9/11. Well, there's evidence for planes. There's evidence for no planes. So you have contradictory evidence. So what happens? Instead of the people saying, yes, 9/11 was a rig, you have all the 9/11 truthers fighting each other, saying planes versus no planes. Anyone that says no planes is a shill. Anyone that says there was planes is a shill. Right? So, like, because you put out so much information, the information contradicts itself. Right? And it creates a state of confusion, and you can't make sense of it. That's the idea. Is like it's called security through obscurity. So the truth is in there, but you can't pick it up out of but it's like a needle in a haystack, man. You can't pick it up out of the guts.
Yeah, you can hide a truth by making it a joke.
Well, I mean, you have jokes, then you have shit that's serious, then you have things that are outlandish, and then you have you have all different iterations of the one idea, and then somebody that just comes along, right? They have to sift through it all.
Yeah.
To figure out which is the truth nuggets. And then that becomes such a Herculean effort that it's like, fuck that, dude, I'm just going to the bar.
Yeah, the average person is not going to dedicate their whole fucking life to trying to find out the truth.
It's easier to just go to sleep. It's just easier just to go back to sleep.
No, it's easier just to believe, the narrative, right?
Well, you know what they say about the American dream. You gotta be asleep.
Yeah, you gotta be asleep to believe it.
Yep. Thank you, George Carlin. May you rest in peace. So,
brainwashing, right, and indoctrination and stuff isn't, there's a bunch of different techniques that are all used simultaneously. And it isn't like someone is just like pounding this idea in your head, like hypnotically until you believe it. Way more complex than that. And it's more like the analogy, instead of more like a hammer hitting, like a hammer nailing an idea into your head and brainwashing you like that, right? Erasing your old memories and like, so it's brainwashing, right? They wash your brain of everything you know and then they insert some new information. It's not like that. It's like, think of it as like a funnel, and you have all the stimulus and input and things used to trigger your emotions, your thoughts, your rationality, but all the information can only be funneled and be made of sense if it goes into this one particular direction. Why would they lie?
Oh.
Right? Why would they lie? It all gets funneled into that, right? All the flat earth stuff always gets funneled into that. Oh, we have TV, we have this, we have that, we have astronauts, we have the schools, we have all this other stuff. Everybody else believes it, and yada, yada, yada. So that all boils down to you only have one thought. Oh, why would they lie? It
Some
can only
people
funnel. Listen, they can take everything as true that we say, right, and all this stuff we say, but it always is going to funnel down to them having this one question. Why would they lie? Like, it always is.
I think some people get stuck on the how could they perpetuate the lie.
Well, I mean, that's because they think that, but that's because, like, they think that everybody knows that the Earth's a globe, and that for someone to say the Earth's a globe, they have to lie or something. But that assumes you know it's flat, and then you said it was a globe. Because the lie, you have to know the truth, right? So if the truth is that the Earth is flat, and then you lie and tell people it's a globe, that means you knew the truth in the first place. So, like, who's that? Who are those people? Who are those people that know the Earth is flat?
Right.
Flat Earthers, right? And we're not lying. Everybody else believes it's a globe, and when they say, hey, I think it's a globe, they're not lying because they believe it. But they don't know it. You know what I mean? They don't know it, right? It's like, say no one in the world ever went to China. Like, no one's ever been there. It's an empty place. But everybody believes it exists. And everybody goes, yes, China exists. Well, they don't know China exists. And China might not exist. And if they tell people China exists, they're not lying. They just believe it. But China might not exist. And if China didn't exist and they say, yes, China exists, they wouldn't be lying because they believe China exists. They would just be wrong, right? They wouldn't be lying. They would just be wrong. Like, and this is the thing people can't, they can't wrap their head around this. It's like, oh, they have to be lying. Like, no, they're just wrong. It's like, it's not that deep, bro. They're just wrong.
Even if you went to China, how would you know if you were in fact in China?
Exactly. Well, if there's no Chinese people there, how are you going to know you're in China, right?
Oh, I don't like this train of thought. I mean, I've heard this before. Like, then what is real? Then nothing is real. It turns into that. It's like, oh, God.
Well, I mean, it's really about, a bunch of people think there's a place that exists. Okay?
Like Mars.
But they've never been, but they've never been there. They don't know from any first-hand experience of this place existing. But they all believe it because they've all been told it by their parents. And their parents were told by their parents. And they all have this collective belief. So when they say, yes, Earth's a globe, they're not lying. They just all believe it. But to these Globers that also believe it, they think that everybody that says Earth's a globe has to be lying about it, as if they knew the truth in the first place.
Right.
They didn't know the truth in the first place. They're just telling you their belief, and they're just wrong. It's really simple. Like, but my point is that this indoctrination is all this social stimulation, right? All this information that they've been getting their whole lives can only, like, when your mind processes it down, right, and it like you boil it all down to brass tacks and you're at the root of the problem, it can only lead to one question: why would they lie? Because you've accepted all this information, right? Space people. Well, are space people real? I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. Well, how about these pictures? Maybe they are, maybe they're not. How about the school books? Maybe they are, maybe they're not. How about these, like, experiments? Maybe they are, maybe they're not, right? So you have all these claims. So you have this big bucket of claims.
Right.
And this big bucket of claims, like, if you count them all up, there's thousands of claims, which all say the Earth's a globe, right? And they go, well, they all have to be lying to be all saying the same thing. That's how it all boils down to this one thing. But it isn't like they pounded it into their head with a frickin' hammer, right? They just gave, like, a whole bunch of little suggestions to nudge them into a direction.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like all these little teeny nudges, right? Death by 1,000 cuts, right? They just do these little tiny nudges, all pushing into the same direction.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah,